You may have a voice on the remote. You may have a voice in person. We tried to do this as best we could with the exorbitant number of people who feel health is so important for the state of Connecticut. We don't want anybody's voice to be silenced. So all of our members, I've asked all members to please mute yourself and allow people to present their testimony at this time. And again, I want to thank every single one of the staff who have been working on this, especially Madam Administrator Sue Keene, who for some reason has been getting a lot of difficult conversations. So I thank you for that. Kathy, you need to mute yourself, please, so I don't hear you. Thank you. So starting out, we have number one, Jane Aresta. And I want everybody to know you have 3 minutes for your testimony. And I ask everybody to please try and stay as close to the 3 minutes because we have 170 people who are going to be testifying remotely. And you can do the math. It says 3 minutes. People take 4 and then they try and slide a little bit more. We ask everybody to try and do this so that at least we hear and we read your testimonies. If you have a testimony, please make sure that you have submitted it to Appropriations so that we can read your testimony and we will make notes. There will be members from the Appropriations Health Subcommittee, both on the remote and on the and in person. So we're divided around, and I know this is going to be a very, very informative hearing. So with that, Jane, number one.
Madam Chair, if I may, before Jane starts, we have a phone number in the attendees list. I'm going to ask that person to please unmute themselves and identify themselves. Area code 860-913-3876. If you would please unmute and identify yourself so that we can properly number you and get you in the queue.
Could you please unmute yourself so that we can get you in the queue? Otherwise, we're going to have to disconnect you and you won't be able to testify. So please listen to the instructions. Please unmute yourself and identify yourself.
Phone number 913-3876. Going once, going twice. Jane, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you for hearing my testimony. I've submitted written testimony, so I won't read that, and I'll just try to be brief. I'm speaking as a board member of a small agency in Stamford, ARI of Connecticut, which serves individuals with intellectual disabilities in 4 group homes and in supported apartments. My son is 42 and he has intellectual disability and autism, and he lives on his own. He has lived on his own for 15 years with support. It's becoming increasingly difficult with the incredible cost of living increases. I dread to think what his rent increase is going to be in a couple of months, but I'm just speaking. I hear as a board, we spend so much time during COVID and since then on staffing. My son is also actually supported separately, and staff. That's really what it comes down to. I am very proud that ARI has a really dedicated staff, has been able to. The people who work for ARI are incredible, and they work. Fortunately, in the last couple of years, we've been able to increase with the union increases, and we've tried to enhance benefits. But it's still a struggle to get people interested in working at agencies when they can be working at Target or somewhere else. So, and I looked this morning, ARI, we're small. We only have 4 group homes. We support about 100 people with recreation and day programs. But right now there's 7 full-time positions and 6 part-time positions this morning. We have 1 group home where I think every individual in that home is in a wheelchair. Many require one-to-one support. So I'm just asking that, as is in my testimony, to follow the cost of living adjustments like the rest of the Human Services Division received, which was 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25. These individuals are not able to speak for themselves. They're part of the most vulnerable part of our population. And so I would just kindly request that you consider funding individuals who are already in the system and with wages that are going to be attractive to continually hiring new individuals. I think that's it. I don't want to take up more time. Does anyone have questions or no?
Thank you so much for your testimony. And you said you submitted it to us, so we have it on file.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Next, Kathleen O'Neill. Good morning.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Great. Okay. So I also submitted written testimony, so I will try to be brief. So my name is Dr. Kathleen O'Neill. I live in Stratford, Connecticut. I'm testifying in support of the $2.5 million online T1449 to fund gun violence intervention in the fiscal year 2024, and the $400,000 each year online 274 for Department of Public Health operational expenses. The reason I'm here today is because I'm a surgeon and I do research on gun violence prevention. I've also been working in the state of Connecticut for the last 7 years. And I can say as a surgeon, you know, I take care of patients who suffer from gunshot wounds and other preventable injuries. And I have firsthand experience that patients who suffer those injuries really need extra support, counseling, and other services to help them adjust back to normal life after they go through such a big trauma. Most hospitals at this point don't have much in the way of that kind of support or those programs, or those programs are incompletely funded or variably funded. The money, the funding these programs will make a huge difference in the lives of my patients. Right now, we really discharge victims of violence from the hospital when they are only half healed. The mental and social well-being of these patients need as much attention and care as the surgical interventions that we provide in order to really save their lives. And this can't happen if we don't properly fund, you know, the work of these violence intervention programs. My final point has to do with research that I personally have completed in the state of Connecticut around the COVID-19 pandemic. Using trauma registry data from major trauma centers in Connecticut, our analyses suggest that the violence-related trauma in our state increased by 55% during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. And these increases occurred most devastatingly in vulnerable communities in our state. The data suggests that violence prevention really continues to be a key component of COVID-19 relief. The social and economic disruption that accompanied the COVID-19 pandemic has left our communities vulnerable to increased violence-related trauma. And we really need to properly fund these violence intervention programs to ensure that they have the resources they need to continue their important work and provide Connecticut communities devastated by COVID-19 still with needed relief. Those findings that were published in the American Journal of Surgery, and I'm happy to provide that reference if anyone wants to read it. I strongly support fully funding these community violence intervention programs, and I hope the committee and Connecticut lawmakers will make this a reality. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And you submitted it, correct?
I did. Mm-hmm.
Okay, awesome. Great. Thank you, and have a good day. Thank you. Next, we have Anthony Dias. Anthony Dias.
So, Madam Chair, we have a few folks who will be joining us from Whiting.
Okay.
So those folks who are with Anthony and Abraham and Thomas, if you could help us by helping them connect.
Do we know who's helping them?
So Abraham, oh, okay, great. Anthony is in, Madam Chair.
Okay. Oh, there he is. Okay. Good morning, Anthony. Good morning.
My name is Anthony Dice. Are you able to see me?
Yes, we are. Go right ahead, sir.
In the early 90s, there was a big push to deinstitutionalize the Connecticut mental health facilities. A decision was made at that time for those people who were either probated or voluntarily institutionalized to get them to the community. One of the things the state of Connecticut did was they decided to close one of the state hospitals. That was Fairfield Hills. I participated in the discussions around which hospital will be closed, and I represented Norwich State Hospital at the time. They got so many people out that were institutionalized for years who did not have any crimes. They did close Fairfield Hills. Later on, they decided to close Norwich Hospital. There was an expected windfall from the funding that normally was used to operate these facilities that was supposed to go to community providers, supposed to create a whole array of community-based supports for those with intellectual and mental disabilities. The funding over time disappeared. They closed Norwich Hospital in 1996. At that time, I was out on conditional release. There was supposed to be another expected windfall that was supposed to go to group homes, supervised apartments, and so forth and so on. And somehow or another that disappeared. A little was used, but not much. The whole state had a mindset back then to use more community-based supports because not only was it cheaper, we cost about $500,000 a year each. So on this campus, if you're talking about 600 people at $500,000, $500,000 each, you're talking about an awful lot of money. It's much less expensive to keep people in the community. And that was the idea back then. Somehow or another, we get lost in the mix. Now, when it comes to those that are committed as a result of pleading not guilty by reason of insanity, there's no movement. It's at a snail's pace. We had a few terrible events that happened. I think it was '89. We had a young lady, Jessica Short. She was only 9 years old, and somebody went out from the hospital and took it upon themselves trying to commit suicide by police officer and destroyed a little girl's life and her family. It was a horrible tragedy. But that since has caused every last PSRB to be stonewalled when it comes to the community. I want to say approximately 80% of those under the PSRB right now are not trying to be dangerous to themselves or to others. As a matter of fact, a good 80% of them would go out of their way to protect you, each and every one of you, if they saw you in danger. So my name's Anthony Dias. Where's the funding? What happened? What happened to the community-based idea? It's so much more inexpensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you very much. Hal Basal? Hal?
So I know our header says town Conyers, so I have Hal here also.
Well, would you like to do Thomas first and then come back to Hal?
Well, we can do Hal, and then just the header is going to stay the same. That's all.
Okay. Hal?
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Hal Basso. I reside in Middletown at Whiting Forensics Hospital. I've been in Connecticut's mental health system under Demas for approximately 15 years. I'm a two-time published author. I'm here to testify about the importance of increasing the Demas budget regarding HB 6659 for the purpose of additional vocational programming as well as on-campus jobs for patients at WFH. This is important because today in our nation, every young person dreams of heading off to college with the fear and the burden of financial difficulties. I'm a law student, and having opportunities to participate in patient vocational programming work sites would support me with tuition payments. As well, the funding could be used for those purposes. And on-campus jobs for patients allows me to further myself through educational journey, developing a fantastic recovery and a clinically stable mindset. While working on the job, vocational opportunities matters to me because I'm a firm believer in equal opportunity employment. So if we can take a look at Demas and increase the budget, it would be very beneficial to the overall population who is currently housed in Whiting and under Demas. Thank you for the opportunity and appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Ricardo Pagan? Ricardo?
Hi, it's Anisha from Whiting. Can we move to Connors while we wait on Pagani, please?
Sure. So we're Thomas Connors?
He's number 10 on the list.
Yeah, so Thomas Connors. Good morning.
Good morning, Appropriations Committee. Testifying on the same bill, number 6659, as Mr. Basso did as well, regarding the PSRB patients within job opportunities here at WFH and on campus regarding Dutcher's building as well. We have been very short-handed.
The courtyard is now closed. The courtyard is now closed.
Very short-handed with opportunities for jobs. There was jobs, and then of course, as we all know, COVID hit, and we had one person that was extended, and then he retired, and we've just been understaffed within vocational programming. I mean, we had a librarian at one point. There was multiple jobs, janitorial services, stuff like that, that we would like to see come back to Whiting. I know there was other things such as Valley View Cafe on campus that patients from Dutchers could also apply and work at as well. And I hear that is possibly supposed to be reopening. So, 6659 bill of the Demas budget, if we could have some increase on that to be able to open up more positions for vocational training, but also being able to pay us and have that opportunity to learn more skills and develop our rehabilitative skills to further our education and further our progress in life. Appreciate everybody for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you for your testimony and your words of thoughts. Thank you. So should we go to, okay, you guys tell me, who do you have? Do you have Jake? Or Aaron?
I have Aaron Ramsey.
Okay, let's do Aaron. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for letting us talk. So my name is Aaron Ramsey, and I'm here to talk about Bill 6659. I've been a patient at Whiting Forensic Hospital for quite some time now, and I wanted to support more jobs and raises for us while we're here. So I've done a number of jobs while I was here. I tried to get as much as possible because it's such a valuable thing. It increases my self-esteem and gives me a sense of purpose. So, but all those jobs that I was doing, many of them were cut away. They just don't exist anymore. And so our cost of living in Connecticut keeps going up. As everybody knows, the minimum wage has gone up 50%. Meanwhile, we took a, I don't know, not 50%, but close to it, pay loss. So ours was cut down while everybody else went up. And, you know, we are provided with certain things, but the quality is pretty poor. Like, for example, I wanted a pair of shoes, got them, got to Whiting. But after walking them in for a month, I just, you know, it was serious pain in my feet. So unfortunately, I was able to get a real pair of shoes, and it helped a lot. Without money, a lot of us, we can't afford these things. And it seems like the recovery model for patients is not what's being focused on here. For example, for multiple years now, we've had one vocational staff to cover over 100 patients. They're down 6 rehabilitation staff currently. They do have a plan to hire 5 more vocational people right now. But what we need is somebody to provide some oversight and make sure these 5 additional staff don't just split up the same amount of job opportunities that are currently being provided, and make sure other job sites are created. The funding has been cut most years since I've been here. And even one year there was $25,000 left to provide a certain amount of hours for the small amount of patients, but a decent amount. And all of a sudden the 25 grand just disappeared. And for 5 months, everybody's jobs were taken away. So that just illustrates the mentality of what resources are being allocated to some other things, and that needs to be looked into. There used to be bakery, groundskeeping jobs, housekeeping jobs. All those things are gone now. The one biggest one that was a very important loss was the cafe on campus. There is that plan has been put in forth multiple times, and it's been 7 years since it's actually been open. It opened for maybe a month, and so it needs to be open now. They blamed it on budget cuts, but you know the funding is going somewhere else. And
Could you wrap up, please?
so just one more last thing I wanted to hope you could really look into as well is community housing, money for that. We're being told there's no housing out there, it's very limited. I was told I had one house option in a big city where they got many programs, and it was a 3-year waiting list. So yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, and we will look into the housing. Let's see, who else do you have there?
I believe we have one more person. Hold on.
Is Abraham Israel or Jake? Was that Jake? That was Jake already. Okay, sorry.
We have Jake Washer coming in.
Okay.
Just sit right here?
Yep.
All right.
Good morning, Jake. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
You?
Good, good. Well,
Good. Go
my-
right ahead.
my name is Jake Washer, and I have a quick little statement that I would like to say. I wrote this just a couple nights ago. We as patients only get $14.50 for 2 hours work a week. There are 2 major problems with that. First, only working for 2 hours is not sufficient enough to prepare us for when we are released into the community, where we can work a part-time job up to 20 hours a week max. There has to be more vocational opportunities provided to CVH for the purpose of preparing those hospitalized for the real world environment. What happens when one of those patients gets overwhelmed with hours and quits their job? Eventually, they couldn't provide groceries, supplies, and rent, which could land them back in the hospital. Would you want to perpetuate recidivism for this? Second, $14.50 is not enough to provide a single patient all they need for 1 week. with opportunities like going to Walmart, a fast food restaurant, or the movies, along with having a weekly order out on the unit, and outlets such as the Page Hall Boutique on campus. A patient would have to have family and friends send money just so they could participate in all of these things. Most of us here do not have that luxury. There has to be a change in this system that prepares us for the real world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your points. We will look into it. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
So Abraham Israel.
We're waiting for that person. If we could move on down the list and then we can chime in. Who gets here?
Have, let's see, who else? Is Linwood Mather a part of your group?
No,
Okay, how about David Robinson? Is he part of your group?
no, we only have number 5, Pagan.
Yep.
And number 11, Israel, and we're waiting on both.
All right, so let me move on down the list. Let's see, Victor.
So, Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. Before we move down the list, a few housekeeping items. We have several people in the queue who have switched from testifying in person to remotely. And I think it's important that we explain to those folks what the splitting of the hearing, what the impact of that has on the speaker list. So I just want them to understand that what is different from this hearing than any other hearing of the General Assembly, including those of the Appropriations Committees, the switch from in-person to remote is not seamless any longer. Because we have 2 separate lists running, you lose your original number and you are added to the bottom of the queue. So I want people to understand that if you thought you would be testifying in slot 40, for instance, you will no longer be number 40, you will be number 500 and something, because we're doing a brand new naming convention for those folks who make the switch in. So I just want people to be aware of that so that there isn't any confusion. I am getting emails from people saying what's happening. And
I want people to also be understanding that this is something that is new in our realm of having this many people and trying to make sure that everybody gets heard. So we have to have standards that allow those people that signed up originally for remote stay in their slots. Okay.
And the other thing, Madam Chair, if I might, we do in the attendees queue have an iPhone. And I'm going to ask the iPhone person to identify themselves.
Yes, my name is Matthew Mitchell.
Matthew Mitchell, thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
He's number 13.
Thank
Are you
you,
ready?
sir.
Would you like me to start?
No.
No. I just wanted you to identify yourself, sir, so that we could get you numbered. Thank you.
No problem.
So Susan,
Yes, ma'am.
Hagan,
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't.
Ricardo Hagan, or I'm sorry, David Robinson.
No,
Is that Ricardo right there?
Yes,
Okay, this is Ricardo right here.
yes, Ricardo.
All right. Go right ahead, Ricardo.
How you doing? Good morning.
Good morning.
My briefing of the bill, hopefully supporting the bill to pass for us, because I've been a client in Whiting and Dutcher now for 3 years, altogether 22 years. And I've been in, like I said, I've been in Dutcher 3 years now. And we don't have that much. We don't get that much from the community. We don't have that much support from the communities. And I believe they give us more money for the budgets here for us to have more job and more hours and more training for us. Because some of us not medicated. Some of us like me, I'm not medicated. I'm looking for a better future. I'm looking for better ways to make it out there in the community. right now, I do have a habeas going through court. Right now, I should be leaving soon through the court system. Support for the other clients in behind this wall is more hours for them, because the way we getting paid right now, we getting paid minimum wage of the federal way. We only getting $7.25 an hour. And they expect more from us. They do expect more for us to make more money like that when we do get out of here on TLs or whatever it is, whatever program they got for us. They expect us to pay bills. They expect us to pay the rent. They expect us to do things for ourselves. And the way things are in here is not enough for us. I'm like me, I work once a week in the dining room, and I only get 2 hours. I was only $14.50 a week. And that $14.50 go out the window real fast. And like I said, we would love more hours, because I'm a type of person, I like to, help out and do something for myself. Now that I'm more older and have more wisdom of things in life, and hopefully be a good advocate for most of the clients in here too, because most of these clients, they don't have supports from the outside either. Most of these clients, it's hard for them to work too and get something for themselves too. And not only that, because if some of us decide someday get out of here and put in for college or put in for something, some kind of program out there, we don't have enough money to do it with, especially where everything is going on right now, even with the COVID, all the prices going up, housing, rents going up too. It's a lot of things that we looking forward for, because some of us, we need some kind of hope, especially some of us that have been here for a lot of years, collecting. I always say, collect us. Hey,
Thank you, Jim, for Ricardo, right? Thank you, Ricardo, for your testimony. And thank you, and we will make note of, you're not the first person that has mentioned the number of hours. So we will look into that. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have any more people from Whiting?
From Whiting, that is all. Abraham decided that he did not want to testify, so that's all of our patients for this testimony.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for helping us with this process.
All right, thank you.
Victor Roman. Victor Roman. Okay, Matthew Mitchell. Matthew Mitchell. You're there. I see you. Matthew, you have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Matthew Mitchell. I fulfilled many roles at an organization known as Horizons out of South Windham, Connecticut for the past decade. I currently oversee and provide supports to our IDD community within our 24-hour residential program known as supported living. I am a married father of two. My colleagues and I continue to devote a lot of our time providing essential services to a vulnerable population while taking care of our own families back at home. I want to first start off by thanking you all for the hard work that you've done to begin raising wages and professionalizing the services we provide. Unfortunately, significant inflation has surpassed any wage increases that have been provided in the past. Our industry was hit hard during the pandemic, putting a significant strain on our already struggling workforce. Due to this staffing crisis, our existing team worked long days and significant hours in an effort to maintain essential supports for our special needs community. During a difficult pandemic, we sacrificed time with our families because we were needed at work. Some of our team faced the worst impact of the pandemic at home, leading to burnout. This strain resulted in many stepping down from their positions for less stressful and more lucrative opportunities. Families and aging caregivers rely on our support staff to provide services to their loved ones, many in which who have leading difficult lives due to intensive behavioral and health needs. At Horizons, I've been granted the opportunity to work alongside many talented and experienced supporters all who have focused on each person's unique needs. Our residents rely on us each day to navigate life's challenges. This includes basic needs, medical procedures, and all other life matters. Due to the unique behavioral and health needs of my residents, specifically, strategic planning by a large team is almost always necessary in an effort to help our guys accomplish even the smallest things out of life. But no matter what, we continue to work hard to ensure that the lives of our residents do not experience the strain that has been caused by this diminishing workforce. During the height of the pandemic, our staff had to balance the stress of heavy workloads while they navigated daily struggles within their own home, with their own families. While we prioritize the health, safety, and well-being of our residents, we are often distracted from giving other important matters the attention they needed. I've had to make many sacrifices myself, and this has never been easy. A young boy continues to struggle significantly at school and at home. I am his father, and my son needs me. A young girl has suffered extreme loss. Our household was grieving. My daughter needed me. The man who raised me is sick with a chronic illness. My father needs me right now. Each employee faces their own unique struggles at home, and the existing staff continue to devote themselves to make huge sacrifices each day to the individuals we support. I am essential, and because of this, I will always be needed at work. As our workforce becomes smaller, the needs of our individuals does continue to rise. The services our staff provide are essential because the lives we serve are important. Our staff need to be recognized as essential, and this needs to be reflected in their wages. If we can support our essential workers, we can strengthen our workforce. More importantly, we can ensure our IDD community is given the resources they need to live a happy, healthy, and meaningful life. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Madam Clancy. Thank you for your testimony. You submitted your testimony, correct?
Correct, yes.
Great, thank you.
Have a nice day.
You too. Eddie Catalini. Eddie Catalini. Okay. Alicia Gutudi. Alicia.
Good morning, Representative Walker, Representative Nolan, Representative Paris, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Alicia Gadudi, the President and CEO of Edelbrook Behavioral and Developmental Services. Edelbrook is a 123-year-old multi-service agency specializing in autism spectrum disorders, developmental services, and behavioral health treatment. We contract with the Department of Developmental Services, DCF, municipalities, and school systems throughout the state. We support approximately 350 individuals and employ 650 talented and caring employees in 25 locations throughout Connecticut. We provide an array of residential, educational, and community-based services. Many of the individuals we serve have extensive trauma histories, experienced multiple hospitalizations, and have been in other treatment programs, often out of state. Our programs help keep people out of hospitals and get them back into the community. And our success is dependent on our talented, committed, and compassionate staff. They work to build relationships, establish trust, and provide the most individualized care. And we do this work not only to fulfill our mission, but also in partnership with and on behalf of the state of Connecticut. Our work in caring for people in need is rightfully a core function and an obligation of government. So I'm here today in support of my incredible staff, asking that you increase funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal 24 and 7% in fiscal 25, and most importantly, to index future increases to inflation. This funding is crucial to honoring your long-term commitment to nonprofits like Edelbrook. And as the previous speaker said, we are incredibly grateful for all of you really making that commitment and continuing to recognize and acknowledge our staff. Our DDS programs, as you know, did not receive a cost of living adjustment like the rest of the human service system. Instead, we received funding to increase our minimum wage, but with direct care wages currently for our staff at $17.25, and that's across the system, we are now in competition with the retail industry, with fast food. But our staff and our positions that we're hiring for require a high level of responsibility and expertise. Our staff are caring for the safety and well-being of individuals with the most significant behavioral, developmental, and medical needs, and they should be paid at levels that recognize that work. We applaud the legislature's effort to address the waiting lists for those in need of DDS services, but we must first stabilize and strengthen the existing system so that we can continue to expand and grow and support those waiting for help. We also ask that you allocate funding in a way that allows us the flexibility to manage our businesses, supporting not just wages, but also rising administrative and general costs. And we ask again that you plan for consistent funding increases that are indexed to inflation so that we can retain and recruit a high-quality workforce. Our individuals deserve to have consistent staffing with limited impact of turnover. I included a quote by Mahatma Gandhi in my testimony. The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. I ask that you think about that and really help shore up the foundation of our DDS provider system so that we can meet our collective obligation. Thank you so much for your time and your attention.
Thank you for your testimony. And thank you. You submitted your testimony, I'm sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Representative Walker.
Next, Robert Zuckerman, and after Robert Zuckerman, John Williams, and after John Williams, Leslie Weinberg. Robert Zuckerman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Robert Zuckerman. I live in Black Rock, Connecticut, and I'm a recovering gambler. And thanks to the help I received from Connecticut Renaissance 15 years ago, a nonprofit, they helped save my life and my family's life. Up until the age of 58, 15 years ago, I was a recreational gambler, buying a lottery ticket, going to casino occasionally for entertainment, or making a small wager on a round of golf. I've always worked for myself as a commercial photographer, enjoying the creativity that provided for me. However, advertising photography came to a grinding halt during the recession in 2008. This was upsetting, but many people were going through the same experiences in all businesses. A year later, my only son fell off his bike and was run over by a UPS truck in Philadelphia. The surgeons at Jefferson University Hospital in Philadelphia miraculously saved his life with 2 minutes to spare. With this combination of these two events, I began gambling online as a means of escape. Unfortunately, the first month, I won about $80,000. And over 2 years, I lost $250,000. Finally, I couldn't handle it anymore. I lied to myself and my family, and I got to Connecticut Renaissance. And fortunately, after several years of therapy, I got over the guilt and remorse of what I had done. 7 years ago, I became a state peer counselor for people with gambling issues, and I'm currently a recovery coach at Renaissance for people with gambling issues. This is all due to the treatment I received from Melody Keene at Renaissance. I am grateful that I'm now giving back with my lived experience. And basically just want to say, I've listened to a lot of testimony this morning, that please consider any additional funding possible to our underfunded nonprofits. They need all the help they can get. And I have not submitted my testimony, but I will send it in. And thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Thank you for your advocacy also. Thank you. Have a great afternoon. Or morning. It's still morning.
Still morning. You got a long day ahead.
John Williams, are you with us, John? John Williams? Okay, no. Leslie Weinberg, are you with us? Leslie? Okay. John Green, are you with us? Okay. Mary Eder, you are with us. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to Representative Walker and the rest of the members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Mary Eder, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director for the Bristol Adult Resource Center, also known as BARC. We provide day programs and residential supports for adults with developmental disabilities in the greater Bristol area. I also work on the board of March Inc. of Manchester, which provides similar supports in the Manchester area. I appreciate this opportunity to testify on the governor's budget. I'm here to request specifically that you consider increasing funding for community nonprofits by 9% in FY24 and 7% in FY25. This will help ease the impacts of inflation on all of these agencies. The most recent increases received by BARC were deeply appreciated by BARC and the other agencies, but we did not receive a COLA as the rest of the human services agencies did. Instead, our funding was limited to staffing, and we've been able to provide a minimum of $17.25 for our direct support professionals. This has helped us only minimally for hiring, and it's also created a compression between new hires and long-term staff whose hourly wages we have tried to bump up over the course of several years to reward them for the length of service. We also encourage promoting from within, but the limitations of the recent increases have also compressed these entry-level staff up against the next level of our organizational chart. This creates a situation where it's not worth taking on additional responsibilities. And this particular issue continues all the way up through management. Inflation has had a huge effect on BARC, particularly with food and transportation. Our transportation-related costs have been extremely difficult to manage. Replacing a vehicle has been challenging, and when a new vehicle does become available, sometimes months later, it's far more expensive than the vehicle it replaced. BARC currently has 50 open positions. These positions are a combination of full and part-time shifts in both our residential and day programs. In day programs, we've had some individuals not be able to return to program because we cannot provide them with a one-to-one staff. In our residential programs, our management staff are working extra hours to cover open shifts. It's being covered, but it's not ideal by any means. I understand that the legislature is also considering proposals to reduce the waiting list for DDS services. Please know that the current system also needs stabilization and support for our current services. We cannot grow if we are understaffed and losing money. Community providers like BARC are really, really good at what we do. We can grow to meet the increasing needs with the appropriate support of the governor's budget. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I will be submitting written testimony later today. Thank you, and I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for your testimony, and we will look into the COLAs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Amanda Peters.
Good morning. Good morning,
Good morning.
Senators.
Good morning.
Good morning, Senators, representatives, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Amanda Peters, and I am the manager of day programs at CUNE Employment Supports located in Meriden. At CUNE, we provide day and vocational services to individuals with developmental and intellectual disabilities. I'm here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits over the next 2 years by 9% in FY24, the first year, and 7% in FY25, the second year. I'd like to offer my perspective on the budget and why it is important to increase the funding for community nonprofits. Because we provide direct care to individuals, it is crucial that we offer a livable wage so our staff are not forced to seek employment elsewhere because the pay is higher. Currently, CUNE has a high vacancy rate, and we rely heavily on temporary staff to work in our programs. Having permanent staff will be a step in providing consistent coverage to individuals who may not do so well with change. We have individuals who receive one-to-one services and have had to unfortunately cancel their services for the day because we do not have staff to work with them. As the legislature continues proposals this year to reduce the waiting list for DDS services, please understand that the system also needs funds to stabilize and maintain the existing services. We cannot expand our reach into new programs and stand up new services if our existing programs are understaffed and losing money. Thank you for the opportunity for me to provide my perspective, and please support the increase for nonprofit community organizations by 9% in FY24 and 7% in FY25. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, and have a good day. Thank you. Next, we have Tracy Goodnow. Tracy. Okay. Maria Friedman. I think I see you. Maria Friedman. Maria, want to unmute yourself? Maria. Maria.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, you ready for me now?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
great. I'm at work. Many
Okay.
thanks. Distinguished members of the Health Appropriations Subcommittee, my name is Maya Friedman. I live in Stamford. I'm a supporter of Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I am testifying in support of gun violence prevention funding and operational expenses in the governor's budget. My family has been repeatedly touched by gun violence, and I am determined to do my part to spare other people the pain and suffering this has caused. Due to the increasing prevalence of gun violence, especially in Connecticut's urban centers, we need a larger grant appropriation to effectively address the problem and to document our results. $10 million each year of the fiscal 2024 to 25 budget will allow us the time and the resources to create and evaluate community intervention programs. Why 10 million? The law enforcement and healthcare cost of a single gun homicide in Connecticut is $488,000 at an average of 122 homicides per year. That alone is $60 million of taxpayer money. This doesn't include the cost of the resulting impoverishment of victims' families, costs for those who were injured but not killed, loss of tax revenue from the victim, etc. The yearly societal cost of gun violence to Connecticut's taxpayers is estimated by Giffords Law Center at $1.2 billion. Community-based programs have proven track records of reducing violence and are amply documented by Giffords. See, for example, the report Surging Gun Violence by Kelly Drain from May 2022, noted in my written testimony. Connecticut Violence Intervention Program in New Haven is a local example of a multifaceted program reaching into the community through connection, mentoring, and education to ultimately reduce arrests, charges of gun crimes, and associated harm and death from gun violence. Programs like this need to be built up and kept sustainable and expand to more of our cities and neighborhoods. Community violence programs are effective and cost-effective, and they need to be accessible for all who need them. Dedicated ongoing funding of $10 million for each year of the fiscal 2024-25 budget will help make community violence intervention work sustainable and prevent many more pointless, tragic deaths in the years ahead. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Dina from Chrysalis Center.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm here to testify on HB 6659 to rescue our homeless system in the state of Connecticut. My name is Deanna Bensavango. I am the Director of Supportive Housing here at Chrysalis Center Incorporated in Hartford, Connecticut. At Chrysalis Center, we provide housing and supportive services and over 28 permanent supportive housing programs spanning over Northwestern, Central, and Northeastern Connecticut. I have collectively been working in this field for over 14 years. I have submitted my written testimony, so I'm obviously not going to read it verbatim. In our agency, we continue to have vacant positions, which increase caseloads and workloads on already stressed and underpaid workforce. Our staff have caseloads of upward of 30 due to open positions that we are tirelessly trying to fill. In my year of employment at Chrysalis, we have had several job fairs, offered sign-on and referral bonuses, and still have open positions into the double digits. We have a no-show rate for interviews of about 40%. We cannot compete with state and private sectors as our working wage does not compare. The population we serve today is substantially more vulnerable than it used to be. We have They have more complex needs, which take much more time and collaboration with other resources to connect people to care. We are working with people of generational poverty, coupled with severe trauma, with mental health and substance use issues. It takes time to create relationships of trust and to help break that cycle. The stress that brings to our staff when we are fully staffed is great. The stress that it brings with added duties is overwhelming. We are losing a great deal of talented, dedicated people due to this crisis. Thank you for my time to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your work. Thank you and have a great morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Lee Bagwell.
Yes, everybody, hello. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker.
Wait. Are you Lee Bagwell?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you are.
Yes.
It's the last I was in you. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and the members of Appropriations Committee. My name is Lee Bagwell, and I am a resident of Jewett City, Connecticut. I am here to offer testimony to support and increase for the DEMIS budget, specifically more funding for nonprofit organizations. Thanks to Reliance Health, my life has turned over a new leaf. With their support and as well as support of DEMIS and SMA, Teamworks, Penobscot, and the Bridge program, I have access to a caring and encouraging community. Having a dual diagnosis is difficult. But these programs have given me hope and the skills necessary to be successful in life. The support of your funding can keep these programs running, as well as help us do more activities in the community and be able to venture out to different surrounding states of New England in order to learn different historical backgrounds, like field trips. I believe that being in new environments and experiencing new things can help members like myself achieve sobriety, help with mental health, and provide experiences that we can learn from while enjoying. So please help bring more funding to Reliance Health and the other ones I mentioned prior. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Did you submit your testimony?
I haven't submitted it. I'm sure it'll get sent because the gentleman that helped me work on it said he could either email or I forget exactly how. This is, I have like a paper sheet, but unfortunately he has to retype it.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Have a great morning. Thank you.
Great. Thank you guys. Have a great day.
Ruth Kenobi.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
So distinguished chairpersons and members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Ruth Kenobi. I'm the Director of Advocacy for the American Lung Association in Connecticut. I've been very encouraged by the actions of this committee in the past year, as it is clear you recognize the real and present burden of tobacco products that they have on our communities. I want to thank you for your commitment to funding programs to prevent tobacco addiction and help those who are addicted to quit. Was, however, extremely disheartened by the governor's proposal to cut that $12 million annual investment in half for the next 2 years before the money that you allocated last year is even available to be spent. While I recognize I will need to talk to the Finance Committee about that transfer to the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund, I had to use this opportunity to appeal to you to ensure we appropriate strong, sustainable, and reliable funds to help the state implement CDC best practice programs. Even in 2023, tobacco use impacts too many. It remains the leading cause of preventable death and disease in our country. It costs the state more than $2 billion every year. And the most recent data that we have, it found that 60.2% of young people, students in the US who currently use tobacco products had made a quit attempt. Kids know they're hooked and they want help to quit. Last year, your commitment to provide $12 million annually to the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund.
They're bringing them down.
was a historic win for the public health in Connecticut. However, we were concerned that reintroducing past language would allow history to repeat itself, as this fund was swept, cut, reduced, or redirected more than 80 times in over 20 years. This proposed 50% reduction in funds for the next 2 years just enforces that sincere concern. The investment to prevent young people from getting hooked on nicotine and helping those who are to quit, in addition to saving lives, actually does save money. A study conducted by the University of North Carolina concluded that when Connecticut did invest in these programs, it saved $2.48 for every dollar invested. Because we're already seeing this cut before the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund appointments have been fulfilled and the money is available to invest, we clearly need to strongly advocate for robust and sustainable funding. The CDC's recommended level of funding is $32 million annually. Yet in those best practices recommendations, they also include what they deem to be a minimum level of funding, which for Connecticut is $22.7 million annually. And at this point, we're asking for a commitment to these CDC recommended levels. I want to thank you for your leadership you've shown on this issue recently. I want to ask that you let Connecticut get these crucial programs off the ground and allow for excellent community organizations in our state to plan for and implement sustainable work. We strongly encourage you to invest the CDC recommended minimum, which is about 5% of the more than $400 million in tobacco-related tax revenue and master settlement agreement funds Connecticut receives every year to help offset the millions of dollars the tobacco industry is spending on hooking this next generation. So thank you for all of your great work, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Remember, the governor's budget is proposed. We discussed.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
You too.
Next, we have Lisa Bates. Lisa?
Yes, hi, Representative Walker, and greetings to the members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Lisa Tepper Bates, President and CEO of United Way of Connecticut 211. We work in very close partnership with the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services to provide the suicide prevention and mental health hotline services for Connecticut. Calls from multiple mental health crisis lines all feed into our 211 mental health crisis team, including Connecticut calls to 988, the new 3-digit national exchange for suicide prevention. Our crisis contact center are qualified in suicide assessment, prevention, and intervention, and can connect to DEMAS mobile crisis teams when needed. In fiscal year 2022, the 211 crisis team handled nearly 147,000 crisis calls. Less than 1% required escalation to 911 for active rescue or medical emergency response. And in 22, 92% of callers reported that their state of crisis diminished while talking with 211. Federal funding authorities have consistently reported that our 988 service in Connecticut ranks in the top 3 in the nation. I hope that you take pride in that as you are partners in this effort. In just the first 6 months following the nationwide rollout of 988, we did see the volume of mental health crisis calls in Connecticut rise sharply by more than 30%. And we expect to see continued year-on-year increases in contact volume nationally as well as in Connecticut. To maintain Connecticut's current strong performance with regard to phone-based mental health crisis support, it's essential that the resources remain commensurate with demand. At page 4 of my submitted testimony, you'll find data on the anticipated crisis contact volumes and resource requirements over the next 5 years. We do continue to work closely with DEMAS, and the good news is there's good reason to believe that federal resources will be very helpful in filling that gap, but we do ask for your attention to that matter to help us make sure that happens. I'd also like just to note our support for proposed HB 6612, which would index to inflation the rates the state pays for contracted services like this, and that would greatly help all of us to make sure that nonprofits are not before you every year facing gaps in our budgets for these critical services. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you for your advocacy and your work in 211. We appreciate everything you do. Thank you. Have a great day. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Jerry Rothman. Jerry Rothman. Okay, Helen McAllenden, Homes for Hope. All right. Okay. Autumn Bouchard from Keep the Promise. Autumn, I see you on.
We're here. Hold on one second. We're here.
Hi, sorry, we've been spending all morning trying to get this ready for our members, and we've had some difficulty with the computer.
That's quite all right. You got us now, so go right ahead.
All right, good afternoon. Is it afternoon yet?
No,
Oh,
not
good
yet.
morning. Good morning, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm not sure if you have my written. Okay, so my name is Autumn Bouchard. I'm here to testify in regards to the proposed budget for DEMIS. I just have to catch my breath. All right. I too am here today to support increased budget for DEMIS, specifically for nonprofit organizations like Reliance Health. This is a topic I find myself very passionate about, as substance abuse and mental health services have played a huge role in my life. I'm a young mother who works full-time to provide the best I can for my family. I'm a friend, a homeowner, and a productive member in my community. I am not unfamiliar to hardship. I work full-time as a recovery coach in the Norwich Recovery Coach program at Reliance Health. Most importantly, I'm an addict in recovery. I say most importantly because in order to see how far I've come, you would have to know how far I fell. So I grew up with a father who was an addict. I experienced significant trauma and abuse. I was 12 when I began drinking and experimenting with drugs. I thought I had found my answer. Alcohol made me feel normal, took everything away, and that numb feeling was the closest I had felt to joy in a long time. My addiction just progressed from there. I was 14 the first time I attempted suicide. I began what felt like a lifetime of mental health treatment. I continued to be angry, depressed, and confused, never feeling good enough, never understanding what was really wrong with me. At 16, I was introduced to opioids after a very bad car accident. Didn't take long for the pills to take over my daily life. It also didn't take long for me to get introduced to heroin once the pills ran out. I was 19 when I went to my first inpatient substance abuse program at CVH. I remember waking up forgetting where I was for a few seconds when it hit me that I was in rehab. I remember thinking to myself, how did I get here? I cannot count how many times I woke up thinking that same thing. It took me many relapses, many bottoms, and countless substance abuse and mental health services to accept that I was an addict and I struggled with PTSD. But it was within my first talk therapy sessions that I began this long process of healing. It was because of my state insurance that I was able to attend those sessions. It was because of the nonprofit organizations like Reliance Health that I was able to understand my PTSD. I was able to begin living, and it was so much better than just existing. Our community and our members at Reliance Health have been devastated by the opioid epidemic. I'm all too familiar with it myself. December 10th, 2018, I received a call from the coroner's office in California. They had found my brother overdosed in a hotel room. He was 33 years old. He had been in recovery for longer than I had been. He was struggling with his mental health. So March 9th, 2018, just 3 months later, I came home to find my roommate overdosed on my bathroom floor. I turned her over to try to perform CPR, but it was already too late. She was also in recovery and struggling. You see, my job is not just a job to me, it's a passion and a privilege. I'm grateful for the opportunities to help as someone once helped me. I listen to my members, I relate to my members, I do not judge. Instead, I use my past and all that pain to share my hope. I try to advocate for the individuals who no longer have a voice, like my brother and my roommate. This April, God willing, I will celebrate 9 years in recovery. I cannot put into words how important the funding is and additional funding would be. These services are necessary and life-saving. Thank you for letting me share my story.
Thank you, Autumn, for being so honest and open about your struggle, so that hopefully somebody out there has heard your struggle and be able to connect. So thank you so much for what you did. Thank you.
Of course.
Madam Chair, before Autumn goes, I received an email from Autumn.
That's me.
I know that's you, but you're concerned that some people had not been called?
Yes, because they're using my computer. They're doing it from my office. They're my members from Reliance.
the reason that they weren't called, Autumn, is because they did not log in as themselves.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't all have access to a computer, and there must have been some miscommunication along the way with myself and supervisor and how this was supposed to work out.
So, Madam Chair, so let me ask you, Autumn, are Eddie, John, William, and John Green with you?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so Madam Chair, if we could please call on them, and then Autumn, before you go, Tracy Goodnow, Lee Bagwell, and Kevin Berry, they will also be testifying?
Yes, they're all with me here. Yeah.
Okay, so Madam Chair, you may not see them in the queue, but when you call their names, then Autumn, they can testify from your office, all right?
Yeah,
So-
thank you for that.
So Madam Chair, if we could go to Eddie Catalani.
Right.
Eddie? Yes, I'm right here.
Good, great.
Good morning, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Eddie Catalani, and I am a registered voter in Norwich. I am here to support the increased budget for the Department of Mental Health and Addictive Services, specifically for nonprofit organizations like Reliance Health. The Reliance Health has helped me out a lot. They have gone above and beyond with help. From 2002 to 2010, I was homeless. Reliance Health got me housed. They set me up with a case manager, Tracy, who really cared about me. She encouraged me to go to group meetings at Penobscot Place because I wanted to stop drinking because alcohol interfered with my life. My case manager and the director at Penobscot Place, Mike, would come by my apartment and encourage me to keep coming to group. And when I missed meetings, actually more accurate, they told me I needed to get my butt to group and would even take alcohol out of my apartment to help me out. They cared about me even when I couldn't care about me. As time passed, I started attending Penobscot Place regularly and doing much, much better with my recovery. I started helping Mike out when he would go to the food bank, and he taught me how to shop for the program and make food bags, which became critical during the COVID-19 pandemic. These skills have also helped me volunteer at the St. Vincent de Paul Soup Kitchen and the director Jill out with several things. As I continue to do better with my recovery, I am able to volunteer for other community events like Clean Up Knowledge. In addition to the groups that helped me with my recovery at Penobscot Place, I am also able to do the arts and craft group, which I really enjoy and also helped me with my recovery. I have even been able to teach an arts and crafts group and look forward to doing that again. I have also been able to take 2 CCAR recovery coaching courses, the Recovery Coach Academy and the Ethics course. And I am planning to take the professional course when Mike teaches it again. I have also taken Narcan training a few times, which they offered at the end of each month. And I plan to become a recovery coach in the future to help others with their recovery. The Reliance Health has helped me. I am also currently working toward completing my GED with the help of my educational service coordinator, Rebecca, through the Reliance Health educational program. And I plan to attend college.
Can you sum up for us, please? Eddie?
What?
Can you sum up for us, please?
Okay.
3 minutes.
Yes. They have all kept me going And without any of these services, I would probably still be homeless. And I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eddie, for your testimony and your honesty in your circumstances. So have a great day.
You too.
John Williams? Is John Williams with us or John Green?
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You are John Green or John Williams?
John Williams.
All right. Go right ahead, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appreciations Committee. My name is John Williams, and I am a registered voter in Norwich. I'm here to offer testimony regarding HB number 6659, an act concerning the state budget for the biennium ending June 30th, 2025. I am here to support a budget increase for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I am one of the many faces of mental health and addiction in this state, as I have struggled with both throughout my life. I'm also here to express my strong support for nonprofit organizations such as Reliance Health that receive the state funds you have cut in the past. These organizations give me and those like me the choices for programs and services that are very important to my life and my recovery. Before I received services from Reliance Health, I was homeless for 6 years. I spent several years in and out of homeless and hospitality centers, and I have never had a place of my own. Even when I did have a home, I had always lived with someone. Now, because of the services I received from Reliance Health through the supportive housing program, outpatient mental health services, and help with my recovery from drugs and alcohol at Penobscot Place, I live by myself and have maintained my own apartment for the past 5 years. I have also continued to maintain my sobriety. In fact, on March 1st, I celebrated 25 years of sobriety. And it's programs like Penobscot at Reliance Health that have helped me in so many ways. I have also completed the training to be a recovery coach and hope one day to be able to help others with their recovery too. Without Reliance Health, I don't know where I would be, but it certainly wouldn't be in my own place, and I doubt I would still be sober. Please preserve the funds for nonprofits like Reliance Health. They have really helped to change my life. Thank you for allowing me to share my story.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your honesty and sharing your story with us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good morning. Thank you.
You too now.
Thanks. Bye. John Green? John Green?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm great.
Go right ahead, sir.
Good morning, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriate Committee. My name is John Green. I'm also a registered voter in Norwich. I'm here to offer testimony regarding HB 6659 and an act concerning the state budget for the bicentennial year of 2025. I'm here today to support an increase to the proposed DMHS AS budget and grant funding for substance abuse and mental health services for nonprofit organizations. I am one of many faces affected by the mental health and addiction issue in the state and have struggled with both all much of my life. I am also here to voice my strong support for organizations such as Reliance Health that received the same funds, the funds that were cut in recent years. Reliance Health provides me with a program and services that are critical in my life and my recovery. Today I am to tell you how important being a member of Reliance Health is to me. At Reliance Health, I am in a program called Penobscot Place, which has helped me work on my recovery. This program has helped me develop coping skills, build my sober support network, attend AA meetings, and have been instructional for me to come back from being an addict to being myself again. Penobscot Place has helped me become a person in the world again, engaged in the life around me rather than just isolating in my room. My groups of Penobscots are the best part of my day, helps me in the sober and focus on my journey. Reliance Health also helps me other ways, such as seeing a nurse practitioner for my mental needs and to help me deal with engaging and puts purpose back in my life. A life now that has been in a positive recovery track for 7 years and has made me it possible to me to work again, more better housing situations, and manage life more effectively. If the funds in the program were not available, it would be hard for Reliance Health to continue to provide services and programs to the people who need it, like me. Without this place, Reliance Health, I would still be outside the world, not engaging in living, but I'd be living in hell, as I see it. I really need to be there. If you take the programs away, I don't know what to do. Not only would I have programs brought me back by being myself, but people there have become my mentors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and share my experience with you. I also want to add that by going through Reliance Health has opened my heart to a lot of people that are still dying and still struggling with addiction. That's very important to help the other people that are not here. So I want to thank you for listening.
Thank you, and thank you for testifying and standing up for the people who are suffering addiction. So you have a great morning. Thank you.
You also.
Thank you. Tracy Goodnow. Is Tracy Goodnow here?
Hi, coming.
Here we are.
Good morning.
Morning.
Go right ahead.
Hi. Good morning. Oh, good.
No, good morning. That's good.
Yeah. Good morning, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Association Committee. My name is Tracy Goodnow, and I am recognized as a registered voter. I am here to support the voters, the budget increase for the Department of Mental Health Services and Addictions, spirituality for nonprofit organizations like Reliance Health. I have been coming to Reliance Health since 1999, and it has improved my life in many ways. Going to groups with my addiction by giving me the chance to speak to others who are in a similar situation. I have also felt more in touch with my spirituality since going to Penobscot Place through the readings we discussed there. I've also been able to speak to a therapist who has helped me learn to organize my thoughts and appreciate my life more. I've been without the services at Reliance House, but I much as I appreciate the help they give me, they need to services to everyone that needs them. Thank you for allowing me to share my story. And that's it.
Thank you for your story, and thank you for talking to us. Have a good morning. Thank you.
You too.
Okay. Moving on, Veronica Graham. Veronica?
I'm here, sorry. Technical difficulties all morning.
That's all right. We all have those days. Go right ahead.
All right. Good morning, senators, representatives, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Veronica Graham. I am employed as an assistant manager for day programs here at the Kennedy's Collective. I am also the mother of an adult son with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the governor's budget. I'm here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits during the biennium by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25. This funding is crucial to honoring the long-term plan to increase funding for community nonprofits because it makes up for the high inflation nonprofits have experienced over the last 2 years. The increases the legislature provided in the last biennium were deeply appreciated by all nonprofits I know across the state, but providers of services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities did not receive a cost of living adjustment like the rest of the human services system. Instead, for the last 2 years, we've received funds to meet the terms of a union settlement, which raised the minimum wage. Our programs were required to pay staff, but only provided 2-3% raises to anyone making above minimum wage. And it didn't provide any increase in funding for any of our other program costs. And while appreciative that we were able to pass this on to deserving staff, the cost of living just continues to rise at an astronomical rate. And unfortunately, it has been very difficult for retention in a field where honestly, the majority of my staff work 2 jobs just to get by. Additionally, cost of running our programs has been affected. Not only has the cost of upkeep to our sites and our vehicle maintenance risen, but the basic services we provide here have. For example, my program specifically is community-based, and it is challenging to find activities that are low cost for the individuals and also the staff that accompany them. And free is basically almost unheard of. We're also facing an extraordinary workforce shortage. Unlike other industries, we just can't increase prices to pay for increased market demand for wages. We're also in competition with the state, who really has a very well-funded campaign to hire new state employees into direct service jobs. Currently, my program runs at a deficit. I know, like many do in the nonprofit sector. That unfortunately means that we've been unable to bring back individuals to our program. We have a wait list. Some are not yet able to come back full time, so we're staggering some people. In the interim, we're really unable to provide valuable and essential services. And additionally to the population we serve flourishes in consistency. So knowing how best to provide services for them is really through building these relationships, and retention is really key to that success. So losing staff because the wages are unsustainable really does have a devastating effect on individuals in our program. So as the legislature considers proposals this year to reduce the waiting list for DDS services, please understand that the system also needs to fund and stabilize the existing services. We can't expand our reach into new programs or services if our existing programs are understaffed and losing money. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my perspective on the budget. And please support increasing funding for community nonprofits for fiscal year 24 and 25. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good morning. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Colette Bennett. Colette?
Yes, good morning, Representative Walker. My name is Colette Bennett and I'm from Tolland. I have a 36-year-old son who has intellectual disabilities. He lives in Willimantic with 2 housemates, and they receive incredible residential supports from Horizons. And Scott is working now as an office assistant at the nonprofit Opportunity Works Connecticut in Rockville. I have submitted testimony, and I would ask that you read that if you get a chance. But I can summarize my testimony by saying, as you've heard from several other people this morning, there's a staffing crisis in all the nonprofit agencies because they struggle to find and retain staff. The wages are low and the work is hard. The lack of staffing is creating chaos for the IDD community, including Scott and other people who rely on consistency and continuity. In 2014, when Scott moved into his house, staff were paid $11.25 an hour. And then it increased to $14.25 an hour just a few years ago, and now it's $17.25. But many of the staff qualify for Husky insurance, energy assistance, and food stamps themselves. So it's ironic to me that the nonprofits struggle to find and retain workers, while in 2021, the staff who worked at the state-run group homes and the regional centers were paid $28 to $32 an hour, with a median salary of $58,000 with extremely good benefits. At the same time, the staff of the nonprofits were earning $14 an hour, so half as much and without those benefits. That year, the highest paid direct support worker in a state-run facility earned $55,000 for salary and $152,000 in overtime for an income of $214,000. Currently, there's a well-promoted campaign on television seeking direct support staff for these public residential facilities, and many well-trained, experienced staff are leaving the community nonprofits to take these more lucrative jobs. And who could blame them? One last thing I wanted to say, it's not just a wage issue. The nonprofits have been underfunded for decades, and trying to keep up with inflation, they're just falling behind more and more. So how is it right that in this time of unprecedented budget surpluses, the governor's budget has no increase in funding for the nonprofits? So what will state do if these nonprofits begin to close? I hope the legislator will be able to find some way to help the nonprofits so that my son and other people with IDD will have the supports that they need to live their best lives. Thank you very much for your attention and time this morning.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your advocacy, and have a good morning. Thank you.
You too. Thank you.
Next, we have Amy Kehoe.
Hi, it's Amy Cohane.
Cohane, there we go.
No
Good
problem.
morning. Good morning.
Good
Go right
morning. Distinguished members of the Health Appropriations Subcommittee. My name is Amy Ford Cohane, and I live in Riverside. I've been an executive board member of Connecticut Against Gun Violence Education Fund for 5 years and involved with the organization for over 10. I'm a fervent believer that in addition to strong laws that keep firearms out of the hands of those that could harm themselves or others, we need a public health approach to address what is truly a public health crisis, gun violence. I'm testifying in support of the $2.5 million on line T1449 to fund gun violence intervention in fiscal year 2024, and the $800,000 on line 274 for DPH operational expenses. We need this funding and more, given the magnitude of community gun violence in our state. There's no grant money in the budget beyond fiscal year 2024, and addressing community gun violence requires dedicated, ongoing funding. The state has the resources. This is really about prioritizing. And why? Because last year, gun homicides were the highest in 25 years, nearly doubled the number in 2018. On average, someone is murdered with a gun in Connecticut about once every 3 days. This violence is not only costing our state precious lives, it has a massive economic cost to our taxpayers and communities. We need to fund these local evidence-based programs that are a proven solution to preventing and intervening where the violence is highest. Thank you for listening to my testimony. I urge you to support ongoing funding for programs that are proven to reduce community gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your advocacy. Have a good morning. Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Dalal from the City of New Haven, and after Dr. Dalal, Representative Paris will take over for a little bit.
Senator Ostin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dr. Mehul Dalal. I serve as the Community Services Administrator for the City of New Haven, overseeing the city's Health and Human Services departments, including the state's first Municipal Office of Violence Prevention. I am testifying in support of the 2.5 million line on T1449 to fund gun violence intervention in FY 2024, in addition to the administrative funds offered to Department of Public Health on line 274. Further, I encourage the subcommittee to sustain and increase the funding to $10 million to better meet the scale of need in our communities. The magnitude of the problem of gun violence, especially in Connecticut's urban centers such as ours in New Haven, cannot be understated. We all know that the 2020 spikes in gun violence that coincided with the COVID-19 pandemic. New Haven has been committed to combating community gun violence long before the spike, but we wanted to take our efforts further by doing what many cities across the country have done before us, which is to establish a centralized Office of Violence Prevention within city government. Both state and municipal offices of violence prevention have emerged in recent years in recognition that the best solution for violence prevention incorporates the efforts of public health, law enforcement, mental health agencies, schools, community-based social services organizations, and community partners. While critical, these programs are spread across multiple agencies and offices. And if we want a truly comprehensive and holistic approach to reduce, prevent, and eliminate gun violence in our communities, then we must have the willingness and the tools to effectively coordinate across these different organizations. Our OVP, or Office of Violence Prevention, has begun to lay the groundwork to do exactly just that coordination in accordance with best practices suggested by the National Office of Violence Prevention Network. When we established our OVP, it was our hope that we could coordinate and support citywide violence prevention efforts through partnership and information sharing activities such as grant making, policy development, research, and opportunities for special programming. To date, the office has launched and operated its signature program for reintegration, engagement, safety, and support, also called PRESS, which has served nearly 80 high-risk individuals in its first year, and through collaborative case management approach involving probation, parole, local law enforcement, and social service agencies, we have seen signs of early success. Compared with 2021, homicides went down by 44% in 2022, showing some early promise with our approach that we are taking in New Haven. We have partnered with community-based organizations and funded the expansion of outreach and support services to those at risk for involvement in gun violence. We have also begun to coordinate a victim services support network for individuals, families, and communities impacted by gun violence. We want to continue to do so much more, but we contend with limited resources. We've learned that preventing and interrupting violence is predicated on trust, information sharing, and the deep knowledge of local conditions and relationships with stakeholders. I urge the committee to seriously consider the role of municipalities in serving as a local coordinating entity of violence prevention efforts within their jurisdictions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, I'm not sure who I've got at this point. Corey?
Madam Administrator,
Hi there.
how are you?
I'm well, thank you. So Autumn, who do we have in the queue? Because I see that we have a hand raised and a very friendly face status.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, our last person, Kevin Berry, was supposed to go, I guess, a few people ago. Oh, we can put that hand down. I didn't know it was still up.
That's okay. So that's fine. So he may proceed. Thank you.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kevin Berry, and I am a registered voter in Norwich. I am here to offer testimony regarding the Dumas budget. I am here to support an increased budget for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, specifically for nonprofit organizations like Reliance Health. I am one of many faces of mental health and addiction in Connecticut, as I have struggled with both my whole life. I am also here to express my strong support for nonprofit organizations such as Reliance Health. These organizations give me and those like me the choices of programs and services that are very important to my life and my recovery. I am 62 years old and I have been a member of Reliance Health since 1983. After I graduated high school, I began working as a busboy, cleaning tables, and worked as a custodian at a church and then at a school. I worked for 6 years full-time at this job, but had to leave because of my mental health condition and substance abuse issues. I have tried other jobs since then, but have had to leave them all for the same reasons. I would like to work part-time at this stage in my life, but I also know arthritis in my knee would make it difficult to work. Over the years, I have been given a lot of help from Reliance Health to get back on my feet and be a productive member of society. Today, because of the help I have received through these programs, I live on my own and I have been sober for 24 years. I am not sure what my life would look like without the services provided at Reliance Health and Penobscot Place, and I am not sure where I would be. I will tell you that it would definitely not be better. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and share my experience with you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Berry, for your testimony and for your time. We appreciate your efforts. Next up, we have Susan Sarmiento. Susan.
Thank you. Good morning to all the members of the committee. My name is Susan Sarmiento. I am the mother of 2 children, and I am the coordinator for parent and mentor engagement programs for the Governor's Prevention Partnership. I live in Hartford in the Behind the Rocks neighborhood, and I am here today to support prevention funding, which supports organizations like mine and the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. Today, I come to you on behalf of the many parents and families who struggle every day with the outcomes of drug and alcohol use in our city and testify to the impact the Governor's Prevention Partnerships trainings have had in many communities. In my work, I have been able to lead prevention workshops and have conversations with different communities in the state. One topic that stands out is the issue of cannabis legalization and how much work has to be done to be able to educate and provide resources. Simple things as where to find the rules and regulations, to know your rights as parents, how to protect our children and youngsters of the exposure that they live daily, and what to do if someone is smoking around your children's school, bus stop, or parks. We're hearing about housing issues, especially in urban communities, where many families rent an apartment and are exposed to the habits of other tenants that affect the health of children and the elderly. When the stores that already sell and promote cannabis that break the rules in our neighborhoods by using logos and images that are not appropriate for our youth, we need to be rigorous with the rules that apply to these businesses. Our job as parents is to educate, protect, and guide our children to make good decisions. But we also need to be given the opportunity to be a part of those big decisions when the rules are applied. I want to thank you for your commitment to supporting and funding prevention organizations like the Governor's Prevention Partnership for the future of our state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony and for your time and efforts. We appreciate you. Next, we have Denise Hart, and followed by Denise will be Christy Coble. Denise? Do not see Denise Hart here in the room. So we will move forward with Christy Coble. Ms. Coble.
Hi, yes, good morning, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Christy Coble. I'm the Director of Public Policy for the Alzheimer's Association Connecticut chapter. The Alzheimer's Association leads the way to end Alzheimer's and all other dementia by accelerating global research, driving risk reduction and early detection, and maximizing care and support. I'm here today. You have my written testimony to talk about dementia coordination. We are really facing a real time in our state and in our nation. Right now, there's more than 6 million Americans living with Alzheimer's disease, 80,000 here in Connecticut. We are seeing more and more people impacted by this disease as age remains the biggest risk factor for developing Alzheimer's disease. With that comes a number of challenges I know you're familiar with around accessing care and support, getting that early diagnosis and treatment, and being able to afford cost of care and being able to stay in your home. And so with this, all states have Alzheimer's disease plans. These plans are active plans. Just a few years ago, we had a training bill for physicians and APRNs for dementia training that passed as a result of that plan. And we have been working with the Department of Public Health right now with a funded grant through the CDC to update the current plan. And with that, one of the recommendations in this plan is to provide dementia services coordination for the state. We are asking for this position to be funded at the Department of Public Health. We feel this position will be very beneficial around looking at coordination of services between state agencies, avoiding duplicate services, looking at ways people get early detection and diagnosis, and how do we deal with this issue as more and more people are going to be impacted. We know this will be a cost savings. We also know that 23 states currently have this position, and we're seeing more and more states adding this. And so today we are asking for your support. We currently have a bill that was voted out of the Aging Committee, 1024, to look at dementia services coordination. And I'm very happy to answer any questions today, but I really appreciate your support today.
Thank you, Ms. Coble. We appreciate your testimony. Next, we have Stacy Lawton. Ms. Lawton.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Stacy Lawton, and I am the Chief Executive Officer for SCAD, which is the Southeastern Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence. We are a nonprofit agency that provides mental health and substance use disorder treatment to individuals who may not be able to afford treatment otherwise. Altogether, our agencies provide 176 beds, outpatient services, community outreach, and education. I want to start this morning by saying thank you for the support that you provided to nonprofits in the last biennium. Your actions offered validation and acknowledgement that our work and our workforce are necessary and critical. Everybody knows somebody who struggles with mental health or a substance use disorder. Everyone does. It could be your mom, your dad, your sister, or your brother. It could be one of your children or one of your children's friends. Our teams are the ones who greet your loved one at the door of detox when they've hit rock bottom. Our teams are the people who are the ones that people turn to when they have no place else to go or when they've lost all hope. At SCAD, we do regular leadership rounding with all of our staff, and we ask them about the challenges that they face on the job and how we can improve their workplace. The recurring theme that we hear is that people are exhausted. They're working 2 and sometimes 3 jobs to support their families. With the funding that we received over the past 2 years, we've been able to provide modest increases to our staff. We've been able to replace things like 20-year-old bedroom furniture in our residential facilities. But still, the increases over the last 2 years were quickly eroded by the cost of food and energy and everything in general. The quality of life and relative compensation for our staff has not improved. Nonprofits have been losing clinical staff to telehealth companies, school districts, hospitals, and private practice, all because we can't pay our staff competitively. We're also losing staff to the state, and we can't compete with employers who can afford to run Super Bowl ads. We have clinical and nursing positions that have been vacant for 12 to 18 months. Our behavioral health clinic's next available appointment is over 4 weeks away because we don't have clinical staff to provide the services. We simply can't provide the needed services without increased funding. What we're asking for is still not going to enable us to buy a Super Bowl ad. We simply want to offer a wage to our staff that they can live on and benefits that allow us to compete with other sectors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my perspective on this budget. I respectfully request that you increase funding for nonprofits by 9% in fiscal 24 and 7% in fiscal 25, and that you index all future increases to the rate of inflation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lawton. We appreciate your efforts. Next, we have Alexandria Bode. Alexandria Bode. Okay. Wynn Everts. When you're up.
Hello, and nearly good afternoon to Senator Austin and Representative Walker, Senator Berthel, Representative Nuccio, and the other esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Wynn Everts, and I live in Norwalk with my wife and my 32-year-old son with an intellectual disability, and I'm also the Executive Director of the ARC of Connecticut. I'm testifying today on the governor's budget, and I'm asking you to continue to invest in the future of nonprofit community-based organizations that provide the bulk of safety net services and supports to individuals that need them so that they can move forward with their lives. Specifically, I'm asking you to increase the state's commitment to nonprofit providers of health and human services by 9% in fiscal 2024 and 7% in fiscal 2025 to account for the high inflation that has impacted providers over the past 2 years. The increases that the legislature has provided in the last biennium were fantastic, but not all parts of the safety net were treated the same way. For example, in the organizations that support people with IDD, they didn't receive a cost of living adjustment like the rest of the human services system did. Instead, they received money that was as a result of a union settlement and very, very, very modest wage increases for anybody that was above the minimum rate. This resulted in wage compression, which has further exacerbated the ongoing workforce crisis, which still has double-digit staff vacancies. On June 1st, 2023, the state's minimum wage will increase from $14 to $15 an hour, and the premium of the implemented minimum wage for providers supporting individuals with IDD will drop from 25% to 16.7%. In short, without directly addressing the workforce crisis and the significant inflation that has occurred, providers are going to be unable to increase programming of existing services or launch new services for new clients due to the fear of financial losses. A lack of action, as proposed in the governor's budget, will have negative repercussions beyond a flatline budget, with more labor flight and more program diversions and suspensions being potential outcomes. Please support increasing funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal 24 and 7% in fiscal 25. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you, good sir, for your testimony. We appreciate it. Next, we have John Wintland. John Wintland. All right. Suzanne Kuligowski. Suzanne Kuligowski. Megan Gorman. Megan Gorman. Ann Bastian. Ann Bastian. Sean Reeves. Angela Duhane. Hello, Angela.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senators Austin, Marks, and Summers, Representatives Walker, Dillon, Foncello, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Health Subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services budget, and specifically asking for $200,000 per RBHAO, which is the Regional Behavioral Health Action Organizations across Connecticut. My name is Angela Duhame, and I'm the Interim Director of CRAC, which is the Region 3 RBHAO for Eastern Connecticut. I'm a professional with lived experience, and I've worked across prevention, treatment, and recovery services across the lifespan for nearly 20 years. And I'm also the vice president for the Connecticut Prevention Network. Prior to the consolidation of the mental health boards and the regional action councils in 2017, the state devoted over $1.5 million to support the prevention infrastructure. Currently, the 5 RBHAOs are funded only through federal block dollars, and the main fiscal structure of the RBHAOs is restricted to contracts and grant deliverables, and that limits our ability to fully integrate prevention, intervention, treatment, and recovery resources. Recently, the Public Health Committee passed HB 6600 to support adequate funding for the RBHAOs. And I'd like to share with you a few examples of the unique ways that we can assist the state departments, the partner agencies, local towns, and residents with this secured funding. Ensuring meaningful engagement of individuals with lived experience across mental health, substance misuse, problem gambling, as well as suicide loss survivors and families who are impacted by drug-related deaths. We are also able to increase civic membership in our local prevention councils, catchment area councils, regional gambling awareness teams, regional suicide advisory boards, and regional opioid task force. We could also improve data collection for the needs of underserved, disparate populations across race, gender, ethnicity, faith, rural, urban communities, socioeconomics, and education. We'd be able to provide more training for our partners that are here today in the fields of public health, judiciary and corrections, youth and social services, disability services, senior residents, early childhood, law enforcement, and education. And maybe most importantly, we would be able to ensure the alignment of local resident needs with regional resources, state initiatives, and national strategies. We do not ask for this support in competition of other agencies. We ask for it in strong collaboration to build bridges where the divides have grown deep. I want to share a quick note from you with a recent person I consider to be a true leader of change. We do a regional biannual priority process each 2 years to conduct focus groups and key informant interviews. And in this process, we ask leaders to speak on behalf of others and what the residents and community members need. And in doing so, a leader said to me that what we all need is truly immense at this point. The needs are so high that even leaders are struggling to know what to do next. There's no doubt that there is a great need, but the direction and the support to get there has waned while fighting the pandemic, as well as the opioid epidemic. And with this secured funding of $200,000 per RBHAO, we can increase regional planning and support. So I ask that you able to support each RBHAO at $200,000 per region and supply the adequate funding. Thank you very much for your time and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you, Angela, for your testimony. We appreciate your efforts. We are going to go back to Mr. Sean Reeves, who we now see is connected with us. Mr. Reeves, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Walker, distinguished members of the Health Appropriations Subcommittee. My name is Sean Reeves, and I'm a lifelong resident of New Haven, Connecticut, father of 3 remaining children. I'm an active member of the following organizations: Fathers Cry 2, Sport Academy, Inc., and a Community Economic Development Partnership Group, just to name a few. I'm also an employee of Connecticut Against Gun Violence as I'm also an employee for Connecticut Against Gun Violence as the outreach coordinator for New Haven. I'm testifying in support of the $2.5 million on line T111449 to fund gun violence intervention for years 2024, and the $800,000 on line 274 for DPH operational expenses. But given the magnitude of the crisis of gun violence, especially in Connecticut's urban centers, I believe the grant appropriation needs to be larger at $10 million in each year for the fiscal 2024 and 2025 budget. The legislature needs to show communities most victimized by gun violence, which are disproportionately Black and Hispanic neighborhoods in our urban centers, that their lives matter by funding community violence intervention programs at a level commensurate to the crisis. This issue matters to me because I lost my oldest son, Sean Reeves Jr., in 2011 at the age of 16 to community gun violence, as well as multiple friends and children that I helped raise throughout the community. My life, Sean's mother, the lives of my children, family members, and families of others mentioned will never be the same. We never receive adequate support and are re-traumatized every time another person is killed within our community and around the world. I believe that additional funding is necessary to ensure violence prevention, intervention, and aftercare initiatives can function at their highest levels to help families and communities alter their current paths and provide hope to a largely hopeless community. There is a large need for funding to ensure success with community gun violence initiatives, supporting the work that is being done every day. There are frontline workers that are risking their lives daily to do intervention work inside of these communities that are not fairly compensated for their efforts as it relates to the work. There are more than 5 cities across the state plagued by gun violence that have many different neighborhoods and complex issues that span each one differently. The current monies allocated is not enough to support the efforts of a long-term problem. I would like to thank you all for taking the time to listen to my testimony. Sincerely, Sean Reeves Sr. Thank you.
Mr. Reeves, thank you for your testimony and for your time, and our condolences remain with you as you continue to deal with the loss of your son. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Deborah Genovese. Okay. Margaret Watt. Stephanie Boyce. Emily Morrison. Emily Morrison. Nicholas Payne. Nicholas Payne. Okay. Joyce Brown. Joyce Brown. All right. Paul Baciccio. And I probably botched your name, Paul, but I do know that you're here. I see you in the room. Paul Baciccio. Paul? All right. Jennifer Paradis. Jennifer Paradis. Kelly Malit. Kelly Malit.
Mr. Chair, we get a little behind in promoting people. So if you give me a moment, I'm going to promote Nicholas Payne and Paul Baciccio.
Not a problem, Madam Administrator. Thank you for your update on that. Thank you.
Okay, they've both been promoted, so you can call Mr. Payne and Mr. Baciccio.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Mr. Nicholas Payne, you are up. You have 3 minutes for your testimony, sir. Mr. Payne, you're muted. All right, while we wait for Mr. Payne, let's go to Paul Baciccio, if possible. Mr. Baciccio, are you ready? We will go back to Mr. Payne if there he is. Hello, Paul.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. Please, you have 3 minutes for your testimony, sir. Please begin.
Thank you. Good morning. Yes, absolutely. Good morning, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Berthel, Representative Nuccio, and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Paul Baciccio. I represent the Kennedy Collective, and I am an adult service manager for the DSO programs here at 39 Lindeman, Trumbull, Connecticut 06611. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 6659, the governor's budget. I'm here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits during the biennium by 9% in FY24, the first year, and 7% in FY25, the second year. This funding is crucial to honoring your long-term plan to increase funding for community nonprofits because it makes up for the high inflation nonprofits have experienced over the last 2 years. The increases the legislator provided in the last biennium were deeply appreciated by nonprofits across the state, providers of services for people with intellectual, developmental disabilities, I/DD, do not receive a cost of living adjustment like the rest of the human services system. Instead, for the last 2 years, we've received funds to meet the terms of a union settlement, which raised the minimum wage. Our programs are required to pay staff, but only provided 2-3% raises to anyone making above the minimum wage and did not provide any increase in funding for any other program costs, many of which have increased dramatically due to inflation. I'm not sure if you heard in the background, I'm actually sitting right on the floor. I look right across from my group. And I love to be hands-on. And, these folks, are the most, needing in this community. And it's extremely important that we take care of them. And, I've been in the workforce probably coming up on 32 years. And this job, I've been doing this since June 21st, 2021. And, it's amazing to be able to make a difference in someone's lives. And the role that our state, I come to you humbly because it's so important that we get the funds to make sure that these folks are taken care of. And, we're also facing an extraordinary workforce shortage. Our programs are now in competition with Amazon's, Target, and other retail jobs every day. Unlike those industries, we can't just increase prices to pay for our increased market demand for wages. So, we deal with issues with having staff shortages, and, myself as a manager is, forced into roles of being in coverage. And, not that I have anything against that. I love working with my individuals. However, we want to break in more individuals, that have been on a wait list for, the last, pre-COVID several years. And we want to get them back in the program to make them a part of, a daily program or a day program such as like this, because it brings, it gives them a self of worth. It gives them, a sense of routine. They're a part of,
Paul, would you mind summarizing the rest of your testimony for us, please? Your time is.
Absolutely. And wraps it up. As the legislator considers proposals this year to reduce the waiting list for DDS services, which I just mentioned, please understand the system also needs funds to stabilize and maintain the existing services. We cannot expand our reach into new programs and stand up new services if our existing programs are understaffed and lose money.
Thank you,
for
Paul.
the opportunity to provide my perspective on the budget. Please support increasing funding for community.
Thank you, Paul. We're going to have to cut you off. We're over time. Thank you, Paul.
For your time.
Thank you. Mr. Nicholas Payne.
Yes. Thank you for the members of the committee for allowing me the opportunity to testify. My name is Nicholas Payne from New Milford, and I'm affiliated with CAGV. Almost 15 years ago, our daughter Rebecca was shot dead in a Boston apartment by a drug dealer who got the wrong address. Now, what happened here was it appears that this man and a female were both selling drugs out of in 2 different hotel rooms in the DoubleTree in downtown Boston. Now, this guy, he got busted, and he got the idea that the female had ratted him out. Anyway, so they end up at, he meets this female with her 3 sisters in the streets of downtown Boston sometime later. A knife fight ensues, and he's kind of gets the worst end of it. Now, this is a prime example of why gun violence prevention is so important and is so useful. If there had been an intervention at that point, because this knife fight could not have gone unnoticed, their life might have been saved, as well as budgetary considerations, how much money would have been saved by not having to prosecute courts and all prisoners and all that. Anyway, it didn't happen. 3 days later, he goes to the female's apartment, building, doesn't know which apartment it is, sees our daughter Rebecca through the window just briefly. She looks from a distance slightly alike. He climbs up the outside balconies, breaks in and shoots her dead. And you know, this is just another tragedy that could have been prevented by properly funding the 2.5 million, and probably the scale of the problem suggests more, the 2.5 million in the budget. Again, I thank you very much to the distinguished committee for the time you have given me to testify. You have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. We appreciate your efforts. I do see that Jennifer, well, we're going to go back a little bit before that. Emily Morrison has joined us. Emily, you have 3 minutes for your testimony. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, thank you, everyone. Thank you, members of the Appropriation Committee, for the opportunity to testify today on HB 6659, the governor's budget. My name is Emily Morrison. I'm a Putnam resident and I'm Director of Development at United Services, Inc. I'm here to request that the Appropriations Committee increase funding for community nonprofits by 9% in FY24 and 7% in FY25, as well as index future increases to inflation and increase the Medicaid rates. While we are grateful for the cost of living adjustments that the legislature has provided in the last 2 years to nonprofits, after so many years of flat or even negative funding by state agencies, we are still far behind. We're struggling to recruit and retain talented staff, especially clinical staff, to deliver the critical programs that we deliver to our communities, because the state doesn't pay enough either in grant dollars or Medicaid dollars to pay our staff competitively. United Services is a nonprofit community behavioral health center serving 21 towns in northeastern Connecticut. We operate more than 30 programs under our one administration, including outpatient mental health for adults, children, and families, substance abuse treatment, family services, parenting programs, crisis services, prevention programs, and the region's only domestic violence program. In the last 2 years, the number of adults seeking outpatient mental health services has increased by 22%. The number of adults seeking outpatient substance use and medication-assisted treatment programs has increased by 24%. Our crisis response program services program has at times operated at a more than 250% increase over previous years in the wake of COVID. We are continuing to see large increases in the number of people reaching out for help. And quite frankly, we're struggling to keep up with the people coming in the door. At the same time, we are struggling from extreme staffing shortage. Our programs, including programs for clinical staff, are competing for wages with retailers. And when you have a choice of working in a retail establishment or really doing hard work in the community and you're going to get paid the same rate, we can't blame people for choosing an easier job. We need people delivering these critical services in our community, and we need funding to be able to pay them. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my perspective on the budget. We would love to see increases for community nonprofits by 9% in FY24 and 7% in FY25, indexing future increases to inflation to prevent nonprofits having to come each year and plead our cases, and increasing the Medicaid rates. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Emily, for your testimony. We appreciate your time as well. Jennifer Paredes. Jennifer Paredes.
Good afternoon. I'm so sorry. Can you hear me? Okay.
We can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Jennifer Paredes. I'm the Executive Director of the Bethel Center in Milford. I'm a resident of Middletown, Connecticut. I appreciate the opportunity to testify and provide general comment to HB 6659, an act concerning the budget, state budget for biennium ending June 30th, 2025. Sorry, just pulled over on the side of the road, so I'm a little disheveled. What's critically important in this budget is really around the homeless response system. The overburdened and historically underfunded system that we work in today, we are leading to staffing shortages, and we are really that are a direct threat to our social safety net. You've heard lots of information around this, and I really wanted to take my time here today to applaud the work of this committee and of the Housing Committee and others who have really stepped up and looked critically at the work that needs to be done around the homeless response system in our state here, and just continue to appreciate and applaud and support your representation and your championship there. What, as it relates to the numbers that we're discussing here today in regards to the DEMIS budget, the total request that we're asking as to rescue the homeless response system is $50 million. As it relates to the DEMIS housing support services, we're asking for $5.95 million annually in the DOH housing homeless service line item for the coordinated access network infrastructure. We're asking for $5 million annually for the DOH housing homeless line item for annual cold weather funding, and we're asking for $2 million annually in the DOH housing homeless line item for flexible funding as a subsidy pool to subsidize housing and flexible assistance. Real quick, we had a client who was housed as of yesterday. He completed over 60 housing applications, totaling close to $1,000 just worth of housing applications alone. These are expenses that are hitting our accounts as organizations working so closely with folks who have complex housing histories and needs and need to be housed. The solution to housing, the solution to homelessness rather, is housing and responding to the individual vulnerabilities of the population that we serve. So in order to do that, we have to address both at the same time. And so that's what I'm hoping you all will do today. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. We appreciate your testimony. Sylvia Mascariello. Sylvia Mascariello. Okay, Carrie Jaffe. Carrie Jaffe.
Yes.
There we
Can you
are.
hear me?
Yes, Carrie, can hear you
Okay,
well. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Carrie Jaffe. I am the clinical manager for ARI of Connecticut, which is a nonprofit provider in Stamford, Connecticut, providing residential, vocational, and recreational services for adults with developmental disabilities. I am also an approved provider of positive behavior supports, serving a half dozen families with behavioral services funded by the Department of Developmental Services. I am speaking today regarding HB 6659, the governor's budget. Wage increases over the past year have been helpful, but by themselves, they have not come close to closing the gap between nonprofit providers and state workers. As a clinician with 2 master's degrees, 40 years of experience, and postgraduate training in applied behavior analysis, I earn a salary at my full-time job that is at least $30,000 less than someone in a similar position with similar experience in education working as a state employee. As for our direct care workers, though salaries have increased, they have at best kept up with the most recent increases in inflation. Salaries are still commensurate with entry-level fast food or supermarket positions. At the same time, our direct care workers often serve individuals with complex emotional, behavior, and physical needs besides their cognitive disability, needs that would challenge the most seasoned clinician. In my agency, approximately 40% of the individuals we serve have psychiatric diagnoses and take psychotropic medications. Self-abuse and physical aggression are frequent challenges. Yet despite such challenges, salaries are at the lowest rung of the salary scale as compared to other lines of work. In my most cynical moments, which is often, my simplistic answer to the present problem of such wide range and inconsistency in the quality of service is to fire half of our staff, but double the remaining salaries of the remaining staff. To be a good direct service worker is a hard and challenging job that requires a skilled professional. The results of not meeting this challenge includes high staff turnover, a large number of positions not filled, leaving the remaining staff often doing double shifts that are 16 hours, or managerial staff filling shifts that are vacant. Behavior issues that remain and are repeated the same year after year. Recycling issues are very costly in the long term. high rates of reported suspected negligence and abuse, and a great discrepancy between the state's principles promoting quality person-centered services versus actual practice. We can do better. I plead with you to please support funding for community profits by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25, and index in future increases to the inflation rate. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair, if I may,
Tabitha Nibbs is next.
so Mr. Chair, before we proceed,
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to oh, never mind. They just accepted the promotion. We have two people sitting in the queue who just did not want to be promoted. So thank you, sir.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Tabitha Nibbs, doing my due diligence here. Okay, Sandy Gregory. Hello, Sandy. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing
Good
well.
afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Sandy Gregory, and I live in Enfield, Connecticut. I am testifying today with the confidence that you will hear the passion I have for supporting people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. My younger sister was diagnosed as a child with severe IDD. She is in a wheelchair and relies on communication board to express herself. Having this experience shaped my passion, dedication, and advocacy in this area and led me to a career in this field. I have been in this field for over 35 years and with Mosaic for 29 of those years. We are like a family, always striving to give everyone the best possible life. It becomes a daily struggle when we do not have the ability to hire qualified staff due to the lack of funding for this. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 6659, the governor's budget. I am here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits during the biennium by 9% in fiscal year 24, the first year, and 7% fiscal year 25, the second year. My family has been affected by the lack of funding in several ways. Where my sister resides, the struggle to find qualified staff that can do the intense job required falls short. My sister requires complete assistance in every aspect of her daily life, and without qualified staff, this task is difficult to maintain. My cousin has been on several waiting lists trying to get the proper support she requires. She also needs qualified staff that can handle the many challenges she has. In both instances, they have had to endure many staff changes, and they lose the continuity and confidence they feel with staff that know them best. Staff often leave for better wages elsewhere, and that confidence that my family may feel becomes lost. I need to be the voice for my family and to continue to do that until changes can be made to allow them to have the best quality of life they deserve. Mosaic does great work as a nonprofit organization, and without agencies such as us, I don't know where my family would be, never mind the countless other families. I appreciate the time you gave me to share my passion for this extraordinary field. All of us are requesting an increase in funding for nonprofit organizations, but none more than the individuals we support to have a great life. Please support increased funding for community nonprofits. This is so vital so my sister and cousin can have a life that they deserve and not have to worry about staffing and budget issues. My family relies on your support in getting the message out there for increased funding. And thank you for allowing me to share my story today.
Thank you, Sandy, for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Paul Zakarian, you're up next.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Paris and other members of the Appropriations Committee. I've submitted written testimony and I'll keep my comments in support of the testimony brief, I promise. So my name is Paul Zakarian. I live and work in Middletown. I'm providing my perspective as a board member and currently the board chair of Gilead Community Services, as well as someone who has worked in the social service field in Connecticut for my entire adult life. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony on House Bill 6659. And in summary, I'm here to join the chorus and request that you increase funding for community nonprofits during the biennium by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25. The increases provided in the last budget were a much appreciated start of a long-term effort to make up for lost funding. However, due to many years of level funding combined with severe inflation over the last 2 years, The advances will be lost if increases are not sustained through the next budget cycle. I see up close the excellent job done by Gilead staff supporting those with mental health and addiction needs in Middlesex and Hartford counties. Gilead staff are trained to meet people where they are. That means listening and understanding their values and needs, but also it means meeting people in the community, on the streets and in their homes. Gilead staff help keep people in their home of their choosing and out of a more restrictive environment. And keeping people in their own homes is not only a best practice and the right thing to do, but it's also the most cost-effective option, far cheaper than other options, including being admitted to state facilities. Community treatment works best, but only if people get the right treatment at the right time. And this can't be done while individuals are on waiting lists for services and while agencies providing these critical services are in an extended staffing crisis, struggling to recruit and retain staff. Agencies like Gilead and other similar agencies can't compete with the salary and benefit packages offered by the state. I think you've heard that a few times here today. However, agencies like Gilead can do more with less, providing more high-quality services to more clients at a lower cost. There's no need for us to be in a staffing crisis. There is a sustainable solution and one that has been articulated by the Connecticut Nonprofit Alliance over the last 2 budget cycles. We can do better for our most vulnerable citizens and for the people who take care of them. The COLA increase, as I indicated in the last 2-year budget cycle, was a step in the right direction and much appreciated. However, the combined increases were less than the rate of inflation over the last 2 years and have done little to fill the hole that years of flat funding have created for nonprofit community. In summary, I'm joining others in asking that you support increasing funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal year 24, 7% in fiscal year 25, and index future increases to inflation. The days of Connecticut's permanent fiscal crisis have hopefully ended, and now is the time to take care of those who take care of Connecticut's most vulnerable. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Paul. We appreciate your time and your efforts. Next, we have Carla Esquivel. Carla?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Carla.
Sorry. 1 second. Hi, how are you?
Doing well. Please proceed.
Thank you. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Carla Esquivel. Soy de Guatemala y vivo en la ciudad de Stamford, Connecticut. Soy fundadora y directora de Nosotras Connecticut. Estoy aquí para apoyar la financiación de los servicios de prevención del uso de sustancias del Estado. Nosotras Connecticut es una organización que ayuda a las familias con la educación y los derechos laborales. A lo largo de 12 años de trabajo por la comunidad, he sido testigo de cuánto trabajo hay que hacer en nuestra comunidad para brindar recursos y crear oportunidades para mi comunidad. Queremos agradecer a The Governor Prevention Partnership por brindarnos recursos de prevenciones, así como capacitaciones en drogas y alcohol. Y fue muy fructífero porque pudimos capacitar a más de 50 familias y jóvenes con una consecuencia positiva en las familias y en las generaciones, para que sigamos educando generaciones con la oportunidad que se nos brinda. Poder comunicar y educar entre nosotros ayuda a nuestra comunidad a prosperar, y eso incluye educación sobre cómo almacenar, desechar sustancias de manera segura. Esto mantendrá segura a nuestros jóvenes y les permitirá crecer y brindar más oportunidades a los demás. Al destinar recursos a la educación preventiva, nuestros socios locales, regionales y estatales pueden trabajar aún más con nosotros. Me gustaría agradecer su apoyo con respecto a este tema y espero elija continuar financiamiento y apoyando la Asociación de Prevención del Gobernador y el Departamento de Servicios de Salud Mental y audiciones para mostrar a nuestra comunidad más seguras. Gracias.
I will translate for Carla.
Thank you, Susan.
Good afternoon. My name is Carla Esquivel, and I am from Guatemala, and I live in the city of Stamford, Connecticut. I am the founder and director of Nosotras CT. I am here today in support of funding for substance use prevention services in the state. Nosotras City is an organization that helps families with education and labor rights. Throughout 12 years of working for the community, I have witnessed how much work needs to be done in our community to provide resources and create opportunities for my community. We want to thank the Governance Prevention Partnership for providing us with prevention resources as well as drug and alcohol trainings, and it was very fruitful because we were able to train more than 50 families and young people with a positive consequence on families and generations. Let's continue educating generations with the opportunity that you gave us. Being able to communicate with each other helps our community thrive. And that includes education on how to safely store and dispose of substances. This will keep our youth safe and allow them to grow up, providing them with more opportunities by putting resources towards prevention, education, educating our local and regional and state partners can do even more work with us. I would like to thank you for your support regarding these issues, and I hope that you will choose to continue funding and supporting the Governance Prevention Partnership and the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services so that our communities can be made safer. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it. And Susan, thank you for the interpretation of that testimony. I do want to go to Joyce Brown now, who has joined us. Joyce, you have 3 minutes. Joyce Brown, you are muted in case you did not know that. Okay, we'll try again at another time. Karen Edwards, you are next. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. Distinguished members of the Health Appropriations Subcommittee, my name is Karen Edwards. I live in Stamford, and I'm a retired pediatrician public health professional and a supporter of Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I'm testifying in support of the $2.5 million appropriation included in the governor's budget for the Department of Health to fund gun violence intervention grants in fiscal year 2024 and the $400,000 for operational expenses. This amount is less than 1% of the combined fiscal year 2024 budget of DPH and the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. Given that preventing gun violence is an essential component of protecting the public, I support a much larger grant appropriation of $10 million in each year of the budget. We must demonstrate to communities strongly impacted by gun violence that we are serious about decreasing gun violence by making a larger investment in these interventions that have been proven effective already. Now, gun violence affects Connecticut residents of all ages, but given my experience in pediatrics and public health, I'm particularly interested in how gun violence impacts on children and teens and in preventive strategies to mitigate that impact. I was deeply disappointed to see that over the past 2 years, gun violence has become the leading cause of death in US children and teens. And you heard that correctly. Gun violence now kills more US children and teens than, for instance, cancer or car accidents. So it stands to reason that we should invest in preventing gun violence at the level it deserves as the #1 cause of death in children and teens. In recommending this higher level of investment, I'm also taking into account that in addition to killing and injuring Connecticut residents, gun violence affects those who witness it, especially children and those who live in fear of gun violence in their communities. I think we can't afford to invest too little in gun violence prevention in this budget. Children and teens are dying, being injured, and being otherwise negatively impacted for life. We must invest at a high enough level so that all Connecticut children and teens have the best chance to survive and thrive into healthy adulthood. So I support the proposed funding to the Department of Health to fund gun violence intervention grants and strongly urge that this be supported at the higher level of $10 million in each year of the budget. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, Karen, for your testimony. Next up, Joyce Brown. Joyce Brown. Okay, we'll go to Beth Chudnow. Beth?
Thank you, Representative Paris, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Beth Chudnow. As both a parent of a child with intellectual and physical disabilities and as a board member of Oak Hill, I ask that you provide an increase in funding for community nonprofits of 9% in fiscal year 2024 and 7% in fiscal year 2025. As all parents do, we anticipated the exciting milestones that our first child would reach each month and each year as he grew. Our anticipated dream was shattered within the first 6 months of our son's life as we navigated overwhelming stress and a system of doctors, specialists, tests, confusion, and heartbreak. Our son is severely and profoundly handicapped and requires 24-hour direct care. The facts set our family on a different course. We found Oak Hill over 30 years ago and were embraced with support both physically and emotionally. Oak Hill is not just an organization doing business, but is an extension of our family. We have 2 additional children who were able to grow and develop and are successful adults at this time. Funding for Oak Hill allows families to survive as an intact family. It will support for an individual with disability, equal support for the family who has a member who's disabled. Providing direct care for one individual requires an extensive amount of energy. Our son is loved not just by us as a family, but by his Oak Hill family. And that is an exciting and wonderful place to be. As my husband and I grow older, we live in fear of this critical lifeline falling apart, as money to fund community nonprofits is not adequate to provide competitive wages for direct care. We have watched as staffing has dwindled within our son's home, and it creates a great deal of tension and concern as we are now in our 70s and want to know that our son's life is secure and that he will be cared for forever, as we won't be able to be there forever to care for him. Connecticut is a great state. It's a home to rich history, beauty, businesses, top-ranked universities and colleges, and excellent school districts and creative community of people. And let us commit as a state to fund the finest quality nonprofits within this country. I thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. As society is judged not by how those who are most disadvantaged are cared for. Thank you.
Beth, thank you so much for your time and your testimony. It's greatly appreciated. I will go back to Joyce Brown for the 3rd time to see if she was able to join us, and she will be followed by Jeff Crandall. Joyce. Joyce Brown. Okay, Jeff, you're up.
Good afternoon to all the members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I think my dog wants to put in his 2 cents too, I guess, here. But my name is Jeff Crandall. I'm the Director of Programs for CUNE Employment Opportunities. CUNE provides employment and day program support to nearly 350 individuals funded by the Department of Elemental Services and the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I'm here, as many others today, to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits by 9% in FY24 and 7% in FY25. This funding is crucial to honoring the long-term plan to increase funding for community nonprofits to make up for both in high inflation costs of the last few years and also the years of lower funding before that didn't catch up that way. So the increases that were approved during the last biennium were deeply appreciated, but I think some of the ways that they were rolled out led to some wage compression amongst our staff. So we have situations where long-term staff who have worked for us for 10 plus years are making basically the same wage now as people who are being hired fresh off the street. And all their experience and dedication feels to them like it's not being respected, and makes them reconsider whether they can stay with this field in the long term, which again, losing them is a great disadvantage to the people that we serve in our programs. Also, the way the funding was rolled out didn't account for inflation. For instance, we provide transportation services to many individuals on a daily basis. And the prices of continuing that service with rising gas prices, higher vehicle repair costs have greatly increased also. As others have noted, we're facing a workforce shortage, extraordinary of a nature, competing with things like Amazon, Target, and other jobs that pay roughly the same for things that don't require the same level of responsibility in some cases. We have staff that are assisting individuals to locate independent community employment every day. We assisted well over 100 individuals to return to work in the past year, and many of those positions were at employers that paid equal to or greater than the wage that our staff is making to help them with that process. When staff see that, they're often torn between continuing to work in this job that they enjoy and feel like they're making a difference, or moving into a higher paying position in an industry where they know they may not be as happy, but which will allow them to stop working a second job, get out of debt, or just afford basic necessities for their families. That includes we've also lost several employees in the past year to the state, including 2 of our managers. Our recruitment has been a major challenge in the last year. Our vacancy rate has been around 20 to 25%. That leads to situations where managers and other staff that are not usually doing direct care are pressed into that service, distracting from their other
Crandall,
job
will
duties.
you summarize the rest of your testimony, please?
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. So in the end, like many others, just encourage you again to support increasing funding for the community nonprofits by 9% in FY24 and 7% in FY25. And thank you for the opportunity to offer my perspective today.
Thank you, Mr. Crandall. I appreciate it. We will try Joyce Brown again, and after that time, I will then pass over this public hearing to Rep. Nolan to chair the remainder of the next half of this public hearing, and then we will go to Lorna Sador. Joyce Brown, are you with us? Still not with us. All right, Lorna Sador, you're up next. Representative, you are now chair. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and good morning, Representative Paris and members of the Appropriations Committee.
Good morning.
My name is Lorna Sador, and I am here on behalf of the Oak Hill as a member of the Board of Directors. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on the governor's budget. Oak Hill is Connecticut's largest provider of services to people with disabilities, both physical, intellectual, and developmental. And we provide specialty healthcare, education, and community-based programs and services, including group homes and a special education school and clinical programs. Like many of my nonprofit colleagues who have testified already, I'm here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25. This funding is crucial because it would make up for the high inflation that nonprofits have faced over the last 2 years. We deeply appreciate the increases the legislature provided in the last budget. However, providers for services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities did not receive a cost of living adjustment like the rest of the human services system. And instead, we did receive funding to meet the terms of a union settlement, but which raised minimum wage, but only provided 2-3% raises, which is pretty modest. You've already heard from many nonprofits about the crisis that we're facing in staffing and services and an unprecedented workforce shortage. Oak Hill employs approximately 1,700 individuals who provide care, education, and advocacy in 73 towns across the state, and we operate 65 group homes and 850 direct care programs. And this is serving people with moderate to severe disabilities who have very complex medical and behavioral challenges. It's not easy work and requires highly qualified professionals who are charged with maintaining safe, caring, personalized, and dignified living environments every single day. We're just not able to maintain our current levels of service and will not be able to retain our dedicated staff or attract new talent without this increased funding. We are in a time of unprecedented budget surplus, and in light of that, I respectfully request that you increase funding for community nonprofits and services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25. And I thank you for the opportunity to provide my perspective on the budget and for your continued support of the community nonprofits.
Thank you, Lorna. Appreciate you coming before us. Next will be number 75, Anita Ferrante, I believe it is. Anita? No? All right, we're going to go to number 76, and that's going to be Mike McLively.
McLively, yeah, thank you, Representative Nolan.
How you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Good, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Great, thank you very much. So to members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Mike McLively. I'm the Policy Director of the Giffords Center for Violence Intervention. We're part of Giffords, which is a national gun violence prevention organization named after former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, who many of you I'm sure know was shot back in 2011 while hosting an event for her constituents. And it was actually the Sandy Hook tragedy several years ago in Connecticut that spurred her and her husband to found Giffords as an organization. So we work in all states across the country, including Connecticut, on addressing gun violence in this country. And in particular, at the Center for Violence Intervention, we're focused on community violence, and we recognize that day-to-day shootings on our city streets that occur disproportionately in communities of color are one of the main drivers of gun violence in America. And this is true in Connecticut as well, where more than half of the state's homicide victims are Black, and where young Black men are 39 times more likely to be murdered with a gun than young white men. We've seen a spike in homicides and shootings across the entire nation in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that's true in Connecticut as well, where cities like Hartford recently had its highest number of homicides in nearly 2 decades. And this is an epidemic that's not just taking lives unnecessarily, but also costing Connecticut taxpayers tens of millions of dollars annually. There's a clear and urgent need to respond to community violence with every resource we have, not just law enforcement investments, but also investments in community and public health-based solutions. And that's why, while we strongly support the $2.5 million that's in the governor's budget for the Department of Public Health to fund violence intervention grants in fiscal year 24, we urge you to increase grant-related appropriations to $10 million in both fiscal year 24 and 25 in order to bring this funding more in line with the scope of the community violence epidemic in Connecticut. Community violence intervention strategies have been shown to be effective in states across the nation and work by engaging those who are at highest risk of violence and providing them mentoring and supportive social services to reduce their risk of engaging in violence. In states like Massachusetts, which has one of the lowest gun homicide rates in the country, We've seen studies proving that investments like this have led to significant reductions in both fatal and non-fatal shootings and have created more than $5 in savings for taxpayers for every dollar invested in these programs. So while the current funding included in HB 6659 is a step in the right direction, we urge you to do more to save lives here in Connecticut. Many other states are taking this step and are investing tens of millions of dollars in similar programs. And Massachusetts, just to give you context, is investing $40 million annually in services and programs like these. So in conclusion, we urge you to build upon the governor's proposal and strengthen it by allocating more resources to community-based programs and ensuring there's dedicated staff in the Department of Public Health's Office of Injury Prevention to support these efforts. Thank you so much for the opportunity and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And now we're going to go to number 77, John D. Aramo.
Mr. Chair, I have been attempting to promote Mr. Duramo for quite a while, and he's not accepted the promotion. So I will try one more time.
Okay.
Mr. Duramo, if you can hear us, please accept the promotion to panelist so that you are able to speak. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Last call for Mr. Duramo, D. Aramo. Okay, we're going to move on to number 78, which would be Miss Westfort, Alyssa Westfort.
Hi, how are you?
How you doing? You have 3 minutes. Yeah.
Good afternoon, senators and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Alyssa Westfort. I work as a direct support professional with CUNE Employment in Meriden. I have been working with CUNE since 2020, and while I love my job, I continue to struggle often with the idea of leaving CUNE to work somewhere else that pays more. I am a single parent and rely on one income to provide for my child. With the cost of everything going up, it is a fight day to day to make ends meet. I have seen many of my coworkers move on to positions with the state of Connecticut. However, the relationships that I have with the individuals I support on a daily basis stops me from wanting to leave. The clients rely on our staff at CUNE every day to make sure that they are well taken care of and supported in all aspects of their day-to-day life. If we all leave to work somewhere else, who will be here for them? Please support increasing funds for the community nonprofits so that people like me can continue to work doing what we love to do, supporting individuals with disabilities. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my perspective.
Thank you, Ms. Westfort. Appreciate you coming before us today. Our next speaker will be number 79.
You did fine.
I did
awesome.
Don't forget to mute, Alyssa.
Mr. Chair, before we move to number 79, I have a little housekeeping issue.
Yes, ma'am.
We have been joined by a phone number, 203-591-8010. I'm going to give you permission to unmute. Could you please identify yourself so that we can get you in the queue?
Hi, yes, it's Joyce Brown from Connecticut Renaissance.
Ah, wonderful. Great, Joyce.
I've been having problems trying to get in.
So, Mr. Chair, perhaps we can call on Joyce now that we've got her.
Yes. Joyce, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Am I duplicating my voice? Or can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you okay.
Oh, okay, great. Well, hi, everyone. Sorry for the lateness. My name is Joyce Brown, and I have been with Connecticut Renaissance for about 9 months now. I work at Connecticut Renaissance West, and I'm a service specialist. And my job requires that I do a lot of screenings, of course, and I bring clients in from probation, Department of Corrections, and bail. Since I've been here at the program, I have observed in terms of our staffing, the need of our staffing as well, and a variety of positions. However, I do see that Connecticut Renaissance often posts plenty of positions throughout Connecticut Renaissance. One of the concerns I have is that the process of, in terms of our salaries, seems to be a slight concern. we have individuals that have been interested in working with our agency. However, the problem is that the cost of living is extremely high, and the positions that we're asking for and full-time, it's not competitive to our community or, our economy. And we're having a difficult time of getting these employees in. And we've had plenty of applications, people who are willing to come in and work for the program. But unfortunately, people can't afford to work on barely past minimum wage. And that's one of the things that I hope that we can really take a look at based on our community, our environment, the clientele that we're meeting, and the job, the requirement of what requires of the job. The other thing I really have want to see in the future is our educational resources. Having the ability and the funding to have education like addiction and recovery materials, education and materials for our clients. We have a lot of staffing who are very educated and knowledgeable in a lot of areas. And we see that when clients are leaving out of our programs, we want to not only educate them in recovery, but addiction and recovery, but we want to also educate them in terms of being able to do resumes, being able to do writing skills, and other elements that we can do. So that we have two folds here, not just recovering addiction and going into the community and being successful and productive clients, but also having some educational skills that has been developed. And so those were one of the, a couple of the things that I saw that, if we had more funding, we had more increase in salaries, we would have employees that would be able to come in that are skilled. Employees that are skilled are not going to work for a basic minimum wages, and the type of job that we do and that's required. It's a lot of work. Very, very interesting. It's, it's worthwhile working in this kind of facility if you really like to work in this type of environment. But you have to meet the needs not only of the clients, but the employees as well.
Please summarize, Joyce.
I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't hear you because my phone is so low. Say that again, sir.
Can you summarize?
So overall, what I really want to say is that can we find a solution and how we can use that, because that's going to enhance a lot of help within the addiction and the issues that occur with our clients in terms of being more educated, being able to read, being able to write. This is what we're looking for, materials to come in, having our employees hired that can work more than just the basic little over minimum wage, increase, and other salaries that people have been working for years as well. And expanding our facilities so that we can provide services in our building as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
You're
Joyce.
welcome.
Our next speaker will be number 79, Kathleen Stauffer. Kathleen? Joyce, if you can mute your phone. Okay, we'll go back to Kathleen. Number 80, Michelle Brown. Michelle Brown. All right, 81, Amy Vitale.
Hello, I'm here.
How you doing, Amy? You have 3 minutes.
I'm well, thank you. My name is Amy Vitale. I'm the clinical director at Connecticut Renaissance. I work closely with our outpatient and residential programs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 6659, the governor's budget. The increases the legislature have provided were deeply appreciated by those who depend on the vital services that nonprofits provide in every city and town in Connecticut. I'm here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits during the biennium by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25, and to index future increases to inflation. This funding is crucial in honoring your long-term plan to increase funding for community nonprofits because it makes up for the high inflation nonprofits have experienced for the last 2 years. With the increases that were provided in the last 2 fiscal years, we have been able to provide some long overdue wage increases to our workforce, which has helped with some retention and stabilization. It came at a time when things were reaching a critical point. I wish I could say it brought us to a place where our foundation was strong, but there is more needed from the budget in order to do this. Here are some examples of the consequences of leaving community nonprofits out of the budget. Employees can go work at a retail job for more money than they don't, where they don't have to give Narcan and life-saving CPR to a client any day of the week. What happens when they leave? Employees are forced to choose between a job that brings meaning to them, which means our clients are in jeopardy of losing person-centered care that they need to thrive in their recovery. What happens when those employees leave because they have to choose jobs that don't mean as much to them, but allow them to pay their bills? Clients deserve to enter treatment in spaces that are welcoming, comfortable, safe, and support healing. What happens when nonprofits like mine can't maintain and support their physical environment because we don't have the funds to do that? We have vacancy rates of around 40% in some of our programs. What happens when we can't compete with private practice, big box stores, and the choice to change fields, all because this one isn't providing a livable wage? Or worse, what happens when we can't keep programs open, can't admit them fast enough, or strike when the iron is hot, or force someone to wait to help when they finally got the courage to ask for help? The answer to this is really not complicated. Clients lose, addiction and active use wins, mental health loses, and no one wins. Inflation is very real. The workforce shortage and the big quit are just as real. We need real support, real funding, and honoring of your commitment. Please, I humbly ask, please don't leave us out of the budget. Please continue to strengthen the substance use and mental health treatment system. I remind you that everyone knows someone, and 1 in 4 suffer from mental illness. This means that each of you, your families, and your friends are not insulated from needing this system to stay focused on course with the financial backing. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my perspective on the budget, and thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Amy. Appreciate you coming before us. I see Diane.
Mr. Chair, before we do that, another housekeeping issue.
Yes, ma'am.
In the attendees queue, Terrell Canada has his hand raised. If he would like to, I'm going to allow him to speak. So he can pose his question. Mr. Canada?
Hello?
Yes? You had your hand raised? How can we help?
I think I hit the hand raise button by mistake. I was just waiting for my turn to speak.
All right.
I hit that by mistake. I apologize.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. And now we're going to go right to Diane. I see up
Sauer.
there, Diane Sauer.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. I am Diane Sauer. I'm the chair of United Services Board of Directors. United Services provides mental health and social services in Northeastern Connecticut. Regarding the budget, I'm requesting that you increase funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in 25, and that you index future increases to inflation. I'm also requesting that you increase the Medicaid rate. During my 42 years in practice as an attorney, I've had the opportunity to observe the beneficial changes that United Services and many other community nonprofits make in the lives of our fellow citizens. Working with legal aid clients during my first 15 years of practice, and with Social Security disability clients during the next 27 years, I've had a bird's eye view. What I've seen is a large number of vital services nonprofits provide. I've seen so many people who have trouble navigating the system and in just completing the basic steps of getting through life. And I've seen them getting the necessary help from nonprofits that got them through. The increased funding the legislature provided the last biennium were deeply appreciated. As we've heard from previous speakers, the past few years have presented increasing challenges in providing necessary services, as well as very large increase in the need for their services. Without increases in funding and increases in the Medicaid rate, inflation will outpace the ability of United Services and other nonprofits to continue to serve the ever-growing number of those in needs. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my perspective on the budget. Please support increased funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal year 24, 7% in fiscal year 25, and indexing future increases to inflation. Also, please increase the Medicaid rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Appreciate you coming before us tonight or this afternoon. Dina Sol, you're up next. Dina. Okay. How about Melissa Davison?
Hi, how are you?
I am well. How are you?
Good, good. My name is Melissa Davison Wood. I'm the president and CEO of Mark Community Resources, a nonprofit agency in Middlesex County. We support individuals in residential, employment, and day services with developmental disabilities. I'm testifying on the HB 6659 bill, the governor's budget. I've worked in this field for over 18 years in varying capacities. And while the human service industry has always struggled to attract employees, we're now no longer able to attract full-time and part-time employees to provide basic services. Our employee vacancy rate is now 30%. We've been forced, depending on staffing, to cancel services on a day-to-day basis, postpone taking individuals that are on our 30-person deep wait list, some of whom have been on the wait list for years, and debate adding additional programs as we're worried we won't be able to staff them. Employees caring for the most vulnerable people in our community must be paid a living wage. We're at a crossroads. Inaction, as outlined in the governor's budget, at this time would result in significant deficit in services for individuals with developmental disabilities, the closure of nonprofits, and a giant step backward in Connecticut's approach to those with disabilities. Please support increasing funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25, and index all increases with the rate of inflation. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you, Melissa. Have a great day. Appreciate you coming before us.
Thank you.
And I believe Chris McNabeau.
Good morning, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Chris McNabeau, CEO and founder of Horizons. 44 years ago is when it all started. Horizons supports children and adults from all over Connecticut in education, employment, retirement, supportive living, and respite camping programs. I have submitted my full testimony online. Right now, I just want to focus on core aspects of it. I was shocked that the governor's budget had no funding increase it at all for the IDD providers. Since we haven't had a COLA in almost 15 years and we have a national staffing crisis, we must prioritize funding our full cost this year. Where else can we turn? The truth of the matter is we are providing services that the state used to provide. We are a business and need to be funded like a partner of the state. Even though we do charitable work, we have no way to pay for our business expenses unless we are accurately compensated. The board of directors is actively involved in fundraising for Horizons, but that cannot even begin to cover the costs that have skyrocketed due to the state of our present economy. Nor should we have to fundraise when we do this very important real work for our Connecticut citizens. When the state ran services, they fully funded the costs. They didn't have bake sales and spaghetti dinners to pay for services. I'm counting on you once again to help right this inequity and adequately fund IDD nonprofit providers that work with DDS for their work with our fellow citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming before us. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kent Quirk. Kent. I don't see Kent. So we're going to go to William Jackson. William. and no William. So how about Maria? I see her smiling.
Representative Nolan. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much. My name is Maria Coutant Skinner. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and I'm president and CEO at McCall Behavioral Health Network. We're a nonprofit that works with folks who are struggling with addiction, mental health issues. We do lots of prevention work and outreach and have a full continuum of care. Our headquarters is in Torrington. We serve all of the state of Connecticut. I have to tell you that in over 35 years of being a social worker, I have never been more concerned about the well-being of the people who live and work in the state of Connecticut. And that is not hyperbole. I have never been more worried. We are in the worst chapter of the public health crisis right now. Nonprofits are businesses. We employ staff, we occupy buildings, we support our communities in myriad ways. And the cost of doing business has skyrocketed. We're looking at increases to our utilities of over 12%, food budgets over 35%, and our health insurance for staff at 27% increases. When I see the governor's budget and no increases to the nonprofit safety net, I am so alarmed. I have to emphasize that the workforce shortage in healthcare, particularly in the nonprofit sector, represents the most critical element of the public health crisis. We employ doctors, allied health professionals, clinical social workers, marriage and family therapists, professional counselors, paraprofessionals who provide direct care. We are the people who take care of vulnerable people, and we are exhausted, stressed, stretched, and burned out beyond what words can adequately describe. Do you remember when we all had signs on our lawn thanking heroes for taking good care of us? Across Connecticut, 18% of nurses have left the profession, and there are staggering vacancy rates for therapists across the service system. And yet there is an ever more urgent and complex and acute need level in the people who we serve. The current workforce cannot sustain this pace, and those who we serve deserve so much more. We appreciated the COLAs so much, but they have not come close to keeping pace with inflation. And many of our staff have had to make the difficult but understandable decision to leave the field in order to take care of themselves and in order to make ends meet for their families. I keep hearing our industry's wages being compared to positions at Starbucks and Target, and I absolutely support everybody who works making a living wage, but please understand that those positions are not comparable. Our exceptional direct care staff are moving to other industries that have higher wages, that have much less demand on their bodies, minds, and spirits. This is the public health crisis of our time, and I implore you to mobilize every available resource to sustain us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria, for coming before us. Have a good day. Our next speaker will be number 89, Jeanette Sykes. Jeanette? No Jeanette. So we'll go to Rebecca Atkins.
I'm here.
How you doing?
Hi, good afternoon, Representative Nolan, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Becca Atkins. I live and work in Norwich, Connecticut. I'm the executive director of Outreach, which is the home of the Second Step Players Mental Health Theater Troupe. Our DEMAS-funded Arts for Mental Health program invites adults who receive services from DEMAS to participate in the arts and in wellness groups in the service of their mental well-being. I'm very grateful to be here today to testify on House Bill 6659, the governor's budget. I'm here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25, and in particular, to index future increases to inflation. We're very grateful for the recent cost of living increases, but we were starting from so far behind that it's going to take us a long time to catch up. Outreach used to take great pride in being scrappy and in doing more with less, but we've learned the hard way that's not a sustainable business model. And we are a nonprofit, but we are a business. Annualized grant funding that's not adjusted for inflation becomes insufficient over time as the cost of living and operating expenses continue to rise. Like other businesses, we have bills to pay, and those bills increase every single year, whether our funding does or not. By indexing funding to inflation, mental health nonprofits can pay our bills and support our employees whose cost of living is also increasing rapidly. The ARPA dollars we've received have been a godsend. With payroll protection, we kept all 4 of our staff. We're pretty small. And we're grateful for the ARPA facilities dollars from DEMAS, which allowed us to make improvements to our arts classroom and rehearsal space, changes we've never even been able to consider before. And now we have an ARPA allotment through the Connecticut Office of the Arts. We've expanded our social justice theater topics to include a new work which addresses racial disparity in mental health and healthcare. We believe in this work. We believe the arts can change people's lives and that they can alter perceptions in the community. And we believe our new piece has value, but I'm really worried about what's going to happen when we reach the ARPA cliff, when those one-time dollars disappear. I'm speaking not only on behalf of Outreach, but also of our local mental health organizations like Reliance Health and Sound Community Services. We share a lot of program members. All of these organizations rely on DEMAS funding to provide vital mental health services to people in our community. Indexing the annualized funding to inflation for all of us will create a more stable environment for the vital work done by the mental health nonprofits. Please support increasing funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25, and increasing future increases to inflation. Thank you so much for listening. I really appreciate the opportunity to be heard on this topic today.
Thank you for coming before us. You have a good day. Our next speaker will be number 91, Martin Legault. Martin Legault. Okay, we're going to go to number 92, Jenny Hambridge. Hi, Jenny.
Hi, good afternoon, Representative Nolan and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Excuse me. My name is Jenny Hembridge, and I'm the Executive Director of the Alzheimer's Association Connecticut chapter. I've submitted written testimony and will provide just a brief statement in support of funding for a state dementia services coordinator in the governor's budget. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. In my role as executive director, I see on a daily basis the devastating impact that Alzheimer's and other dementia has on individuals and families across our whole state. There are approximately 80,000 people in Connecticut living with Alzheimer's or other dementia, and twice as many caregivers. Many of them are unpaid family members or friends. As our state continues to age, this number is expected to grow significantly, stretching our already fragile system of services and support. The good news is we're excited about the arrival of new treatments and more coming in the pipeline. We're also excited about studies that lifestyle interventions can slow the progression of this disease, or maybe even prevent people from getting it. The news is creating more general awareness about the disease, which is great. And we are seeing more people reaching out to the Alzheimer's Association for guidance on resources and information in their communities. And while our association is doing the best we possibly can to help those affected by this disease, the resources and the information is fragmented, and it's often a daunting process to learn about and navigate available services and support and provide support and resources for these families who so desperately need it. And I think our families deserve much better. Our association has been working closely with DPH, along with many other great organizations in the state, to update a state Alzheimer's disease plan. And we have now a roadmap to address the need for information and resources, which must be easily accessible to all our constituents and ensure our healthcare providers are trained and prepared to provide the level of care our residents deserve, especially with the good news of all these upcoming treatments. So the time is now for Connecticut to have a dementia services coordinator who can focus on implementing this plan. I will also share, as my colleague did, that many other states already have funded this type of position. So that is so crucial to successfully implementing these plans across the state. Let's not have our great state lag behind what other states already recognize as a critical position to help address this public health crisis, because it is a public health crisis. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Jenny. Appreciate you coming before us. You have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Our next speaker is number 93, Deborah Davis. Deborah Davis. And then we're going to move to 94, Annette Cortez. Annette Cortez. 95, Nancy Vito.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nancy Vito, and I'm the Executive Director at Mosaic. Mosaic is a national, mission-driven, nonprofit healthcare organization supporting people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. In Connecticut, through the hard work and dedication of our 500 employees, we support almost 200 people and their families over 40 programs across the state. Mosaic provides residential services, day supports, community companion homes, and individualized home supports to meet the personalized needs of the people we serve. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 6659, the governor's budget. I'm here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits during the biennium by 9% in FY24 and 7% in FY25. This funding is crucial to honoring your long-term plan to increase funding for community nonprofits because it makes up for the high inflation nonprofits have experienced over the last 2 years. The increases the legislators provided in the last biennium are greatly appreciated by nonprofits across the state, but providers of services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities did not receive a cost of living adjustment like the rest of the human services system. Instead, for the last 2 years, we've received funds to meet the terms of a union settlement, which raised the minimum wage our programs were required to pay staff, but only provided 2-3% raises to anyone making above the minimum wage. It did not provide any increases in funding for any other program costs, many of which have increased dramatically due to inflation. The funding we are requesting is needed now more than ever. The system as a whole has always confronted many challenges, but the COVID pandemic presented us with a critical and overwhelming staffing shortage, the like of which I've never seen in my 33 years at Mosaic. Although the pandemic situation has improved, we have not bounced back. Our programs are now in competition with Amazon, Target, Walmart, and other retail jobs every day. Unlike those industries, we can't just increase prices to pay for increased market demand for wages. We're also in competition with the state, which is running a well-funded PR campaign to hire new state employees into direct service jobs. This shortage has caused a massive amount of stress on all of our staff, the people we support, and their loved ones. Our management team continuously works direct care shifts to ensure health and safety of those we support. This in turn creates an unprecedented strain on the infrastructure of our entire agency. It is a vicious cycle. Without sufficient resources, we'd be unable to provide critical services for some of our state's most vulnerable people. Critical funding will ensure providers can continue to deliver quality services to those we support. Disability services will not be back to business as usual for a long time. Providers need additional resources to meet various challenges in an ever-changing environment. Funding must reflect the increased demands, including training and skills development for all of our staff. Finally, funding must fully encompass the costs of providing services, including the cost of direct care wages, leases, vehicles, technology, and other regulatory mandates. As the legislature considers proposals this year to reduce the waiting list for DDS services, please understand that the system also needs funds to stabilize and maintain the existing services. We can't expand our reach and stand up new services if our existing programs are understaffed and losing money. I constantly receive calls from desperate parents and siblings looking for services for their loved ones, and sadly, I am unable to help them. Instead, I need to consider closing programs for individuals we currently support in order to meet costs. This is not how the system is supposed to work. For all of these reasons and many more, I respectfully request the Appropriations Committee support increasing funding for community nonprofits by 9% in FY24 and 7% in FY25. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today and your continued support.
Thank you for coming before us, Nancy. You have a good day.
You too.
Lynn Santos, number 96, Lynn Santos. No, Lynn Santos. Number 97, Karen Tyson. Karen Tyson. No. Number 98, Carlos Sosa Lombardo. Mr. Lombardo.
Excuse me, Representative Nolan, just a quick housekeeping thing. Lynn Santos is in attendance. She was misnumbered. I'm promoting her to panelist right now.
Thank you.
Ms. Santos, you've got to accept the promotion to panelist, please. We're trying to promote you. Panelist, please accept the promotion. I think we need to come back to her, please, Mr. Chair.
Will do. We're going to go to Melvin Wells.
Hey, how we doing?
I am well. How are you?
I'm doing great. I can't complain.
All right, sir, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Melvin Wells III. I'm a psychological research assistant and program coordinator for New Haven Prevention Council at the Consultation Center at Yale. I am testifying today to ask for support on the proposed budget, which supports the Governor's Prevention Partnership through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. As a program coordinator for New Haven Prevention Council and working in partnership with various other prevention organizations in Connecticut's prevention landscape, I can honestly say that there is a tremendous amount of excellent prevention work happening around the state. And in that same breath, there's still youth out there that need our work, and there are more youth that we are yet to touch. I'm advocating for the funding of alcohol and substance abuse prevention programs for youth in Connecticut. I am doing this for the same reason that I work with New Haven Prevention Council, to be the change I wish to see and to inspire others to do the same. One of our initiatives for New Haven Prevention Council is the One Step program, which currently resides in Wilbur Cross and calls Wilbur Cross home. In the One Step program, is oriented around getting our youth involved, healthy, and connected, while reminding the youth that one step towards these goals every single day is excellent progress. Along with this, we do a great amount of substance use education, connecting youth to resources and help, and getting them involved in their community. Amidst a society and community that seems to be under attack by temptation and influence of substance use, in many cases, One Step and New Haven Prevention Council is the only roadblock provided to these youth. I know this from personal experience, from attending a New Haven public school as a student. From my experience, while in school before New Haven Prevention Council, I witnessed violence no youth should see. I've lost peers and friends to substance use and pointless violence, more than any person before the age of 18 should endure. And because of this lived experience, I can't allow any youth to endure the same path. And prevention is the answer to how. Our prevention work isn't simply keeping vapes and liquor bottles out of the hands of youth. Since preventing substance use is a complex goal, prevention organizations around the state have been identifying their community's needs and providing it to the best of their ability. We are fortunate to work with the Governor's Prevention Partnership to help amplify our message of prevention throughout the New Haven area. Members of the One Step program sit on the Youth Advisory Board, a Demas-funded initiative. As the future arrives quickly, it brings with it a new wave of challenges and opportunities. This is true for our youth as well. And prevention organizations around the state are ready and willing to help our youth navigate the proverbial minefield that we know as life. And for that to continue, we all need to take one step towards being what we need, being the change that we need, and being the change that we want to see in our community.
Please summarize.
Thank you. Thank you for your support regarding this issue, and I hope that your continued support of Governor's Prevention Partnership and New Haven Prevention Council help us connect with more youth.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming before us today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Chair, we are promoting Ms. Santos. She's back in. She left us, but she's back in and we are promoting her to panelist.
Okay.
Okay, so just give us a moment. And did you do it, James? All right, so she should be in, sir.
Ms. Santos, you have 3 minutes. You have to unmute.
Yes, sir. Okay.
You may go ahead.
All right. Thank you, members of appropriations staff, for hearing me today. I work for the Kennedy Collective as a peer mentor. I started out at when it was Kennedy Center 25 years ago as a, we were called consumers back then. And now I'm working as a peer mentor. And, you know, as you've heard from other people about gas prices and everything, that is true also for the peer mentor. What we do, we go out in the community and we meet with our guys. You know, they work, you know, close with the employment specialists who help them find the job. We're more, I don't want to say handholders. We are like, basically, we're support staff. We go out and, you know, if they're having some anxiety about a job, I may sit down with them and do you know, some kind of pros and cons list to see, you know, to help them to think things through. And these are skills that I would hope that they would keep with them, you know, for future things, whether it be job, you know, or simple home life. You know, there's always some kind of thing that any of us can use a pros and cons list. You know, I try to be the listen when they need to vent, or sometimes people just need, you know, that friendly ear to talk to. So you know, I would hope that the funding, you know, that I work for Kennedy Collective, but I'm in the Demas building at Greater Bridgeport Mental Health Center. And I would hope, you know, it's a stipend program, and I would really hope that we can get, you know, some more funding, maybe another peer member, or just to, you know, support us. We are only allowed to work 13 hours. Mine is 13 hours a week. That's what the stipend is, you know, with what the money that is given, that is what we can work. Which is, you know, it's a low amount of hours, but it is also a very rewarding job. I love what I do, and I think that's why the 13 hours doesn't matter, because I just, you know, I really enjoy the individuals, is what we are called now. So I appreciate you listening to me. You know, and I hope, I respectfully request that you really could give some money to our program, because the clients really, the individuals really do appreciate the time that they get from us. And I enjoy the time I spend with them. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for coming before us, Lynn. You have a nice day.
You too. Thank you, sir.
All right. We're going to go back to, I think it was 100. Ashley?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Ashley, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Ashley Margison. I'm a registered nurse at Connecticut Renaissance West. I serve clients within the mental health and addiction population. I take pride in the work that we do here at Connecticut Renaissance. First, I want to touch on a few statistics. According to Mental Health America, the year 2021 to 2022, there was 19.8% of adults in America experiencing mental health illness. So this is equivalent to nearly 50 million adults. They also took a look at each state. They created a ranking system. They looked at adults with mental illness, substance abuse disorder in the past year, serious thoughts of suicide, mental illness who did not receive treatment, mental illness, adults with mental illness reporting unmet needs, who were uninsured, and adults with cognitive disability who could not see a doctor due to costs. So Connecticut ranked number 4 out of the states. This is your family member. This is your neighbor. This is your friend. We need to do better. Nonprofit organizations like Connecticut Renaissance are a puzzle piece to a large puzzle, but through funding, it allows us to invest in our organization and our overall impact to that large puzzle. An issue I've noticed at our facility is how understaffed we have been. The number of clients that need our help and the amount of work that needs to get accomplished is not going to stop regardless. Because of the understaffing, one-on-one time with clients is impacted. The number of groups being offered is limited, and the ability to meet timeframes can often be affected. Funding can help to advertise more competitive salaries and increase employee retention. Another issue I have noticed is accessibility and space at our location. Our building is outdated, and the lack of a parking lot does cause issues for current and prospective staff. Office space can be crunched. We're noticing that as we hire more staff, we don't have spaces to put them within the building. Clinicians, counselors, nursing staff, we all need those private spaces to meet with our clients. So it's difficult. Right now, we're juggling our work. We're trying to locate office space to squeeze into for the time being to give our clients that space that they need. Funding can help to expand our building or even get us a larger location with better accessibility for all. Another issue is wait lists for clients when they're searching for a place to transition to when they successfully complete our program. Supply and demand. The demand is high and the supply cannot keep up. Funding can help with expanding programs and facilities to serve a larger community. Let's keep the funding going and help us to help those reclaim their lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashley. Our next speaker is going to be 101, Kia. Do we have a Kia on or Kaya? We're going to move to 102, Rick Sebastian.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Rick Sebastian. I'm here today representing the Kennedy Collective, where I'm the president and CEO. Kennedy Collective is celebrating our 72nd anniversary of supporting people with disabilities in more than 110 communities throughout the state of Connecticut. You just heard from one of our great employees and peer advocates, Ms. Lynn Santos. We're proud of the voice that Lynn has become and helps others who experience mental health disabilities also obtain. I'm here asking respectfully asking for your vote, just like you all have asked your constituents throughout the state for our votes. I am also a registered voter. I'm asking respectfully that for your vote to increase funding to the human services sector by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25. Why does that amount continuously pop up in my colleagues' testimony? We haven't had a rate increase since before Steve Jobs introduced the iPhone to the world. We haven't had rate increases to impact our IT infrastructure, to address building needs, et cetera, et cetera. While we're appreciative of the salary increases during the past 2 budget cycles for direct support professionals and a few points for other folks, that does not go far enough given the rate of inflation from 2006 until today, March 9th, 2023. Our industry is experiencing several crises. Those crises are bordering on our inability to serve the most vulnerable in our communities. The Kennedy Collective is experiencing a workforce crisis that we have never had to face before. On March 13th, 2020, when we closed because of the beginning of the pandemic, we had 602 employees. Today, we have 455. More than 36% of the people that we were supporting in day programs and group homes we're no longer supporting because they have chosen not to come back, or we have had to provide a self-imposed waiting list. Another concern that we have, and another piece of the crisis, is the ongoing inability by our largest funder, DDS, to have adequate rate reimbursement for us. It's March 9th. We're 8 months into the fiscal year and we don't know what our rates are going to be in going forward. We have to correct that. I'm also seeking your support as legislators outside of this committee to also address some of the administrative burdens that have taken place over the last 3 years and continue to operate with less than stellar efficiency. The last crisis point that we have is our inability to respond to that workforce. Once we get the workforce in-house, we have a hard time retaining them. Our retention rate, our recruitment rate is in part due to inadequate wages. We're requesting that the constant conversation about equity in our workplaces and in our communities be applied to the workforce that is inside of the human services not-for-profits throughout the state of Connecticut. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity. Have a great day.
Sir. You have a good day also. We are going to number 104. I see you up in the corner there, Lori.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Lori Pasqualini. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at Ability Beyond. Ability Beyond provides services to individuals with mental health challenges, people with intellectual disabilities, autism, acquired brain injury. We receive funding from multiple state agencies, and I'm here also to ask for support of the 9% and 7% increases for fiscal years 24 and 25 respectively. I think Rick did a great job outlining a lot of the issues, so I won't duplicate that. I would like to amplify, though, that with the 9% increase, that will allow our starting pay rate to go from $17.25 an hour for our direct care staff to $18.20 in July 1 if we get that increase. And with the 7%, it would bring it up to $20.11. We all know, I think, on this call that that does not provide a level of living that any of us on the call probably could live with. Our staff are working very diligently, very hard, and we are in a workforce, a care force, we call it a care force crisis at Ability Beyond. Prior to the pandemic, things were not great. We weren't getting the funding we needed, and we had an 8% vacancy rate. Today, we have an 18% vacancy rate. That means people who are working a tremendous amount of overtime. We can't increase the rates of those people because we don't have the funding. Last year, the funding that was allocated by this group and the entire legislature that was supposed to go to the intermediate care facilities we have not yet received that for the prior 2 years in our intermediate care facilities. The funding was not consistent throughout the various agencies we receive money from. So we have some people working at our agency doing the exact same job at other people in a different organization who aren't making the same rate of pay. And yet they still continue to work for us because they are dedicated to the people we serve. We are here to serve the people with the various disabilities. We operate from west of the Connecticut River, predominantly in Fairfield County, one of the most expensive counties in the country to live and work. And yet the funding that we're getting does not allow us to pay our staff a living wage so that they can raise their families and live a productive life. So I'm asking, my last statement would be, you are getting a bargain. Every taxpayer in the state of Connecticut is getting a bargain from the private provider communities for all of the services that we provide. And if you don't provide the 9% and 7%, those services will end up costing more than what you would pay us through this 9% and 7%. And thank you again for hearing me and appreciate your time and all of your service.
Thank you, Lori. Appreciate you coming before us today. Our next speaker is 105, Amy Nelson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Nelson. I work as a behavior specialist at the Kennedy Collective, where I recently celebrated my 5-year anniversary this past November. I hold a master's degree in applied behavior analysis and have the privilege to serve our adult population within this state. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on HB 6659. I am here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits by 9% in 2024 and 7% in 2025. This funding is crucial to honoring your long-term plan to increase funding for our community nonprofits because it makes up for the high inflation nonprofits have experienced over the past 2 years. The increase the legislator provided us in the last biennium were deeply appreciated by our nonprofits across the state. But providers of services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities did not receive a cost of living adjustment like the rest of the human service system. We're also facing an extraordinary workforce shortage. Our programs are now in competition with Amazon, Target, and other retail jobs. Unlike those industries, we cannot just increase our prices to pay for increased market demand for wages. We're also in competition with the state, who is currently running a well-funded PR campaign to hire new state employees into direct service jobs. The workforce crisis has had a large impact on our programs, and at the start of our conversation, I shared that I was a behavior specialist at TKC. I'd like to share now how the workforce crisis personally affects staff in similar positions to myself, which ultimately affects the clients that we're dedicated to. I rely on our direct support staff daily. Part of my job entails identifying functions of behavior, understanding why they happen, so that I can then create an intervention to replace, stop, or increase the targeted behavior. This is done through direct observations and interviews with staff, and sometimes trial and error. For those that have worked on teams with me, they'll know that my classic phrase is, "I'll never tell you to do something I wouldn't do myself." The staff and I have a trust and a buy-in that the intervention I'm suggesting will make the person's life that we're serving better. A well-done behavior plan is written and implemented after formal staff training is conducted. But with staff turnover, I feel as though as I'm stuck in a revolving door. This makes it difficult for me to build rapport with staff and then staff to build rapport with the clients that we serve. And we find ourselves in a situation where the person who suffers the most is the person we've dedicated our lives to serving. As this legislator considers proposals this year to reduce the wait list for DDS services, please understand that this system also needs funds to stabilize and maintain the existing services. We cannot expand our reach into new programs and stand up new services if our existing programs are understaffed and losing money. I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to provide my perspective, and I hope that you'll support increasing our nonprofit funding by 9% in 2024 and 7% in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. You have a good day. We appreciate you coming before us. Melanie?
Good afternoon. I'm so excited to be able to say good afternoon today. My name is Melanie Wild Lane. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association of School-Based Health Centers. Thank you for allowing me to come before you and testify on HB 6659. As we know, every child deserves a chance to be healthy and to reach their full potential in life, but many of our kids have medical problems and mental health problems that make it difficult for them to learn and to succeed. We all want kids in Connecticut to be healthy and thriving, and our school-based health centers play a vital role in that. Healthy kids make better learners. Today, Connecticut has over 130 fully comprehensive school-based health centers, meaning those centers provide medical and mental health services, as well as dental services in some cases. And we have over 150 expanded school health sites, which provide single services only. Of all of the school-based health centers throughout the state, just over 90 are fully or partially funded by the Department of Public Health, partially. As you know, our school-based health centers provide services to any student, regardless of economic, income, insurance, documentation status, and there's no out-of-pocket expenses to families, meaning guardians do not have to pay us their portion of copays or deductibles. We bill towards the deductible, but there's no out-of-pocket cost for families. So currently, any student without insurance receives services at our school-based health centers at no cost. Therefore, our school-based health centers don't receive payment, and students with high deductible plans can be seen for the entire school year for medical, mental health, and never do we receive a payment because they don't meet their deductibles. So we're really concerned about the impending changes to the renewing Medicaid coverage as of March 31st. I expect to see a large number of uninsured students come through our doors. And it could be that they qualify, but at this time their paperwork's hung up at some point in the process. And so as the association standpoint, we understand that the goal is to have all of our school-based health centers be fully sustainable. We are far from there. The budget proposed currently is cut by $429,000. And I have yet to hear an explanation as to why, and it's not from lack of trying. As Senator Austin, Representative Walker will tell you, we had a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and they asked why. And I reached out, and I was met with, I'll look into it and I'll get back to it. And with diligent follow-up, I'm still asking that same question. In general, a fully comprehensive school-based health center is funded by the Department of Public Health for about $100,000. So that cut could in fact impact, I know my time's up, at minimum, 4 fully comprehensive clinics. So I asked the Appropriations Committee to support, continue, and increase vital funding, and that the $429,000 be placed back into the line item. And you ask why? Why in a time of need? Why when the state's attempting to fund more resources?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next will be Geraldine.
Hi.
Hi.
Good afternoon, senators and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Geraldine Reddick. I am employed as a program specialist with CUNE Employment Opportunities in Meriden. CUNE, as well as many other nonprofit agencies, are struggling with staffing challenges on a daily basis. Nonprofits have been losing staff to telehealth companies, schools, hospitals, and private practices, all because of the state of Connecticut does not allow us to pay staff competitively. We're also losing staff to the state, which is running a well-funded PR campaign to hire healthcare workers. Most days I am trying to get my job done by writing reports and attending meetings, but usually have to work after hours due to frequently being asked to provide direct care support during the day. This interferes with my time with my son and family. Although my family understands what I do for work, at times this can be very stressful for them when I am not able to have dinner with them or give my undivided attention due to handling calls from individuals or staff with issues that require assistance. There have been many days where we have had to cancel services for the individuals we support due to not having any staff available. This is not only unfair for the individual as they rely on us to support them, it's unfair for our agency and the group homes and families who rely on us to provide care on a daily basis. We are constantly receiving referrals for individuals looking for day services, and we have to turn them away due to not having enough staff to provide support. Waitlists for services are growing longer and longer. Providers are being asked to serve individuals with increasing needs, but we can't meet their needs without increased funding. I love being able to support our individuals, interacting and advocating for them. Our job can be very challenging on a daily basis. We deal with a multitude of different behaviors that require extensive staffing, which at times can be very challenging due to the fact of being understaffed at times. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my perspective. Please support increasing funding for community nonprofits by 9% in 2024 and 7% in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Geraldine, for coming before us. Please have a nice day.
You as well.
And the next speaker will be Crystal. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Tyler.
All right. Hello, my name is Crystal Weiler, and I am the Assistant Program Director of Connecticut Renaissance Link Program for the Bridgeport and Stamford location. We provide behavioral health services to adolescents involved in the juvenile justice system. Our goal is to provide treatment to reduce youth's criminogenic needs
We're going out this way. Oh, come on.
and connect them to positive supports within their community. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 6659, the governor's budget. I'm here to request that you increase funding for our community nonprofits during the biennium by 9% in FY24, the first year, and 7% in FY25, the second year, and to index future increases to inflation. This funding is crucial to honoring your long-term plan to increase funding for the community nonprofits because it makes up for the high inflation nonprofits have experienced over the last 2 years. The increases to the legislator provided in the last biennium We're deeply appreciated by those who depend on the vital services that nonprofits provide in every city and town in Connecticut. But it is just the start of a long-term effort to make up for the loss of funding. But these advances could be lost if the increases do not continue, given the magnitude of the inflation on top of the nonprofit funding deficit. Over the past 2 years, we were fortunate enough to receive COLAs to offset the cost of living. These monies have been instrumental in recruiting and sustaining employees. Employee turnover in the nonprofit world is frequent and disrupts the connections made between staff and client, in turn hindering the client's progress. Having an increase in salary is allowing our program to sustain knowledgeable and vital employees. I can speak for myself personally. I have been working for Connecticut Renaissance for over 8 years now. Since being employed, I've gotten married and become a mother of 2. As each life change has happened, I've considered finding employment elsewhere due to the low pay that we receive. As an assistant director of a program living in Fairfield County, my wage does not even cover half of my childcare costs. This is at a top level position in our agency. The pay wage that we are at now does not allow me to provide for my family to meet their basic needs. Although I love the work that I do find myself grappling with finding employment elsewhere so that I can meet the needs of my growing family. The wage increase that we are requesting will help our agency retain well-trained staff like myself who are passionate about the good work that we do. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my perspective on this bill.
Thank you for coming before us, Crystal. You have a good day.
You too.
We're going to number 109, and it's Marlene. But but Marlene, before you go, I see that the Madam Administrator is playing peekaboo.
Hi there.
Hi.
Again, just a little housekeeping issue. As people finish speaking, we are removing them from our queue, and they are coming back and back and back. People can listen, watch these proceedings on the Appropriations Committee's YouTube live channel. And if you don't know how to navigate YouTube, just go on the Appropriations Committee's website and you will see the red button for YouTube Live. Click on it and it will allow you to watch the proceedings until the very end. That would be a huge help to us because those of you who keep coming back are clogging up our queue. So we'd like you to not do that for us. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
My thanks to Marlene for her patience. Thank you.
Thank you. Marlene, you're up.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you regarding HB 6659. As you said, my name is Marlene Bodner. I'm here as a mother and legal guardian to an adult aged 28 with disabilities. He receives services through multiple service providers, including Chapel Haven Schleifer Center, Ben Haven, and through private hires, and the fiduciary Sunset Shores. I'm also here today as an employee of the Kennedy Collective in Trumbull, Connecticut, where I work as the executive assistant to the president and CEO. I'm here today to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits by 9% in 2024 and 7% in 2025. The increases provided by legislators in the last biennium were appreciated, but due to the lack of increases for the past 17 years, these recent increases are simply not sufficient. I have been fortunate, as many of my son's providers have remained working with him despite the lack of earning increases. But sadly, there have been others who, while they had wished to remain working with him, were compelled to move to other positions outside the field of human services in order to provide financially for their own families. The state, families, and organizations expect employees, and especially direct service providers, to provide exemplary service for minimal wages. Until this discrepancy in expectation and income is addressed, organizations will continue to have difficulty hiring and keeping employees, regardless of the employee's commitment to the community and nonprofits and the people they and we serve. Nonprofits are facing an extraordinary workforce shortage. Programs are now in competition with other employers, as well as in competition with the state of Connecticut, which is campaigning to hire new state employees into direct service jobs. I have the opportunity to witness the continued erosion of the workforce from both a personal perspective and a professional perspective. Nonprofits such as the one I work for, as well as those my son receives services through, should not be losing current exceptional employees or struggling to recruit talented staff due to the continued lack of rate increases. We cannot expand our reach into new programs, stand up new services if our existing programs are understaffed and turnover remains frequent. Thank you for your opportunity to provide my perspective on the budget. Again, please support increasing funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal year 2024 and 7% in fiscal year 2025. I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Marlene. You have a great day. Our next speaker is going to be 110, Sandy Rice. Sandy Rice. All right, we're going to go to 111, Jeffrey DiGirolamo. Jeffrey. We are now going to move to Timothy Strong, 112. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are we doing today?
Good.
Thank you for having me speak. So my name is Timothy Strong. I'm a program coordinator over at Sound Community Services Day Programs. I oversee the Access and Oasis program. Access is young adults ages 18 to 25, and then Oasis is 25 and up. We are a nonprofit behavioral health agency in Southeastern Connecticut, specifically in New London. We provide outpatient clinical services, including psychiatry, psychotherapy, case manager, behavioral health, and primary care integration, social rehab, residential services, and many at-risk 18 to 25-year-old young adults. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 6659, the governor's budget. I'm here to request that you increase funding for the community nonprofits during the biennium by 9% in the fiscal year 24, first year, and 7% in fiscal year 25, the second year. The funding received over the past 2 years has helped to increase wages, at least to a point where our current employees can realize something that resembles a living wage. It also helped to increase the starting salary that makes having to compete with the Home Depot, General Dynamics, and Target. However, it's very unfortunate that March, we still have not received the full 8% that was allocated last year. We're pretty much just asking to be competitive. With the increased provided the current challenges associated with the higher APRs, LCSW, and other positions would be much worse than it still is. Don't get me wrong, we very appreciate what we can offer, but we know we need more to be able to provide more supports and services. Many of our youth is at risk, especially in the New London population. With this money that we're asking for, we will be able to provide more support services, keep them off the streets, more programs, and just offer more services we can give to them. The lack of appropriate grant funding continues to put nonprofits at risk. The disparity in equity between the nonprofit sector and state employees are growing greater with each passing year. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my perspective on the budget.
You're muted, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Timothy, for coming before us. I know your program very well. Keep up the good work and have a great day.
You as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Jim. Did I see Jim?
I'm here. Thank you, Representative Nolan,
How you doing, Jim?
distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, and thank you, Susan Keene, for everything that you do to support these public hearings. My name is Jim Petnelli. I'm the Executive Director at Liberty Community Services. We provide housing and homeless services across Greater New Haven. I stand proudly here today with all of my partners across the state to advocate fiercely in asking the committee to help us secure $50 million to rescue the homeless response system. Over these last many years, we have responded on 3 major fronts. a housing crisis where we don't have enough affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, or permanent supportive housing. A pandemic, COVID-19, that hit us and we needed to think fast to figure out how we were going to respond to keep our staff, our communities, and our clients as safe as possible. And also during this time, a devastating opioid epidemic. Over these years, it has shined a really amazing laser-focused light on our success, our innovation, and our collaboration. Over the years, our system has been successful, and yet the necessary funding has been absent. It is absolutely imperative to get these focused rescue funds in place as soon as possible. Our staff has been absolutely amazing. Our programs never came offline. We never stopped in-person engagement and support. There is no such thing as telehousing. We have not, and we are currently not, compensated for the true value of the services that we deliver. I want to thank you for your attention today. I want to thank you for the support that you've given to us in the past. And I want to thank you for the support you're going to continue to provide to us. And thank you for allowing me to speak with you today. Good day.
Thank you, Jim. You have a great day. Appreciate you coming before us. And I see Jean up there in the corner. How you doing, Jean?
I'm fine, thank you. My name is Jean Mills-Arena. I'm a volunteer attorney for Connecticut Legal Services. I recently retired from its elder law unit, and I served on the governor's nursing home and assisted living oversight working group and its staffing subcommittee. And I'd like to discuss adequate funding for nursing home quality provisions. On behalf of Connecticut's legal aid programs and our low-income elderly clients, including nursing home residents, I'm submitting my testimony in support of increased funding for greater transparency, accountability, and staffing in our nursing homes. These combined components will improve the quality of care for nursing home residents, and they all need to be funded. These issues are at the heart of what is wrong with our nursing homes today. Nursing home residents suffered and died disproportionately throughout the COVID pandemic, and they continue to suffer today. They need help, and we need to invest resources to assure quality care for some of our most vulnerable residents. A number of current legislative proposals, including Senate Bill 989, promise improvements to the quality of care for nursing home residents. Fully funding these proposals, including enforcement capabilities, is crucial to fulfilling those promises. The provisions include a requirement for transparency and cost reporting by nursing homes, with posting in plain language that reveals the role of all related parties to the nursing home. Fines will be assessed for failure to comply to assure accountability. Transparency and ownership is addressed by requiring the disclosure of any private equity fund that owns any portion of the nursing home business during licensing, along with financial information about such fund. There's been a significant increase in private equity ownership of nursing homes nationwide and in Connecticut. Transparency about their interest in Connecticut's nursing homes is vital to understanding whether our nursing home dollars are being used for care or for profits. Additionally, each nursing home must disclose a profit and loss statement from each related partner that has received any amount of income from such facility for goods, services, and fees. Current law requires such reporting only if the income allocated to a related party was $50,000 or more. In addition to these transparency and accountability provision, we need more staffing. I've submitted written testimony that goes into this in some detail, but I'll just summarize by saying in 2000, the Federal Department of Health and Human Services issued a report to Congress saying that facility staffing at lower than a minimum of 4.1 hours of nursing care per resident per day led to increased risk of bed sores, malnutrition, abnormal weight loss, and preventable hospitalizations. Given that the study was done over 20 years ago, a similar study today would probably find a higher necessary minimum given to the increased acuity of nursing home residents. We know that nursing homes with more staffing had better outcomes during the pandemic, but staffing levels are not important just during a pandemic. These proposals are an important opportunity to look clearly at nursing homes and make major changes to protect and care for their residents. It is only through these provisions that we can see where the very significant Medicaid dollars that we spend each year really go. We need
Please
to be
summarize.
sure it's to the care of the residents and that they have enough care. Funding of the implementation and enforcement of these proposals is vital. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Jean. Thank you for coming before us. You have a nice day.
Thank you.
And I think I see Dawn. How you doing, Dawn?
Yes, hi, how are you? Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dawn Paxton. I am COO of Connecticut Renaissance. We're a nonprofit behavioral health organization that provides services to nearly 5,000 residents of Connecticut each year. We provide residential, outpatient, intensive outpatient for adults and adolescents with mental health, substance use, co-occurring, and gambling disorders. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to testify on House Bill 6659. I'm here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal year 24, 7% in fiscal year 25, and to index future increases to inflation. This funding will enable organizations like Connecticut Renaissance to continue providing services to residents in need, many of whom are at critical junctures in their recovery. It can make the difference between life and death. Connecticut Renaissance provides services to a population comprised largely of individuals living below the poverty line, the majority of whom have significant life traumas, compromised health, impacted functioning, unmet basic needs, and many of whom have current or past criminal justice involvement. With the funding provided by the legislature in the last 2 years, Connecticut Renaissance was able to avoid program closures and to continue supporting this population, and also to provide the first COLA increases to our staff in more than a decade. Yet we continue to face cumulative losses incurred in the prior 13 years of flat funding to nonprofits, aging facilities, the enormous magnitude of inflation, and the record shortage of licensed behavioral health clinicians, nursing, and psychiatric staff. Nonprofits have been losing clinical staff who are aggressively recruited for state positions, private practice, and telehealth positions because our funding and our Medicaid reimbursement doesn't allow us to pay those staff competitively. So our staff on the front lines are bearing the burden of these vacancies, managing higher caseloads, larger group sizes, working longer hours, while trying to survive on nonprofit wages. Many of our staff are working 2 and 3 jobs in order to support their family, and honestly, they are exhausted. Some are making the difficult choice to leave this sector altogether. Our staff are skilled, dedicated individuals who find purpose in the work that we do, and yet whose rates of compensation simply fail to match the depth of responsibility inherent to direct care work. A day in the life might mean keeping a suicidal individual safe or administering Narcan, which I'm very disheartened to say is happening more and more often in our programs. So simply put, our staff save lives. So the ultimate impact of the funding I'm requesting is on the families who rely on our programs. Demand for services has increased dramatically, as many speakers have testified today, and our collective vacancy rates show a sector in crisis. Your ongoing support can help us continue serving individuals who are trying to survive, who want something different for themselves, and who, with the right services and support, can recover. Please increase funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25, and index future increases to inflation. Thank you again for your commitment to Connecticut nonprofits and for the opportunity to provide this testimony.
Thank you, Dawn, for coming before us today. You have a good day. David, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is David Porteous. I live in Portland, Connecticut, and I'm speaking as an individual. By way of background, I'm the parent of a 38-year-old autistic man who's received services from 8 different nonprofit groups over the last 15 years. I'm also on the board of directors of 2 other agencies which provide services to thousands of individuals in 59 towns around the state in areas of mental health, developmental disabilities, and substance use disorders. First of all, I want to thank you and the committee, Representative Nolan, for the increases that we've seen over the last 2 years. They were very well received by the staff and by those running the operations that I've been dealing with. But I will have to point out that with that, the COLAs that we received were actually less than the rate of increase in inflation that we've seen. And on the heels of 14 years of flat funding, the effective buying power of the budgets that many of these agencies have is now 46% lower than it was in 2007. And someone commented to me that last time they got an increase for the cost of gas for their car, it was at the time gas was $1.71 a gallon. It'll take years to fill the holes that flat funding has caused. And I think it's very important that we continue the efforts that started over the last couple of years. And specifically, I'm going to reiterate what you've heard before, a request for funding for community nonprofits of at least 9% in fiscal year 24, 7% in fiscal year 25, and that we index future increases to inflation. Reasons for this have been stated many times over the last few hours I've been listening, but I'll just quickly go through what was on my list. Statewide, we have several thousand individuals on waiting lists that have definite needs that are not being met. We have a staffing crisis in many of our nonprofit groups. I hear effective vacancy rates that are 5 to 8 times higher than normal from different groups I've worked with. We continue to lose in the nonprofit sector a lot of employees to state agencies that hire them for the same kind of work at much higher rates of pay and benefits because differences in funding and the disparity between the two sets of funding options. Nonprofits I've worked with have had to close programs, which means that we're taking programs away and support away from individuals that need them. And I think for several of the groups that I've talked with formally and informally, it's an existential threat around the corner. It's a very serious financial problem. In addition to the funding itself, I would ask a couple of little tweaks to legislative pieces. One, if you could make an effort to allocate things consistently across all the different groups that receive them. We've had people sitting next to each other. One is eligible for a COLA from the state, and the other is not. That's just because of the way the funding comes through. Also, if you could clarify the statute, by statute, the intent of the innovative and incentive program, which was centered around clawbacks. It's been very unclear, and it's been a source of discussion, at least. And also, I would ask that we just view this as more than just a simple inflationary increase. The need for services continues to grow, especially in the mental health world. And I think back to a comment that Jimmy Carter made, one of his quotes that I've always liked. The measure of a society is found in how they treat their weakest and most helpless citizens. I think it's important that this group consider that. Lastly, I'm a taxpayer. I don't need a budget cut. A tax cut. Happy to fund it. And I thank you very much for your time today. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have a good day.
Yes, you too.
All right, our next speaker is number 117, Jennifer Tirado.
Hi, good afternoon, Representative Nolan and the distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jennifer Tirado, a registered voter in Meriden, a dedicated longtime peer advocate, as well as a coordinator of Connecticut's Alternatives to Suicide Network through Advocacy Unlimited. I'm here to testify for HB 6659 concerning the state budget. I think a key focus should be put on establishing peer respites. I've submitted written testimony with research-based citations. I will only go through the highlights of my testimony. While Connecticut usually leads the way in mental health for the rest of the country, not having peer-supported respite centers is a major shortcoming in the state. Supporting the development of peer respites and alternatives to traditional intervention, such as inpatient hospitalization, needs to be a crucial component in our spending. Peer respites are very unlike inpatient units and recreate a home-like environment, providing comfort and care for people in times of crises. They're usually houses with living rooms and accessible kitchens. They would be run by people with lived experience, peer supporters. There are currently 15 other states with peer-run respites. Why is Connecticut so behind on this? Peer respites work. They're evidence-based. They lead to better outcomes. Some of my citations support this. As someone who is also coordinating a network that prioritizes consent and community, when it comes to those who experience suicidal thoughts, I've seen with my own eyes how peer support alternatives to inpatient hospitalization change people's outlook on their struggles. Often healing comes in the form of connecting with another person and resonating with an experience both people have in common. This is the heart of peer support. The times I've been in crisis, this is what I have to look forward to. Having my phone, clothing, necklaces, spiral bound journals be confiscated, as well as any other belongings deemed dangerous by staff. Having my every move be studied and scrutinized. Hospitalization can help some folks, but for others, it feels like being cut off from the world, surrounded by white walls and requiring permission for basic tasks. Following the money according to the state budget as it currently stands, these conditions are the only way to support someone in crisis. This makes me and many other of my fellow peers and people with lived experience feel trapped. Many of us see only a dead end with medication and locked units being our only supposed saviors. We know how these things go, and we're in most pain, inpatient is just not a place we want to be. We know what to stay out. For many of us, this will not lead to healing. Peer respites have an immense potential to change these circumstances and present a choice for people who've been hurt or otherwise put off by traditional inpatient hospitalization. There's research showing that hospitalization backfires for many who've experienced trauma. I hear my time. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I want to say that 988 isn't enough. We need to be somewhere where connection takes precedence over medication. Peer supports are viable alternatives. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and share my lived experience.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
And I see Latoya. How you doing today?
Hello, good afternoon.
You may go ahead.
Hello and good day. My name is Latoya Lomax, and I am honored to be able to speak on behalf of the company I work for, Connecticut Renaissance, and the families and the clients that we serve. Connecticut Renaissance is an organization that specializes in a comprehensive behavioral health services for adolescents and adults with addiction or mental health disorders. We also provide case management, housing, and life training skills for individuals transitioning from incarceration back into the community. We have 12 locations in Connecticut. I have worked for this company for over 2 years throughout the pandemic until this current day. I have watched our numbers almost double and the amount of clients that we serve since then. The position I have at Connecticut Renaissance is the food service cook. I take pride in providing cooked food that gives the clients a taste of home. Working as a cook in a transitioning house is so much more than just cooking food. I engage with the clients to find out their likes and dislikes with the qualities of meals we provide, and act as a bridge to management for their voices to be heard. I listen to their life stories. I celebrate their birthdays and host holiday feasts in which some of our clients have never had the opportunity to celebrate in their lifetime. I have watched the prices of food raise with inflation. Our company has spent thousands of dollars more on food a month than in the past. At Connecticut Renaissance, we have an excellent CEO, Kathleen DeSantis, who understands the specialized needs of all her departments, and budgets are funded appropriately and sufficiently. As we want our clients to thrive as in our company, we also would like our staffs to thrive too. I have observed the staff work through this pandemic with grace and class. We have all shown up to work on a daily and gone over and beyond the call of duty most days. The clients we serve at our program most times leave employed with a job that makes more than we do. It is disheartening to know that the work we do is worth so much more than what we get paid. Speaking for myself, I am a single mother of 2 who cannot afford after-school programming for my children. My cost of living has increased by 5%, and the weekly groceries can exceed $200 easily. Inflation is something that we cannot change, but we can ask for this increase to better support our staff who supports our clients so that this company can continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming before us today, Latoya. You have a great day. And our next speaker will be Marty.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Representative Nolan and distinguished members of the Appropriations Subcommittee. My name is Martin Isaac, and I live in Trumbull, Connecticut. I'm a board member with Connecticut Against Gun Violence, and I'm here today to speak in support of the $2.5 million included in the governor's budget for the Department of Public Health to fund gun violence intervention grants in fiscal year 24, and the $800,000 for operational expenses in the next 2 years. This money will save lives, but it is not enough. I'd like you to consider increasing the grant appropriations to $10 million each year in fiscal 24 and 25. Over the years, this legislative body has passed strong gun laws to protect the populace, and it's worked. As ranked by the Giffords organization, Connecticut is ranked 3rd in gun safety index and 45th for gun death rates per capita. That is not a surprise. Strong gun laws yield lower death rates. And while on a comparative basis, that sounds good, the death rates in our state remain too high. In Hartford, for example, 37 people died from gunfire last year. Before that, the only year the murder rate was higher in the past 37 years was in 1994, at the height of the gang wars, when 55 died in homicides. That's according to police statistics. And this brutal carnage deserves a response. The primary issue we need to address is community gun violence. It does not often make the news, but day after day, month after month, our city residents are terrorized by shootings and death. The sad fact is, it doesn't have to be this way. Years ago, we did not understand how to stop violence in our cities. Seemingly, there were no answers. That's not where we stand today. Connecticut needs to invest in intervention and prevention mechanisms, evidence-based programs with a proven record of success. These programs work because they are aimed at individuals at high risk of perpetrating or being victims of gun violence in high violence communities. While I commend the governor for directing the $2.5 million of ARPA funding to reduce community gun violence, that money covers just 1 year. It's not enough. In addition, there's no grant money in the budget beyond that. Aside from the moral calling, from a simple budgeting perspective, investing resources here is extremely cost effective. It's estimated that gun violence costs Connecticut taxpayers between $60 and $90 million annually. Literally, every dollar invested in saving lives saves money too. You know, after the Sandy Hook massacre, the state did everything possible to reduce gun violence, and I'm thankful for that. But we need to put similar resources and effort into reducing gun violence across all of our communities. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, sir, for coming before us today. You have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
Max Perkins.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify, Representative Nolan. Good afternoon, co-chairs Austin, Walker, ranking members Berthel and Nuccio, vice chairs and members of the committee. My name is Max Perkins, and I'm a senior policy manager for Unite Us for the Northeast region of the country. I'm here today to offer comments connected to the Office of Health Strategy Statewide Health Information Technology Plan, or HIT plan, which the governor has proposed to implement through the financing of additional staff members for the agency. Founded in 2013 by 2 veterans who served in Afghanistan, Unite Us builds coordinated care networks to securely connect health and social care providers in a common ecosystem, enabling bi-directional closed-loop referrals and communication between once siloed providers. In Connecticut, Unite Us manages the Unite Connecticut network, which is supported by partner organizations such as the Connecticut Hospital Association, Yale New Haven Health, and Community Health Network of Connecticut, among many other wonderful institutions. It is our company mission to connect health and social care for the purpose of ensuring every individual, no matter who they are or where they live, can access the critical services they need to live happy and healthy lives. Unite Us has successfully scaled our networks in 46 states, including through partnerships with state government programs in Rhode Island, North Carolina, Virginia, California, Oregon, and Florida. Unite Us also counts as partners numerous local government entities, such as public health agencies, veteran service organizations, child welfare departments, and more than 4,000 schools nationwide. To date, our networks have served more than 33 million individuals nationwide and offer more than 2 million different services to those in need. After 10 years working to connect our fragmented systems of care, we know our networks increase access to health and human services and are driving improvements in overall health and well-being, especially here in Connecticut, where we see high rates of successfully closed social care cases with documented service outcomes on our network, especially for high-risk individuals. Our work through the Unite Connecticut network has provided the state with a benefit through reduced healthcare utilization and public assistance costs and improved economic growth opportunities associated with improved health and well-being. The state HIT plan calls for a project that would advance health equity through enhanced care coordination between health and social care to address the health-related social needs of residents, such as food insecurity. Unitas presents 2 comments regarding this initiative. First, this committee and the legislature in general should strongly consider supporting this effort through legislative policy and direct funding. State legislatures like Virginia's General Assembly have provided such support to similar projects to aid the projects as they scale across entire health and social care delivery systems, including across healthcare providers, payers, and government programs. Second, support from the legislature for this effort will provide a sustainable glide path for a long-term project and an oversight process to ensure alignment with other major government initiatives, such as the goals and objectives included in SB 1 of 2021, or the proposed universal home visiting program before the legislature this year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Look forward to working with the committee in the future.
Thank you, sir, for coming before us. You have a great day. The next person, it looks like, is 121, Christine. (121).
Just one moment, Representative Nolan.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Can you guys see and hear me okay?
Yes, Christine.
Okay, great. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having me today. So good afternoon to the Madam Chair and the members of the committee. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk today. I'm Christine Olbreys, and I'm speaking on behalf of United Cerebral Palsy. Our organization provides vital services for individuals in our community across a spectrum of disabilities, including cerebral palsy, to live full, inclusive, and meaningful lives. And we primarily support people in throughout New London County and Middlesex County. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today in support of HB 5001, which would reduce the wait list for people with intellectual disabilities and their families in Connecticut. We do appreciate the legislature's focus on this issue and to Speaker Ritter for proposing the bill. Connecticut's private providers, as you probably know, serve 95% of people receiving DDS supports and services. After decades after ending the institutions, Connecticut's commitment to community-based supports for people with IDD has failed to meet the increasing level of need within our communities, and years of stagnant funding has led for Connecticut to fall behind. I know the committee is considering allocating resources to provide services to more people, and it's important to understand the situation that providers are facing right now. It's very difficult to fill and maintain positions for existing services, and for a lot of reasons, we're unable to offer the full variety and array of services to people who have made it off the waiting list. For example, UCP currently has several open positions, and many of which have been open for about 6 to 9 months. And we're aggressively recruiting. It's increasingly difficult to hire and retain qualified professionals that we need to ensure the highest quality of support for the people that we provide supports for. And with chronic underfunding, agencies are unable to pay competitive rates that are commensurate with the high level of expectation that we place on our employees. And for the same or slightly better pay, people can go work at Target or other retailers, and they don't have to worry about the high level of care and safety that is required to keep the individuals that we support safe. Staffing shortages have led UCP to have to turn people away for services. Almost daily, we get referrals for people looking for residential and employment services, but we've got to turn them away because we just don't have the qualified direct support professionals that are needed to provide those services. And given this, it's important that enough funding is provided for new services to cover the true cost of delivering these services, including room and board rates, and capital investments required to maintain our facilities, as well as to open new facilities so that we can remain competitive in our field. As the committee considers creating new community-based residential services, consider the state continues to provide residential supports to people who are in institutional settings operated by the state at a great expense. There are about 30 state-operated group homes, 3 regional centers, and Southbury Training School. And as a provider, a private provider, we have a proven track record of providing quality, meaningful services to people in the community. I think, is my time up? I'm sorry.
Yes, Christine.
It is, okay. All right. Well, thank you for the opportunity and please consider this bill.
Thank you very much for coming before us.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thanks.
Stacy is number 122. Number 122, Stacy? No? Okay. Number 123, Brett?
Good afternoon. I'm Bright Johnson, Connecticut Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network and a resident of West Hartford. We have submitted longer written testimony in support of increasing tobacco control program funding, so I will use my time to touch on some key points. Last year, both the Public Health and Appropriation Committees unanimously supported bills that called for the restoration of $12 million for tobacco control programs that follow CDC best practices. The first new appropriation of funds for tobacco control in 7 years, and the first time the Appropriations Committee raised a bill on this issue in at least the last 15 years. The General Assembly's intent was made clear, recognizing that providing funding was a matter of fairness, equity, and the fulfillment of the intent of the Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement. Most critically, the funding was in response to an overwhelming need. Tobacco use is responsible for 4,900 deaths in Connecticut each year, which amounts to 13 a day, as well as costing the state $2.36 billion annually in healthcare costs. Those bills were ultimately folded into the state budget last year, for which we are immensely grateful. However, we are dismayed and disappointed that the proposed budget before you today cuts future funding in half before the program has even had time to be implemented. If enacted, these cuts of $6 million of future funding each year from the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund would be the 84th time the fund has been swept, cut, reduced, or redirected in its 21-year history, and directly contradicts the intent of the legislature in 2022 that the $12 million be sustainable and ongoing. We need more of that. We need to meet at least the CDC minimum level of $22.7 million in funding. We need to ensure communities of color that have been ravaged by tobacco use have access to programs and services to help people quit and to be able to counteract the $60 million in marketing big tobacco spends annually in Connecticut, largely directed at them. That's why we are requesting the committee increase tobacco control program funding to $22.7 million, the minimum level recommended by the CDC in Connecticut, and a level we have never met in over 20 years. Continuity of services and programs is absolutely essential, as not everyone reacts or benefits the same way from utilizing the various FDA-approved quit methods. Some take longer to be able to quit. Some react better to some therapies, for example, than others. Interruption in services due to fluctuating funding levels will only exacerbate the problem and reduce the number of people that would benefit. Despite the firmest economic footing in 15 years, Connecticut is once again failing us by inadequately funding proven strategies intended to reverse an entirely preventable problem by helping adults quit and preventing kids from ever starting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming before us. You have a good day.
You too.
124, Lynn. How are you, Lynn?
I'm great. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lynn Chilinsky, and I live in Newington, Connecticut. I'm testifying with the hope of impacting you and helping you to see why many of us are so passionate about supporting people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. My older sister, Christine, was diagnosed with IDD as a child. Our strong family values have led me to become an advocate in this area, as many of us are today on this call, and have also led me to a career at Mosaic, where I am today in my office, a nonprofit agency in Cromwell. I have been part of this Mosaic family for almost 34 years. We provide services to individuals with disabilities in a variety of settings, including CLAs, one of which my sister lives in, and she's been there for 8 years. I want to take a minute to show her picture because she's awesome. We are 2 years apart, so she's 57, I'm 55. She's doing great with the help of Mosaic supporting her. So thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 6659, the governor's budget. I'm here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits during the biennium by 9% in fiscal year 24, the first year, and by 7% in fiscal year 25, the second year. My sister Christine shares her home in Portland with 4 other ladies, and she's very happy in her living situation. Unfortunately, she has had to adjust to many staff changes, as you've heard today with other people and other speakers. At Mosaic, we continue to face an unprecedented workforce shortage. Despite holding as many new hire orientation days as possible, We may only have a minimal amount of new hires each week, which is devastating when we have so many open shifts. We currently have 50 openings to fill at this time. We are all looking for caring, compassionate staff who will provide these crucial services for people with disabilities, like my sister and her housemates, and many other individuals who require support. At Mosaic, we support over 200 individuals. They count on us day in and day out. The work that Mosaic does as a community nonprofit is very important. I can't imagine what our family and many other families would do if it were not for the healthcare providers like Mosaic. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my perspective on the budget. Please support increasing funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25. This is necessary funding to ensure that my sister Chrissy continues to receive the critical services she needs and that I and my family have come to rely on so heavily. Thank you so much for listening, and I appreciate your time. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Lynn, and you have a great afternoon also.
Thank you.
And Cassandra, I see you there. It is your turn.
I'm right here. Hello, Madam Chair and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Cassandra Ruella. I'm a resident of Naugatuck and I work for Connecticut Renaissance. I've been a clinical employee for the nonprofit sector for the better part of a decade. Working with substance abuse and mental health can produce outcomes that provide us with both the most rewarding and the most heart-wrenching experiences, which I knew to be true when I entered the field. But the pandemic intensified the roller coaster. And in 2020, alcohol-involved deaths rose by 26.6% and drug overdoses increased by 30.6%. This field has always been heavy and it became nearly impossible to carry. In the last few years, I've worked with clinicians to begin implementing navigating waters and managing increased census of clients needing care, increased substance abuse, mental health issues, and for most of their clients, both, all while personally living through the collective trauma of COVID-19. The only word I can think of to describe this is dedication. I have worked side by side in a field of dedication to the work, the clients, and the care, and it has humbled me to be a part of. As grateful as I am that Connecticut Renaissance and our staff has benefited from the recent COLAs, it is imperative that we continue down that path. I've watched treatment providers unwillingly walk away toward companies that can provide more attractive salaries, benefits, so they can provide for their families and plan for their futures. Each one of those losses creates a vacuum that our current team works to fill as our clients never stop coming. As they fill the vacuum, they expedite their own burnout and create an inevitable narrative that becomes cyclical. And it's heartbreaking to watch as clients lose connections they've therapeutically built trust with and they can't keep. There's a quote that is used in the recovery realm by Confucius that states, "It doesn't matter how slow you go as long as you do not stop." We all come before you today because we don't want our clients to stop. They shouldn't be forced to stop seeking the best care, a better life, a stronger outlook, hope. Clinicians and agencies shouldn't be forced to stop providing the highest quality of care that they can provide. And when you decide on where you stand on this 9% COLA, please decide if clients deserve quality care, if clinicians deserve a competitive salary, and if recovery deserves to be prioritized. I thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective, and I urge you to prioritize human life.
Thank you, Cassandra. You have a good day.
Thank you.
Number 126, Jeanette Bailey. Good
Hi.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jeanette Bailey. I'm a public health researcher and a professor of public health. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Connecticut chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America to advocate for an increase in funding to support community violence reduction efforts across the state, as recommended by the Connecticut Commission on Community Gun Violence Intervention and Prevention. From a public health perspective, gun violence is now the leading cause of death for children in America, making it the most urgent public health priority. More than 1/3 of the children that die each year in America die by gunfire. If as many children were dying from any other single disease, we would never question the need to fund research and public health programs to prevent and cure that disease. We can substantially reduce our child mortality statistics by preventing gun violence. Community-led intervention programs provide us with an opportunity to do just that. And we have strong evidence from research trials of community-led intervention programs in Philly, New York, and San Francisco that these programs work and significantly reduce the rate of shootings. These are proven solutions to break the cycle of violence and prevent injuries, deaths, and the immeasurable trauma of witnessing gun violence. Here's a sample of some of that evidence. In 2017 in Philadelphia, the Cure Violence program found a 34% reduction in the rate of shootings. In the Cure Violence program in New York City, they found a 37% decline in gun injuries and a 63% decline in shooting victims compared to matched neighborhoods. In East New York, gun injuries declined 50% as well. A study of young people in a Bronx trauma center found that receiving stand-up to violence services reduced their odds of violent re-injury by over 50%. And the Wraparound Project in San Francisco demonstrated a significantly reduced violent re-injury rate compared to the control group. Finally, a cost-effectiveness analysis of this program in San Francisco found that by reducing re-injury and hospitalizations, the program saved both money and quality-adjusted life years compared to doing nothing. So there's a lot we know about these programs, but there is a lot we could learn. We need sustained funding to maintain and build on these gains. We need process evaluations to understand what aspects of community programs drive success. We need to invest in other community support services that help drive down gun violence, particularly in cities. In the face of this public health emergency, and I will call it that, we must take immediate action. Let's continue to build the evidence base here in Connecticut through sustained funding, program evaluations, and integrating support across the community services so we can refine and improve localized solutions that work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please have a nice day.
Thank you, you too.
I'm going to reverse for a minute because I believe it's Kaya. Good afternoon. How are you doing? You're muted a little bit.
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. You go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kaya Arana, and I'm a youth peer advocate for Regional School District 10, representing Burlington and Harrington, Connecticut. I'm writing this testimony to ask for support of HB 6659, supporting the Governor's Prevention Partnership through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. 2 months ago, 2 students in my high school class drove home drunk at night and got into a car accident. Both students were hospitalized for over a week and returned to school on crutches, looking distraught from what had happened. Situations like these remind me why I began working in prevention. I've seen many times how substance use and abuse destroy not only the lives of the user, but the lives of their families and friends. I want to help prevent these situations from happening when people are most vulnerable to change, as teenagers. Prevention work has been very difficult for me at times. Growing up in a very conservative community, I haven't received much support from local officials like the First Selectman or even from my school district. On top of that, my old advisor quit her job at the beginning of my sophomore year. Those next 4 months were the worst months of my life. I felt I had no support from anybody and lost all hope in making a difference in my community. That was when I connected with the Governor's Prevention Partnership's Youth Advisory Board. This fantastic group of people gave me the confidence, strength, and motivation I needed to work even harder for change in my community, despite all the pushback I was receiving. This group brought youth peer advocates from all around the state together with educational training on everything from the harms of different substances to how to present and connect with our community. This group helped me connect with other youth going through similar challenges when trying to create change in the community. Youth Advisory Board grew not only my youth support system, but my adult support system, motivating me to expand my school's youth coalition and my district's community coalitions to over 80 members each. This group challenged me in ways I never thought was possible, such as motivating me to testify today. Teen substance use prevention is challenging to discuss with our peers, but the Youth Advisory Board gave me the confidence and comfort to discuss these issues with like-minded teens. Many teens are in similar situations as me. They see the dreadful consequences of substance use, especially among peers, but don't feel they have the resources or support to change their community. If we can bring the Governor Prevention Partnership's influence to every area of the state, we can see positive change. We won't have to see 55.6% of teenage fatalities stem from drunk driving. I want to thank you for your support regarding this issue. I hope that you continue supporting and funding the Governor's Prevention Partnership so that can continue to give both critical resources and support to kids all over the state, allowing us to take those first steps to make a difference.
Kaya, thank you for that great testimony. I wish you a great day.
Thank you.
And we are going to go to number 127 is Karen Cardy. No, 128, Naja Edmondson. Uh, 129, Diane Manning.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Noon.
I am Diane Manning, President and CEO of United Services, which is the comprehensive behavioral health center that provides services primarily for residents of Northeastern Connecticut. Those services, which include community-based crisis, outpatient care coordination and management, employment supports, social rehabilitation, and residential and housing services for all ages, have seen unprecedented increases in demand over the last several years. Today, I am asking that you continue to invest in the human services that are so needed for a well-functioning Connecticut population. I'm here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits during the biennium by 9% in FY24, the first year, and 7% in the second year, and to index future increases to inflation. You have increased funding in the past, but our increases in demand have far outpaced these amounts, as our crisis services alone have increased more than 45% over last year. Our services are first and foremost human services, and our costs are driven by the cost of staff, humans, to provide services with and for other humans. But in addition to wages and benefits, those staff also need to have the tools they need to provide those services, including supplies, office space, computers and phones for communicating, and all the supports necessary to meet licensing and best practice guidelines. All of those costs have increased along with the raises we've been able to give our staff. When we are not able to fill positions because the state or a hospital pays more, or we lose people to careers outside of human services because they can earn enough there to rent an apartment by working in another field, services don't get delivered. When that happens, hospitals and jails and morgues fill up with people whose lives are unraveling and who cannot get the help they need in the community. None of those options is less expensive than adequately funding community providers. Please continue your commitment to increasing funding for these services. And also, while much of what we do is paid for by contracts or grants with state agencies like DEMAS, an increasingly larger amount also comes from payments from Medicaid as more services are added to that entitlement. However, outpatient Medicaid rates were not increased in the last year, and therefore access to care is shrinking. Medicaid rates need to be included in both the increases and in a plan to index increases to inflation so that your constituents can count on community care when they need it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I hope that the people we serve and the staff that work so hard to provide those services can count on your support.
Thank you, Diane. You have a great day.
Thank you.
Number 130, Bobby Kalaji. Number 131, Marissa. How are you?
Very good, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marissa Crean, and I'm the volunteer chair of the Public Policy and Advocacy Committee for the Connecticut chapter of the Alzheimer's Association. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on HB 6659 regarding the state budget. I first became involved with the Alzheimer's Association in 2007 after a close friend was diagnosed with younger onset dementia. That was 15 years ago, when there was little information and guidance for patients, families, and their caregivers. As a volunteer, I have seen us make tremendous progress, but also know that there are still many gaps and opportunities for improvement. For example, Connecticut was one of the first states to implement a state Alzheimer's disease plan, which assessed our current needs, recognized gaps in services, and recommended strategies and policies to better serve individuals living with dementia and their families. In the past several months, we've been updating this plan, led by our partners at the Department of Public Health, who received grant funding from the CDC to do this project. This work consisted of a statewide coalition of 63 individuals divided into work groups on the topics areas of statewide coordination, policy educate and empower and inform early diagnosis and treatment, supporting caregivers and family members, and data monitoring and evaluation. One of the recommendations in the statewide coordination and policy work group is to establish a dementia services coordinator position that can accelerate a state's ability to address Alzheimer's. A state dementia services coordinator is an individual within the government whose job is to ensure coordination of Alzheimer's programs and policies across state agencies. Today, there are a number of agencies that administer programs critical to people with dementia, such as Medicaid, respite care, public health. They also regulate licensure of care facilities, they enforce training requirements, and safeguard elder care protections. When these resources are siloed, the lack of communication and coordination can cause confusion, inaction, and inefficiencies. It also hinders the ability to evaluate the effectiveness of policy efforts and react quickly as needs evolve. The goal of a state dementia services coordinator is to overcome these challenges associated with a multi-agency approach and oversee the effective implementation of our state Alzheimer's disease plan. Ultimately, the benefits can be a reduction in the long-term impact of the disease on our state budgets through operational efficiencies, improved home and facility care, and thereby just improving the lives of people with dementia and their caregivers. Thank you for your consideration of this need and for your time today.
Thank you very much, Marissa. You have a great day. I see you there, Jose.
Yes, good afternoon, Representative Nolan and Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Berthel, and Representative Nuccio, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Health Subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 6659, an act concerning the state budget for the biennium ending June 30th, 2025, and making appropriations thereof. My name is Jose Avila. I'm a registered voter in Hartford. I'm a licensed clinical social worker currently employed as an adult behavioral health program supervisor at the Institute for the Hispanic Family at Catholic Charities of Hartford. I'm here today to urge you to support mental health funding for our clinics that serve underserved communities, not only in Hartford, but all across the state. Catholic Charities is a family and children's human service agency which employs over 370 human service delivery professionals and provides services to over 18,000 individuals and families without regard to race, religion, or economic circumstances each year. As a multi-service agency, we serve adults and children with significant mental illness, substance use disorders, physical and intellectual disabilities, and victims of domestic or community violence. Our services also include early childhood education, infant toddler care, elderly services, migration, and refugee services, as well as family support and education, to name a few. We are among the 500+ member agencies of the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. Unfortunately, due to years of stagnant rates and cuts and with the increasing labor and other inflationary cost increases, state grants and funding are no longer adequate to provide services. This is despite the significant demand for our services. These services include bilingual clinicians serving some of the neediest communities. The governor's midterm budget adjustment proposal does not recognize the stark reality that providers like Catholic Charities face and does not include needed funding to increase nonprofit support. For example, I am a supervisor with a caseload of 132 clients. As you can imagine, the majority of my clients, and I'll give you some numbers, 123 out of the 132, or 93%, are monolingual Spanish speakers. Because we lack bilingual clinicians in our adult behavioral program, I, along another bilingual clinician, have to absorb these large caseloads. Spanish speakers represent an ever-growing population in the state. Finding mental health professionals who can understand and speak their native language is a particular challenge. We have a crisis in our hands.
Please summarize.
Yes. In spite of the demand, this is an unsustainable model for care without state resources. We need state support to provide the needed care that these communities deserve. Okay. We urge you to allocate the funds to serve these individuals and provide fair wages for an essential workforce. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. You have a good day.
You too.
And next will be 133, Laura Garcia.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Laura. I'm mother of 2 children. I'm an activist and a member of Nosotras, Connecticut. I live in Ansonia, Connecticut, and I have lived in this beautiful country for almost 10 years. I'm testifying to help prevent drug use and improve youth mental health. We met the Governor Prevention Partnership back in 2022, when they offered a prevention course for our members' parents and their children. There was such a great interest that we have the assistance of more than 50 parents and 15 teenagers. Today, I'm here representing many of those parents and their teenagers' children. It is difficult to address these issues at home when you don't have any knowledge. I know many parents who have struggled when their children are already addicted. It's even more difficult and requires more resources to fight addiction than implement prevention. During the Governor Prevention Partnership workshops, which were a total of 3, we saw and listened closely to the stories of how drugs, even though they are legalized, have affected the daily life of families. These workshops were so well received that we will have a new workshop for teenagers in the spring that I know will greatly benefit the community. I have a 13-year-old son, and I touch all these issues with him because I have the good fortune to have an education and to be able to attend workshops to learn more about these issues that are affecting our community. But many parents do not have the same luck as me. And that is when the work of this organization is essential, because they can bring this information to all these parents who don't know about these issues. Prevention is better than the cure, not only economical, but also in every aspect. Addiction treatments can take years and not just time. It does not take the will to life, the health, and many other things of the person with addictions. While prevention, it takes less time, less money, and fewer mental problems that overwhelm an entire family when they have a family member with substance use disorders at home. We all know the saying that it's better to be safe than say sorry. We must prioritize prevention and work to support all these families now suffering from all ill family members. Thank you very much for listening to me today, and I hope you can continue implementing and funding organizations such as the Governor Prevention Partnership. Prevention is better than the cure again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your advocacy, and have a good afternoon. Next, we have Danette Daniels.
Danette Daniels, yes.
Danette Daniels.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. There you go.
Hi, how are you?
Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Danette Daniels Edmonds, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Renaissance. I worked for this agency for over 14 years, and I have unfortunately seen many of our clients die due to drug overdose. The opiate epidemic has spread like a wildfire. We are like family here at Connecticut Renaissance, and we care deeply for our clients. Throughout the years, we have lost a host of great individuals due to the lack of salary increase. We are in desperate need to increase the awareness of drug overdose prevention and mental health awareness. We have a great CEO, Kathleen Deshane, that has worked diligently to to make our nonprofit organization salaries competitive. And this 9% increase, along with the 7% increase, would be deeply helpful to rebuild our community and helping others as we are able to help ourselves. The change that we want to see first has to begin in us. We are here because we are here because we love what we do. It is evident that we are not here or in it for the love of money, because our salaries are only allowing us to stay above water. I ask that you all really take this into consideration and grant these increases. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony and your advocacy. And have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. You do the same.
Next, we have Denise Kennedy.
Good afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Denise Kennedy. I have spent the last 27 years working at Marrakesh Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that provides quality services to people with and without disabilities throughout the state of Connecticut. I started my career at Marrakesh as a student in their Academy for Human Services training. I am now the Chief Compliance Officer. Today, I sit before you not as the CCO, but as an advocate for the people we support and the amazing staff that show up to work every day to make sure our individuals are safe and cared for. Marrakesh is a partner of DDS and DEMIS. We have been in good standing with both agencies for many years. When there is a unique or unusual need, our partners look to us to help solve problems. We never say we cannot serve someone. Rather, we ask, how can we serve them? We provide services 24/7, 365 days a year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 6659, the governor's budget. I am here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits during the biennium by 9% in FY24 and 7% in FY25, and to index future increases to inflation. We have not received a COLA in our DDS contract since FY 2007, yet we pay more for services such as snow removal, occupational and physical therapy services, and other services. I am the person who renews the contracts and sign off on invoices for snow removal, vehicle expenses, other repairs. My contractors increase their pricing, and we don't have a mechanism to offset those increases. We have to keep up with rising costs of food, fuel, and other expenses. Recently, I went to the grocery store and I had 8 items in my grocery cart. Those 8 items cost $156.32. I acknowledge that as a CCO, I make a decent salary, but my direct line staff have to work more than one job to make ends meet. A $156.32 grocery bill for them can mean the difference between feeding their families and paying a utility bill. We all have a desire to retire one day. Marrakesh offers a 401k for our employees. The organization contributes to the 401k on behalf of our employees. We have not had an agency 401k contribution since 2016. We want to be able to build salaries and 401k contributions for our valuable employees. As I stated, Marrakesh has not received a COLA for over 13 years. During this time, our staff continued to provide exceptional services, and even knowing they would not see an increase, they showed up anyway. We were happy when we received the minimum wage increases to pay our direct line staff a little more. However, that minimum wage caused wage compression affecting our next level employees. Further, the people we have been working with for many years are making practically the same wage as new entry-level employees. I am sure you can understand how problematic this is.
Denise, could you sum up because your time is up?
Sure. We want to continue to be partners with DDS and DEMIS. We want to be innovative and creative and help get people off the DDS waiting list. But in order to do this, we cannot continue to lose money. Please support increasing funding for community nonprofits by 9% in FY24 and 7% in FY25, and to index future increases to inflation. I appreciate your time and attention today.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and have a great afternoon.
You too.
Next we have Miriam Bliss. Miriam?
Thank you, Representative Walker. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I'm Marianne Leith. I am the Chief Operating Officer for HARC. We're an organization that supports people with intellectual disabilities and their families throughout the lifespan. We provide day and employment services as well as 24-hour residential services and supporting people living in their own apartments. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on House Bill 6659, the governor's budget, and I'm here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits by during the biennium by 9% and 7% in my colleagues. We are struggling with wage compression. I mentioned we're an organization that supports people with intellectual disabilities. We greatly appreciate the efforts that have been made to increase our direct support staff wages. I know that for many of them, they would not be surviving without that increase. However, that did not cover the cost of us doing business. And as it has for all of us in our own homes, the cost of us doing business has increased as well. And one of those costs specifically is the cost of running a household. So we're running a household for 6 people that's paid for by our room and board rates, which are set by DSS, and those rates have not been increased. I believe it's been 15 years. So imagine trying to buy groceries on the same salary you were making 15 years ago. I think that's really the key. The other piece of this too is that the allocation to our direct support staff caused a wage compression with our particularly our lower and middle management. And this is really of deep concern because this is the career ladder for our direct support staff. We want them to be able to have a future. We want them to be able to grow both personally and professionally, and they can't do that without a career ladder. These are also our particularly our assistant manager positions. These are people who are on call 24 hours a day. They're the ones who are covering the shifts for our direct support staff. They are if not our front line, sometimes they are a second line. So these roles are very crucial in order to be able to provide the services that we need to provide. We are facing a staffing crisis. I know you've heard it time in and time out. With that being said, we are once again competing with Target, with McDonald's, with Amazon. The people that we support deserve to have staff that are paid for the important job that they do.
Thank you.
With that, I will say thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Have a good afternoon. Madam Administrator, I see that I have somebody that's 90. Is that somebody that we passed over?
Madam Chair, we believe that speaker number 90 has already spoken.
That's what I thought. I had it down too, but
Rebecca Atkins is already speaking, so we've removed her.
Okay, all right, good, because I thought I did, and I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so we go to 137, Sandra Price.
There's Sandra Price. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Senator representatives and all the supporters of this bill 6659. My name is Sandra Lersundi Price, marriage and family therapist. I work for Catholic Charities as the clinical director of the Institute for the Hispanic Family Behavioral Health Clinic in Hartford and Torrington Counseling Service. I am here today to urge you to support mental health funding for our clinics that serve underserved communities across the state. The Institute for the Hispanic Family, the Outpatient Behavioral Health Clinic, serves each year around 1,200 adults and children from the underserved local minority community that present with significant mental illness and substance use disorders. We have seen an increase in the demand for clinical services within our community. Yet, as an organization, due to the lack of adequate funding and resources, we have difficulty sustaining, retaining, and hiring enough clinicians and staff to support these community needs, as we are not able to offer competitive salaries. We need to secure adequate funding in order to ensure that we are able to attract and retain qualified staff members. The outcome of finding clinical support will be reflected on the increased access of care for the community, better outcomes of mental health and substance abuse treatment, and reduce disparities among underserved population within others. The Toronto Counseling Services is located in the northwest corner of the state. We serve around 200 adults and children with mental health and substance abuse needs. Unfortunately, due to the lack of stagnated rates, with the lack of increasing supports for staff, state grant and fundings, we're no longer able to have enough support for services. This situation impacted negatively the clinic as we have to reduce clinical staff positions. Sadly, the underserved population is affected the most. We want to maintain our doors open and serve our community with the significant demands. Serving the individuals with quality of care and treatment will bring wellness and hope to the overall community. We serve some of the neediest communities, higher percentage of minorities and underserved population. Our clients face multiple constraints, including homelessness, transportation, medical insurance, and language barriers. By maintaining our clinic locations, employing qualified staff, and providing care regardless of income, we remove these barriers and strengthen health, recovery, and the community. Despite the increased demands of service, this is an unsustainable model of care for us without the state resources. We need state support to provide the needed care for these communities. If Catholic Charities is not providing these services, it is unlikely these individuals will get the care they need. We urge you to allocate your funds to serve these individuals and provide fair wages to essential workforce. You are able to bring justice for all. Thank you again, and thank you again.
For your advocacy and your testimony, and have a good afternoon. Okay, 138, Kathleen. Kathleen?
Hello. Hi.
Hi, Kathleen, you have 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Representative Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Kathleen Deshane. I'm the CEO for Connecticut Renaissance. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of House Bill 6659, the governor's budget. Our organization provides behavioral health and criminal justice services to almost 5,000 adults and adolescents each year throughout Connecticut. I'm a social worker and I've been in the field for 35 years. I've only worked in the nonprofit sector, and I've watched the nonprofit sector suffer through 13 years with no cost of living increases. So while we're very grateful for the last two increases of 4% and 5.4%, we want to ask you again to continue to support the nonprofit sector with a 9% increase in fiscal year 2024 and a 7% in fiscal year 25. You've heard so many of my colleagues today talk about the rising costs of healthcare, utilities, food, and gas. And so while we've received a modest increase, they just don't fill the gap of having gone 13 years without any. In addition, we've had a huge spike in inflation, so our expenses for those things and for our employees have skyrocketed. Our staff salaries and contracts have largely remained unchanged, and yet we're asking more and more of our staff. We see that coming off of the pandemic, we've seen a rise in people experiencing a range of mental health symptoms, including trauma. We're also seeing a rise in drug and alcohol use, and the opioid epidemic has remained in full force. So for just over $16 an hour, our starting wage, our staff are regularly using Narcan to revive clients who are overdosing. Sometimes they're successful, sometimes not. Every day, our staff come to work unsure of what they will experience, but they make a choice to work in this field and to help others. They could choose to work at a Starbucks for the same starting pay. There, no one will die from getting their latte 5 minutes later as a result of having only 2 employees on versus 3. But in residential treatment, that staff shortage could be the difference between life and death. Our staff are stretched to the breaking point. Our facilities are in need of repair, and the people that we serve need our help now more than ever. You've heard so many Connecticut Renaissance employees, as well as our colleagues today in the field, asking for your support Please show them that you are just as concerned about the crisis of the nonprofit sector and vote to increase our budgets. Our clients' lives quite literally depend on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony and your advocacy. And I guarantee you, we hear you, we feel you. We've just got an enormous task to try and figure out. And so
we understand and thank you for your support.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
You too now.
You too. Next we have Katura. She disappeared. Katura Bryant, 142. I left her. Okay, we'll go on to the next person for now. John Crystal.
Yes, I'm here.
Go right ahead, John.
All right, thank you. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for your unwavering dedication and commitment to the needs of people of Connecticut suffering with mental illness and substance use disorders. My name is John Crystal, and I'm chair of the Yale Department of Psychiatry. It is my privilege to collaborate with Demas Commissioner Nancy Navarrete in overseeing the unique state-university partnership known as the Connecticut Mental Health Center, or CMHC. Thank you for your steadfast support for CMHC funding within the Demas budget. I will now highlight some critical programs and services made possible because of this unique collaboration and the state's ongoing support. Since 1966, when CMHC opened its doors, it has played a critical role as the lead public sector treater of individuals with chronic, disabling, mental illnesses and substance use disorders in the greater New Haven area. In collaboration with a local network of Demas-funded community providers, CMHC offers highly integrated, coordinated care for those most in need of state-funded services. But CMHC is also a statewide resource. CMHC's patients come from more than half of Connecticut's cities and towns. CMHC also houses unique programs with statewide impact, including the STEP program for young people with new psychosis, La Clínica Hispana for Spanish-speaking patients, and our forensic psychiatry programs for those at the interface of addiction, mental illness, and the legal system. Lastly, its research programs have discovered new treatments and brought those new treatments to Connecticut and the nation. The pandemic posed significant mental health challenges for our state. And throughout the pandemic, CMHC has maintained all of its services to the community. Together with Demas Commissioner Navarrete, CMHC's leadership has continued to keep our colleagues in the legislature informed about the delivery of critical services to those most in need. CMHC intends to serve a continued role as a resource to community and the legislature as mental health needs evolve in the state. CMHC also plays a pivotal role with Yale in training the next generation of Connecticut's psychiatrists, psychologists, psychiatric nurses, clinical social workers, and other healthcare professionals. We attract the best and brightest of those aspiring to enter those fields from around the world. This year, we had over 1,300 applicants for our 16 psychiatry residency positions, and our graduates play important roles in addressing the needs for mental health services around the state. Yale continues to support CMHC's development of new treatments through ongoing investment in the infrastructure and physical plant, including the basic research facilities of CMHC. The funds invested in CMHC are returned to the state in the form of indirect or overhead cost recoveries, so that in the end, these investments are basically in cost neutral. In conclusion, CMHC remains a critical community resource, a national model, and an engine for the Connecticut economy. Thank you for recognizing its importance and supporting its mission. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for all your support. So have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Let me just check. Mary Franklin. Mary Franklin. Okay. So Lucian. Okay. Latoya Lomax. Katura Bryant.
Oh, I'm here.
Yes. Go right ahead. Hi, Katura. Go right
Hi,
ahead.
how are you?
Okay,
I'm
go right
good.
ahead. You've got 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you so very much. And I want to thank you for allowing me to come to speak. I'm Katura Bryant, and I am from New Haven, Connecticut. And I am a retiree of Demas. So therefore, I am a clinician and have been in the field for over 40 years. I recognize that as part of this budget, there were a couple of things. One is around the medicated assisted treatment programs. Our ask from the community is that there be a consideration of a statewide zoning around the placement of medicated assisted treatment programs, that they not be allowed to be in residential communities because that is not an appropriate place for such placement. Also, any consideration of placement of any injection sites. I understand that's also on the table. I believe that many municipalities in the state of Connecticut have raised these two issues in particular as a social justice issues, as well as a racism as a public health crisis. Black and brown communities have been the recipients of such placements historically, and it has decimated the communities and put additional stress. The other thing that there appears to be an oversight of is the use of integrative health interventions and the development of community health and wellness centers. There are a number of interventions that can happen prior to training lay people to do naloxone interventions with the use of naloxone to help individuals come out of what questionably is an overdose. There are a number of things that can be used. One is NADA, the National Acupuncture Detox Association 5-point protocol that the state of Connecticut and Demas has recognized as a viable intervention as an adjunctive treatment for addiction. We have had an ADS law since 1996. It was expanded in 2016 to include all of behavioral health. And that it can also be, we're asking that to be expanded from just supervision of those individuals that are in private practice and independent practice of physicians, because there is a minimal number of supervising physicians that can accommodate that. We're asking that to be an expansion of those individuals that are not trained, not registered trainers, as well as acupuncturists who are trained in NADA, so that they understand so that all of us understand the behavioral health impact of what the NADA protocol is about. Is it an adjunct to treatment, but it's also an evidence-based intervention. There are other things, that's my 3 minutes. There are other things that can be done to train, to help communities to support wellness, in addition to NADA, beads and seeds, the use of that, and you can ask me more questions, Zola, breathing techniques, yoga, Reiki, tapping. These are just a number of things that can be used.
Did you submit testimony?
Absolutely, we did.
Okay, so that we can get in touch with you.
It is on record.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
It is on record.
I hope you weren't driving because it looked like you were driving. I
Thank
don't want to know. Have a good
No. My daughter's driving.
Okay.
My daughter's driving it. That's too much energy for me.
Have a good afternoon. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much for allowing.
Yeah.
Peace.
Thank you. Bye-bye. I'm going to go back to number 44. Number 44, Suzanne. Oh, I can't even pronounce the last name. Suzanne. Okay, where I had it.
Kuligowski.
There we go. You said it well. Thank you. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I do apologize for signing in late. I had to attend a funeral earlier today, so I appreciate you fitting me in. Good afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee. I am Suzanne Kuligowski, President and CEO of ARI of Connecticut, a private nonprofit organization serving individuals with IDD in Stamford. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the governor's budget bill. I am here to tell you of the countless lives that you can impact in this state if you increase funding for community nonprofits during the biennium by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25, and to index future increases to inflation. Like all of us, nonprofits have been impacted by the high inflation rates over the last 2 years. Unfortunately, IDD providers have had to bear the burden of inflation without receiving any additional funding, except those that were directly tied to wages and benefits. And don't get me wrong, we were truly thankful for that funding as it allowed us to increase wages and benefits for our essential staff. But it didn't help us to cover all of the other increases in our expenses, from utilities to food to contractors to vehicle maintenance to technology improvements and so much more. For the last several years and currently, the Medicaid line item has experienced significant lapses or surpluses. In the current year, the lapse is anticipated to be $200 million. Why is the Medicaid program running such significant surplus when the rates it pays for services don't meet the cost of providing those services? Many of the individuals that we serve have been in our care for decades. They are aging, and with age comes new areas of concern and new medical and psychiatric needs, and the vast number of medical appointments that go along with them. ARI is a small provider. We currently serve 45 individuals in our residential services. For those 45 individuals, we have a team of 3 nurses and 2 medical coordinators facilitating over 1,200 medical appointments a year for 45 people. The Medicaid funding we receive doesn't come anywhere close to covering the cost of ensuring quality medical care for these individuals. We're also facing an extraordinary workforce shortage. We compete with the coffee service industry and the retail industry for staff every day. And we compete with the state of Connecticut, which is running a well-funded PR campaign to hire new state employees into direct service jobs. ARI has a great history as far as staff retention goes. We had typically run in the 9 to 12% range for many, many years. Sadly, over the last 2 years, we've hit 25% vacancy rate, and currently we struggle to stay under 20%. The number of qualified applicants doesn't scratch the surface of what we need to fill our vacant positions, and the applicants for clinical positions are non-existent. Every week, we look at referrals for individuals needing services. The first thing we look at is the staffing level that they require. Those that need one-to-one supports or sometimes even higher ratios are almost always immediately turned away. We simply can't find the staff. It's heartbreaking to say no to these families that are in such desperate need of services. As we emerge from the pandemic, the needs of the community are growing rapidly and demand for our services has increased dramatically. The waiting list is growing and the foundation of our services is starting to crumble. I ask that you support the request for 9% increase in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25. And most importantly, to index future increases so that we can keep up and serve the most vulnerable population in the state of Connecticut. I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Have a good afternoon. Thanks.
You
Sorry
too.
for your loss. Sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Next, we have Pat Ladner. Pat?
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. And I don't know if anyone else had said, but I want to say a personal thank you for starting this so early and splitting the sessions in 2. I really anticipated being late tonight with my numbers, so thank you. My name is Pat Ladner, and I'm the CFO for CUNE Employment Opportunities. CUNE is a nonprofit agency in Central Connecticut that proudly serves approximately 400 individuals with disabilities each year. Our primary funding sources are the Department of Developmental Services and the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I'm here to give testimony on HB 6659 and request that you increase funding in the budget for community nonprofits during the biennium by 9% for the first year and 7% for the second. This funding is crucial and will continue to show your commitment of support to nonprofits. This increase would help ensure providers have the resources needed to make up for the 16% inflation we experienced over the last 2 years. The wage increases the legislature provided in the last budget were deeply appreciated, but providers of services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities did not receive a cost of living adjustment like the rest of the human services system. Unfortunately, we receive funds that can only be used to raise the minimum wage of entry-level staff and only 3% for raises to anyone making above that minimum starting wage. This has created the wage compression issue you've heard so much about today, of entry-level staff making a similar hourly wage to our experienced staff. Allowing increases tied to inflation and flexibility in its spending would give nonprofits the leverage needed to prevent our talented staff from leaving in search of higher compensation. Recruiting and retaining staff, especially direct support staff, has been one of the most difficult challenges for us. I'm in awe of the dedication and commitment that our staff demonstrate every day, despite our staffing shortages and the stress it puts on them. Years ago, providers were able to pay entry-level staff slightly more than the state's minimum wage and still be able to attract workers who would otherwise consider employment at a fast food restaurant or in retail at minimum wage. We were able to be slightly more competitive as not as many jobs were available then. Today, we compete in an environment where fast food restaurants and retailers offer more than the $17.25 we were increased to last year, and those jobs have much less responsibility. Retaining experienced staff requires more than just an increase in wages. Investing in our staff's well-being with better benefits cannot be considered without additional funds, and offering more trainings is often difficult with current vacancies, as we need to have coverage to free staff up to attend. Not receiving cost of living increases these past years to offset escalating program costs has been another challenge. For example, energy is up 30%, benefits 11%, and vehicle repairs and used vans for transporting our participants are 40% more now than they were last year. We recently received some ARPA funds to improve IT infrastructure, but without increases in program funding, it raises the question, how do we cover the maintenance expense that goes along with it? We rely on your understanding of our challenges and ask that you consider our cost of living increases tied to inflation, along with the flexibility in spending that will ensure the quality services nonprofits provide to the residents of our state. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to request your support. Have a great day.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for thanking the staff and trying to manage this.
Absolutely, yes.
Amazing number of over 300 people testifying and still doing it during the day. So
doing great.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Next is Dennis Stippett.
Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon at this point, members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to testify on the governor's budget. I'm the CFO of CT Renaissance. I live in Trumbull, and well, you've heard a lot about my organization from several of the other members that have spoken today. I'd like to give you some of the numbers that we've had to deal with over the last couple of years. At one point, our turnover rate for new hires for the current year was over 50%. It was staggering, and it was incredibly difficult to deal with. It additionally increased costs and things like hiring and advertisement and even training. It also increased costs to just basic mistakes that would be made by people that have to be hired and trained over and over and over. These problems translated to a number of issues, including potentially higher costs to the state agencies themselves. And at the end of the day, we weren't capable of providing services in every opportunity where we would like to, which resulted in probably situations such as emergency calls and police call-outs, which increased the state budget as well. What I'm basically trying to get at is an increase to the salaries and to the programs would in some ways, even potentially decrease the state budgets themselves. And that's why I'm calling you and I'm supporting the COLA increase for 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in 25, and bring it up to index for future increases to match inflation. Thank you so much for your time. And honestly, we do hope to keep working with you in unison to create a better Connecticut.
Thank you, Dennis, and thank you for your staff. Your staff seems totally focused on trying to help maintain the services. So thank you for everything that you guys are doing, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Mark Donald.
Good afternoon, all members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Mark Donald, Executive Director of RIASAP organization in Bridgeport that has about 7 programs that function across our society and community that are in need. I think it's easy to echo a 9% investment in our staff is an investment indeed, and that the outcome certainly impacts our community many times over. So I echo my colleagues in advocating for that as well. And I think that's the theme of my conversation today, is really about investment. You know, the governor's budget started with some community violence intervention. You know, quite frankly, that's not enough when we're talking about the rising epidemic of gun violence and what we can do about it. And, you know, our Street Safe Bridgeport program does the hospital violence response. It shows that for every victim that goes to the hospital on a gunshot wound, it costs the taxpayer $200,000 because they're not going with insurance. And the bad part of having 2 wonderful hospitals within Bridgeport is that, or the good part, excuse me, is that they're keeping those gunshot wound victims alive, but the data show that they're 3 times more likely to return. Right, so that investment in a community gun violence intervention is just it's gonna exponentialize, right? It's not even gonna escalate. Furthermore, those violence interventions are keeping young people out of prison. In fiscal year 2022, 71 out of 73 youth between 16 and 24 were kept out of prison, saving the taxpayers $70,000 per person in incarceration costs. And 71 out of 73 is pretty darn good in my not so humble opinion. Most importantly, I've heard the term law-abiding citizen thrown a lot. And I think, you know, we know the dog whistle that goes with that, but these young people we're working with are becoming law-abiding citizens, or they're avoiding becoming criminals because of the work we're doing. So the investment is also in young people and in human beings. And then my last investment is something that has been de-invested in Connecticut for about 20 years, and that's mediation, community mediation. Between the years of 1980 and 2011, it was estimated that mediation programs were saving the state of Connecticut over $1.8 million. Since that de-investment, we've had a privately funded mediation program that can only do as much as private dollars can go. But we're serving the community in that over 2,100 individuals were served. Over 99% of the cases that were agreed to mediation were successfully mediated, and 85% agreed to mediation. So those are pretty remarkable numbers that show with the right investment, we can do serious impact. And then my last piece, and I'll wrap it up, is we've seen mental health, we've seen the rise of addiction and death. We have to invest in our regional health action organizations. That investment shows that every $11 spent, we get $36 in savings. So with in mind, I think if we look at it with the investment, it's where are we reducing our tax burden and increasing the impact on community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your agency. You guys do great work. Next, we have Judy Ratner. Judy?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go right
Hi,
ahead.
how are you? I'm sorry, the volume on your end is a little low, but as long as you can hear me. Good afternoon. Thank you to the members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Judy Ratner. I am testifying on HB 6659 concerning the governor's budget, specifically for community nonprofits. My daughter Hannah, who is 22 and severely intellectually delayed along and also has a seizure disorder, attends the ARI day program in Stanford 5 days a week. Without increases in funding to ARI over the past 2 years, it is my belief that Hannah would not be able to attend at all. There are scarce few day programs in our area and even less that meet protocols needed to keep her safe. There are many families now who have nowhere for their adult children to go once they have aged out of school. In my opinion, this group of individuals are our most vulnerable population, some with little or no family to advocate for them. Hannah requires a one-to-one aid due to her seizures, along with left-sided weakness and balance issues. It took ARI months to find a compassionate and qualified individual before Hannah was able to start the day program, and I consider us to be extremely lucky. ARI needs to remain competitive as it is imperative that the individuals hired are of a certain character and feel that they are being valued for their contributions to the welfare of the ARI consumers. When Hannah aged out of school, everything stopped. Social engagement, therapies, physical and mental stimulation, to name a few. It was 5 months from graduation before we found a suitable day program. In that time, Hannah regressed physically and mentally. It has been a pleasure to watch her blossom again as she loves engaging with her peers and the wonderful staff at ARI. Parents of children with special needs worry endlessly. As those children grow into adults, the worries change into fears that keep us up at night. Who will take her to doctor appointments, fill her medications, keep her safe from harm, and keep her engaged? The way these adults are cared for and treated says everything about the soul of the society. Our only hope is that there will be caring people and organizations to help our children after we are gone. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. And thank you for waiting, and have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, before we move on, we have a phone number in the queue. So I'm going to ask 860-754-6680 to unmute yourself, and please identify yourself so that we can number you in the queue.
Good afternoon. I'm Lori Orand.
Thank you. Don't have a Lori. We'll figure it out, Madam Chair. So if you can mute yourself again, that would be great. Thank you.
Mute myself?
Yes, mute yourself, please. Thank you.
I'm not sure how to mute myself. Sorry.
We can, Madam so you can help her mute, can't you? James is on it. Okay. Thank you. Okay, next we have David Olson. David Olson. I still have him. Yeah. Go right ahead, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You can, okay. Good afternoon, Representative Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is David Olson, and I'm a registered voter in Brooklyn, Connecticut. I'm a client of United Services and work part-time stocking supplies there. I depend on nonprofit services from United Services and have lost certain services due to a limited budget. I go without a case manager to help me with complex things in my life. Doing these things causes me much stress and anxiety. Many people have no case managers because of lack of funding. Is it worth people's mental illness worsening from added stress, anxiety, depression, and even psychotic episodes because services were cut due to funding? Please don't allow us to continue suffering mentally because you're not giving United Services and other nonprofit mental health services enough money to operate properly. Is people suffering worth mental health worsening? No. Some areas of the state mental health services get well over $20,000 per client a year. and nonprofits in Windham County get only $4,000 per client. Is that fair? Of course not. If you could reintroduce a previous bill on funding disparity back into state Congress and fix this, because our mental health is suffering because of it. We need a law ensuring equal funding for nonprofit and state mental health facilities. I had a friend whose nurse who administered his medication stopped coming due to budget cuts. He couldn't take his medication properly on his own and found himself in a psychiatric hospital. After the last time, I never saw him again. Wouldn't have been cheaper to keep his nurse. I lost my friend because of money, and he himself lost his life as he knew it. Is saving money worth sending someone into a psychiatric episode and turning their life upside down? I would hope you would say a resounding no. Please give us more funding, at least an increase in inflation. Since the pandemic, the need for mental health services has greatly increased. It is not fair to provide United Services and other nonprofits with so little when the need for services is so great. United Services had a clubhouse that everyone loved called Welcome Arms, a place to go and chat with friends, watch TV, play a game, and prepare and enjoy lunch together. Unfortunately, as a result of lack of funding, our clubhouse closed, and we no longer have a building to go to. People need this place to feel a part of something and get out of the house, socialize. Is it worth someone isolating at home to save money? The answer is no. I'll end here with a man who my mom knew. He received one-on-one services that were stopped for a budget issue. The man, without this simple but crucial service, ended up committing suicide. Are dollars and cents worth a man's life? We all can certainly say no. Again, my name's David Olson. My phone number is 860-315-2729. And my email is daveolson70@hotmail.com. Please contact me to let me know that you heard me and understand that this is an ongoing crisis. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
I have to give you a telephone number. Email would work. Email would work. I appreciate your passion about this.
Yes, thank you for hearing.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon. Thank you for
Sir.
your testimony. Next we have Aaron Gasparini. Aaron?
That's right. Hi. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Erin Gasparini. I'm the Chief Program Officer for CUNE Employment Opportunities. We are an agency who receives funding from the Department of Developmental Services and the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. Our mission is to support individuals by providing day and employment services to those with mental illness and intellectual disabilities. We've been in business since 1962, and in that time, we've seen so many participants reach their goals to obtain employment in the community, work as part of our group-supported employment program, which cleans many of the state facilities in Connecticut, and improve their daily living and social skills, allowing them to be more independent in their lives. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25. While we thank you for the increase to the minimum wage for our DDS frontline workers, it continues to be challenging for us to afford the increases that we face due to inflation. Other for-profit industries can increase costs to their customers, which ensures that they remain in business. CUNE's costs have increased. However, CUNE and other state-funded businesses cannot charge more for services. The decision that you have to make will impact our funding and the service system's survival. You cannot ignore this impact. In addition to our frontline staff that you've recognized with increases, we have many other great staff who help CUNE to run smoothly. To prevent compression and maintain staff morale, CUNE had to look to find ways to increase wages for all staff. This furthered the negative financial impact to us and was all unfunded and led to positions being streamlined or eliminated, increasing the workload for our dedicated staff. I am responsible for hiring many of the direct line staff and management support at CUNE. We frequently are losing qualified applicants to other companies that can pay higher wages. In the past 6 months, we have spoken to 157 candidates looking for work in our DDS funded programs in those positions that you increased the minimum wage for. Of those applicants, CUNE has made job offers to only 7 of those people. Of the 7 people, only 2 actually started with us. The other candidates did not clear the necessary requirements in our background check process. You may wonder what happened to all the other 150 people who took the time to apply for positions, talk with our HR department, and schedule interviews with us. 44% of them were considered a no call, no show, so they didn't even show up for the interview. The rest either did not show up for the second interview, or they did not have the basic qualifications for the job and decided they were not interested in the position. We have seen no change in our hiring success resulting from the increased minimum wage for our positions. It is actually even harder as we are now competing with the state of Connecticut's very moving and well-funded PR recruitment campaign that attracts new staff into highly paid positions within the state. This is another area we just cannot compete as we had to trim our budget and take on added expenses due to inflation and adjust wages. So I know you've heard all of this from many of us today, but we really, we are losing people. With the care for our individuals is so critical right now. We have to do better for the people that we serve here in Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your advocacy too. Have a great afternoon. Thank you. Next we have Chris Prius.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your time today. Greatly appreciate it. My name is Chris Pruss. I'm the Director of Residential Treatment Programs for Connecticut Renaissance. You've heard from a lot of our colleagues today. We are a nonprofit program that serves Connecticut adult youth with mental health disorders and substance use disorders. Connecticut Renaissance and other nonprofits like us have been the first line of treatment as well as a safety net for state and local communities for decades. The term mental health crisis is really tossed around a lot on a daily basis. There have been calls from all levels of government and all providers that we as a society need to provide more mental health care, but yet proposed in the fiscal year 24 budget, nonprofits that most of the care is taken care of aren't even in the budget. Does that really make much sense to anybody? The COLA increases from the last 2 fiscal years have indeed been a substantial help to our sector. For the first time in decades, we've been able to provide staff with COLA increases of their own. I'm sure you've heard this before, and I know I've heard it many times today, but many of our staff can go work at another job, which much less responsibility for more money. Many entry-level staff are still earning just over minimum wage, many of which need to work 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet. Yet they're still dedicated to their work with our marginalized population. Unfortunately, with the continued rise in inflation, the cost of providing these crucial services continues to go up. The overall inflation rate for 2022 was 6.5%, with the month-to-month average being 8%. January of 2023 continues on a similar track with 6.4% inflation, which has already overridden the previous 2 COLAs, and any gains we have made will be lost relatively quickly. We are requesting that you increase funding for community nonprofits during the biennium by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25, as well as index future increases to account for inflation going forward. This funding is crucial to honoring your long-term plan to increase funding for our community nonprofits because it helps help make up for the high inflation nonprofits has experienced over the last 2 years. There's been a drastic rise in mental health and substance use in our communities. There's no longer, or this is no longer a concern that we can push aside or that lives hidden on the fringes of our society. We see it every single day from all walks of life. Many of us know 1 or more persons or people who have suffered with some type of mental health issue in the past several years. This is affecting our loved ones, family, friends, co-workers, even our children. And our children have especially been the ones severely impacted throughout the pandemic. Personally, I know more people than ever needing mental health treatment, and sadly, more people than ever that have lost their lives to things like suicide. A lack of funding means more nonprofits need to close their doors, which means a lack of access to treatment. That lack of access to treatment can be the difference between life and death between people. We need more providers than ever, and these businesses can't be run on goodwill and hope. So once again, to summarize, The previous COLAs are deeply appreciated. We as a sector are finally being heard and finally being recognized for the work that we do, and we really thank you for it. These nonprofits and their clients are your constituents. We're asking you for continued help to keep these vital services open and accessible, to keep handling the growing needs in our community. Thank you for the time today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And yes, they are our constituents, and we know that. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank
You too.
Next, Linda Alderman. Linda? No, Linda? Okay. Oh, there she is. Okay. Good afternoon. Go right ahead. Ms. Alderman, you're muted. You're muted. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Linda Alderman, and I've lived in West Hartford for over 30 years. I am the Connecticut State Lead Volunteer for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, and I am testifying in support of increased funding in the governor's budget to the amount of $22.7 million for tobacco control programs. I thank you for the opportunity. Between 2016 and last year, Connecticut took in approximately $473 million from the 1998 Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement and the revenue from cigarette taxes, but spent $0 on tobacco cessation and prevention programs. We ranked last in the nation for funding of tobacco control programs. While we are grateful for the commitment of $12 million to fund CDC best practices last year, we are dismayed and disappointed that the governor's fiscal year 24 to 25 budget cuts future funding in half before the program has even had time to be implemented. If you're doubting the importance of tobacco cessation and education funding, I want you to think about the fact that 56,000 of children and youth aged 0 to 17 living in Connecticut right now are projected to die from smoking if changes are not made to modify current behavior. Education is key to prevention with regard to nicotine addiction. Connecticut's children need you to fund tobacco cessation and education programs consistently and continually, and at a level that meets the CDC's recommendation of a minimum of $22.7 million. My family was directly and detrimentally impacted by my father's inability to quit smoking. My father, who enlisted in the U.S. Army Air Force in 1942 at the age of 17 to defend our country in World War II, quickly became addicted to cigarettes because the tobacco industry targeted the military to create a generation of cigarette smokers. Although he desperately tried, my father was never able to break his addiction to nicotine, and he eventually died of lung cancer after years of suffering. He told me that his addiction at such a young age led to his inability to quit smoking. I'm here today testifying because my father cannot be. We were grateful for the allocation of $12 million for the fiscal year 23 to 24 budget, but rather than cutting that amount in half for the fiscal year 24 to 25 budget, we need more funding to counter the marketing of big tobacco, much of which is directed towards communities of color. During this time of record supply and the firmest economic footing in 15 years, please take the important step this year to allocate at least $22.7 million that our state receives from the 1998 tobacco settlement towards its intended purpose, the funding of tobacco education and cessation programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for all your advocacy.
Thank you for all of your hard work on behalf of all of us.
Thank you. Next, Andrew Sepp. Andrew. There we go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Andrew Teft. I'm the Human Resources Director for Sound Community Services. We service New London, Connecticut and its surrounding communities. Lack of appropriate funding has impacted and continues to impact our ability to attract and retain mental health professionals. Cost of living is on the rise. Nonprofit organizations are struggling to maintain consistent staffing, and this is affecting continuity of care. Nonprofits have been losing clinical staff to telehealth companies, school districts, hospitals, and private practices. We're also losing staff to the state, which is running a well-funded PR campaign to hire healthcare professionals. Lack of grant funding is increasing the disparity between nonprofits and state employees. And as we emerge from the pandemic, the needs of the community are growing rapidly. Demand for our services has increased dramatically, but what the state pays for services isn't enough to fill the gap. The opioid crisis is still raging with record numbers of fatal overdoses. Waiting lists for children's services are growing longer and longer. Providers are being asked to serve kids with increasingly high needs. We can't meet the need without increased funding. In the aftermath of COVID, there has never been a greater need for maintained and additional supports within our communities. Given the magnitude of inflation on top of the nonprofit funding deficit, advances in care could be lost if increases do not continue. We've already shown our commitments to our communities. Please let us show you the difference we can make with the backing of the appropriations we deserve. Please increase funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25. And please also index future increases to inflation. These figures compensate for the high inflation nonprofits have been experiencing. This funding is critical to honoring the state's long-term plan to increase funding for community nonprofits. Thank you for the opportunity to provide perspective on the budget.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your advocacy. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next, Andrea Riley.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today. I am Andrea Riley, Associate Director of Mosaic. Mosaic is a nonprofit, mission-based healthcare agency providing services to about 200 people with developmental disabilities at 40 locations. We offer individualized care in CLA, CRS, IHS, family home, and vocational settings. I am here to request that you increase funding for community nonprofits by 9% in FY24 and 7% in FY25. This funding is crucial to long-term plans to increase funding for community nonprofits trying to survive in the current economy. The increases the legislature provided in the last budget year were deeply appreciated by our industry across the state. These increases were received to meet terms of a union settlement, which raised the minimum wage of our staff. The increase was a great first step in acknowledging the necessity of the care staff provide to some of the state's most vulnerable residents. Providers of services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities did not receive the cost of living adjustment. Everyone has experienced a big hit to bottom line and budgets with the rising costs. I would just like to stress that staff wages are just one piece of the many required to provide care at a residential setting. Heat, fuel, appliances, alarm monitoring, gloves, cleaning supplies, groceries, over-the-counter medications and treatments, garbage services, water supply, paper supply, et cetera, continue to rise in cost. These items are not discretionary in providing care. There is really nowhere left to cut costs. We continue to struggle to recruit and retain staff. Our industry is now in competition with places like Amazon and Target. Unlike those industries, we can't just increase prices to pay for increased demand for wages. At the same time, we are now in competition with the state, which is running a well-funded campaign to hire new state employees into direct service jobs at much higher wages and benefits than the rest of the industry is able to offer. In times past, we would host new hire onboarding just one time per month to meet our staffing needs. Currently, we host new hire onboarding 2 times per week and remain understaffed. We do continue to provide basic health and safety, but all of those enhancements most of us consider routine take a back seat. Visits with family, with friends, trips to the parks, neighborhood walks, community integration, restaurant trips have all become non-essential. As the legislature continues to consider proposals this year to reduce waiting lists for services, please understand that the system also needs funds to stabilize and maintain existing services. We cannot expand our reach into new programs and stand up new services if existing programs are understaffed and losing money. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Thank you for your advocacy. Have a great afternoon. Thank you.
You as well.
Next, Dee Dee Delaney.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Dee Dee Delaney. I've been on the board of Horizons for 12 years. Horizons supports children and adults from all over Connecticut in education, employment, retirement, supportive living, and respite camping programs. I've submitted my full testimony online. Right now, I just want to focus on some key aspects of it. I was shocked that the governor's budget had no funding increases in it for ID providers. Since we haven't had a COLA in almost 15 years and we have a national staffing crisis, we must prioritize funding our full costs for nonprofits like Horizons. The truth of the matter is, we are providing services that the state used to provide. Where did all that money go? We are a business and need to be treated like a business. Even though we do charitable work, we have no way to pay for our business expenses unless our rates are indexed to our costs. The board of directors is actively involved in fundraising for Horizons, but that cannot even begin to cover the costs that have skyrocketed due to the state of our present economy. Nor should we have to fundraise when we do this very important real work for our Connecticut citizens. When the state ran the services, they fully funded the costs. They didn't have tag sales and spaghetti dinners to pay for services. I moved to Connecticut with my family 17 years ago because it's a great place to raise children, has great schools, and has a vibrant, caring community that values every citizen equally. I'm counting on you to once again help right this inequity and adequately fund IDD nonprofit providers that work with DDS for their work with our fellow citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Next, we have Sue Kaplan. Sue Kaplan. Good afternoon.
Yes,
Go right
yes,
ahead.
good afternoon. Thank you so much. Greetings, legislatures. Thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to this legislative budget process. My name is Sue Kaplan, and I am a registered voter. I want to add my voice to support indexed annual funding increases for nonprofit human service agencies in Connecticut. I work at Reliance Health in Norwich. It's a nonprofit that has for 47 years provided essential mental health and addiction services to people in the greater Norwich area. My role at Reliance Health is property manager, and it is from this role that I'd like to express my concerns about the financial needs of our agency. I have been there for 18 years, and during 14 of those years, there has been no cost of living increase to our funding. And in 2017, we had to cut our budget by 5%. I have seen, as property manager, I've seen costs increase in numerous areas of our agency, which has 18 different properties. 16 of these properties are residential sites where our clients live in the community instead of in a state hospital or a state facility that costs vastly more. The other 2 of these properties are busy sites with client services and administrative offices. Property upkeep each year costs more because labor costs and materials continually increase, especially this past year. We have to maintain and improve roofs, structural problems in old buildings, septic systems, wells, decks, drain pipes, furnaces, kitchens, bathrooms, appliances, plumbing, electrical and fire systems. All are very, very costly. And with inflation, the costs are higher than ever. All this is to say that besides not keeping pace with the cost of living for employee salaries and health insurance costs, we are not keeping pace with increased costs in property upkeep. There are so many costs to running an agency like ours. Once again, the governor has ignored nonprofits in the proposed budgets. And I'm sorry to say that it's very discouraging and demoralizing to feel like nonprofits have to come back year after year and beg for reasonable cost of living increases. It feels on our end like we have to reinvent the wheel every year. Like whoever heard us last year forgot what was said this year. Our agency is part of the state's important infrastructure that provides indispensable health services to people in Connecticut. I appreciate the increase from last year, but I cannot emphasize enough that we need an effective increase every year to keep up with the cost of operating our agency. Not only am I asking for an increase this year, the proposed 9% and 7% for next year, but I'm also asking that the increases be indexed to inflation, so increases automatically occur each year, so we don't have to come back again and again, year after year, to restate how important this need is for our agencies. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Madam Administrator, you wanted to come in here for a moment? Yes, please, Madam Chair. So we are having, as expected, folks who were originally scheduled to be in-person testifiers migrate over to remote. So we are about to start that list because we hope, we've exhausted the others. Oh, people are, what's going on? I'm not doing anything. James is doing mystical, magical things. Okay, so those folks who are in the queue, please accept the promotion, which you all have started to do, which is very good. And I've got one person, number 77, for who was originally to testify remotely, John Dioramo, who has yet to allow himself to be promoted to panelist. So we're going to leave you to the end, sir. And if you're with us, then allow the promotion. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, next we have Catherine Whitney. Catherine?
Hi, good evening, Representative Walker and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Catherine Whitney, and I'm a Community Impact Program Manager at the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness and a resident of West Hartford. I appreciate the opportunity to provide general comment on HB 6659. At CCH, we are grateful for the support we've had from this committee, especially on HB 6554, and look forward to further conversations with legislators alongside providers and advocates throughout the state on the topic of rescuing the homeless response system. Connecticut's homeless response system is overburdened, historically underfunded, and confronting a workforce shortage that threatens the statewide safety net we provide. The governor's budget must account for people experiencing homelessness and the frontline staff who serve them every day. Our data shows that homelessness has grown significantly since the beginning of the pandemic, with a 39% increase since 2020. As we know, homelessness causes or exacerbates ongoing health issues for individuals and communities. For example, just this past year in Connecticut, over 1,500 children experienced homelessness last year in more than 2,500 families. And we know children's mental health decreases at a rate of 50% on entering shelter. Upfront investment in public health via the funding of the homeless response system is a surefire way to reduce costs for our other public health resources, and most importantly, of course, to reduce the trauma of homelessness. We need this committee's help to rescue the homeless response system. Of the total 50 million to rescue the homeless response system we've asked for overall, we're asking this committee to commit to a $7,713,799 one-time increase in the DMIS Housing Support Services line item to address chronic underfunding of homeless response nonprofits and to ensure adequate wages for frontline response workers. We respectfully request an increase in funding for Connecticut's homeless response system by 33% for all housing and service provider contracts administered by the state, which accounts for the fiscal year 2021 and 2022 COLAs. This would grow funding in homeless services contracts to account for direct and indirect wage inflation and increases in the consumer price index since 2016. And moving forward, increases in state contracts for housing and homeless service organizations should be tied to general price increases in the state of Connecticut. If I leave you with anything this afternoon, I hope that it's this: homelessness does not discriminate, and we believe that you all can help us help our most vulnerable families. From Norwich to New Haven and Norwalk and all across the state, we can't talk about housing without recognizing the impact of homelessness on every community. Thank you again to this committee for the opportunity to testify, and I yield my time. Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good day. Next is Mike Moore. Mike Moore. Nope, Mike Moore. Mike Moore. Okay, we'll go on. Latoya Pemberton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. I am here. Good afternoon to everybody on the panel. A bit nervous. I'm going to make this count. I am a District 1199 member, and I am a recovery support specialist for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I am here advocating for the reopening of the STAR program. And in order to have that happen, we need to ask for $3 million additional for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services to have that be able to run safely and comfortably so that we can have the women come in without concerns. I am a recovery support specialist. In June 27, 2012, I was able to go into a program that mimicked the STAR program. And because of that, I have been here 10 years. This is something that would create safety for the women, also have them not have to worry about finances, because I was doing the math and it's 30 beds times every day empty equals a lot of lives that's lost. And if we continue to have those beds closed, we're going to lose a lot more lives. And I'm really just here to promote the part of giving back, what was given to me. And I'm just so happy that I did not have to walk into some of the same situations that I'm seeing happen here today on the outside world. The existing healthcare is just something that is creating a wall for many people and their situations, like our little girls and our big girls who can't get the help that they need. I am a strong support of women and them getting help. I get a lot of phone calls all times of the night where I'm their hope, and they're hoping that I can direct them to a bed where they can go to and get some help. And I would like to be able to do that. And I would like to be able to do that knowing that I did the best that I can and that I am pushing for everyone else to do the best that they can do as well, because those beds mean a lot to our community. Those beds mean a lot to our community because I came from that. And I seen a lot more women from my time come from that as well, who are giving back. And we need women like myself and others to save our daughters. Like, I mean, I can't stress this enough, like how important this is. I don't have all the answers. I'm not really great at these type of forums, but I do know what works. And I do know that when a young lady has to ask for help, is hard enough. let alone to be turned away because she doesn't have money. If she's using and her mental health is declining, she certainly doesn't know how to use her mouth or her voice to ask for help. So I would like the doors to open without them having to concern themselves with these thoughts. It's killing them. It's really killing them. And there's no other way to say this, but they're dying. You know, I just really would like for us to really think about this, because there's a saying that says you can't take it with you. But if we don't come up with this money to reopen the STAR, we're taking a lot of lives. And that's just the bottom line. And I thank you, and I really hope that this gets across. And there's a lot of young women, a lot of older women, they're banking on this. So please don't let them down.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for your work. Have a great afternoon or evening, I guess, Nick. Next, Dr. Mack.
Good afternoon, Representative Walker and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dr. Felicia Mack. I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner for Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services in the Fairfield County area. I have worked with the healthcare field for 20 years and have worked 17 years with the state services. After decades of service cuts, privatization, the pandemic, and the 2022 retirement wave, 1 out of every 3 healthcare positions are vacant across state agencies, over 2,000 vacancies. These cuts have impacted life-saving services for our Indigenous clients by limiting access to substance abuse treatment and mental health services. This has placed them at risk for mental health instability, risk of overdose, including death. I am seeing more clients experience recidivism with hospitalization and incarceration. The staffing crisis has contributed to poor patient outcomes, lack of holistic approach of care, low morale among staff, and issues with staff retention. Expanding services is a matter of racial, gender, and economic justice. The people who depend on state healthcare services are the most at-risk children and adults in our state. They require acute, long-term, and often highly specialized medical, residential, mental health, and addiction care. Many come from marginalized and underserviced communities. These are disproportionately Black and Latino individuals and often turned away from private providers due to a lack of insurance or high acuity needs. Due to the continuing staffing crisis, the state of Connecticut is effectively denying these residents the resources they need to survive. The shortage of staff and lack of services has negatively impacted services for recipients of state services. Patients are waiting for extended periods of time for admissions to teams. This wait time has caused some recipients to drop out of mental health services and become hospitalized and or incarcerated. Private sectors have an admissions wait time for up to 4 months. Our recipients are refused from private sectors due to the complexity of the case and lack of having private insurance. Connecticut Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services culture has always been about meeting a recipient, quote, where they are at with a holistic approach. A multidisciplinary approach promotes integrated care, which has always been the culture for State of Connecticut Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. This approach was driven by evidence-based practice and research that shows an integrated approach of treating recipients with mental health and substance abuse contributes to positive patient outcomes. Overall, this approach has decreased the cost of healthcare expenditures. Our Indigenous population with mental health and substance abuse are at risk for mental health instability, substance misuse, overdose, and death. A massive state and countrywide hiring process is warranted in order to help the staffing crisis. These positions should be more competitive with the private sectors to recruit and to retain all disciplines. We're asking for $30 million invested for recruitment, retention, and state agencies, $80 million to expand our social safety net health services, including an additional $12 million for DMA's added clinicians, expand clinical services, expand ASD and young adult services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, and have a good evening.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
Right, I'm going to go back to number 86. That is 86 is Kent Quirk. And after Kent Quirk, it will be 157, and 157 is Aaron Gurley. And then we'll go on from there, but 86 and then 157.
Got it.
Thank you, representatives. I apologize for missing my slot earlier. I had a crisis at work. My name is Kent Quirk. I've been a resident of Mystic for about 8 years. I was raised in Connecticut. I'm here because my sister, Carrie Quirk, is a resident at Horizons. I believe you've heard from several people from Horizons today. And I just kind of want to talk for a moment about the impact Horizons has had on our family. My parents, Carrie is multiply handicapped, deaf, autistic. And when we grew up in the 60s and 70s, the plan was basically, it was often the case that people would be asked to institutionalize their children. My parents weren't up for that. And my parents helped to found the Corporation for Independent Living and then Horizons back in the day. My father was on the board of Horizons for 30 years. He died in 2014. Horizons and many other nonprofits like it do invaluable work that the state simply can't do. And in our case, my sister began living at Horizons provided housing when she was in her 20s. She's now in her 50s. They enrolled her in a painting class, and now she has a studio of her own in Willimantic, the Carrie Studio, that is operated because Horizons can do that kind of work. And this isn't free. They've been doing amazing work over the years, pinching pennies, making everything, squeezing everything tightly. It's always amazing to me how much they do for how little, and how much caring and love. These people are not working for the fun of it. They work, but they love their work. And so I'm just here to say, we need to support this as a community, as a state, and as a nation. This kind of work can't be left only in the hands of volunteers. It needs to be supported. And so I'm asking you to please account for this in budgeting. Everybody else has all the numbers at their fingertips. I don't. But thank you for listening to me, and have a great day.
Thank you, sir, for coming before us and speaking. You have a nice day also. We are going to go right to number 157, I believe, and it's our Aaron. How you doing, sir?
Yes, that's correct. My name is Robert Aaron Gorley. I'm the program manager for CUNE Employment Opportunities at CUNE Rushford, a Hartford Healthcare treatment center in Meriden, Connecticut. Thank you for giving me the time to speak today. Just a brief personal statement. I've been a CSP clinical case manager for the last 12 years before becoming a program manager for CUNE Vocational Services. And I just wanted to talk about how important work is right now for everyone struggling with mental illness. Personal value of work, including the quality, of all of our mental health, depends on the structure and benefit of work. We help people every single day get jobs, and we can see the quality of work and how it changes people's lives. People who haven't been enduring challenges, they benefit from work. We all know that recovery, it occurs in the community. And that's why nonprofits should be receiving more funds so that we can improve our teams and so we can get more people out working, not only just for their lives, but for the state of Connecticut and for the empowerment of our economy. Inclusivity is very important too. Governor Lamont has a workforce program that promotes inclusivity and a ladder to opportunity for all Connecticut residents. CUNE promotes recovery, and additional funding will support continued services at risk and the population that are so at risk with homelessness and in need of crisis intervention. Inpatient facilities are not able to provide vocational support, so community-based programming is absolutely critical. CUNE works seamlessly with DEMIS and other state agencies and are natural partners. Some of the quotes from some of my clients are absolutely heartwarming. When they find work, they flourish. Their life changes. They become absolutely different people. And if we were to change our health insurance, get different funding, we would realize that health insurance right now, it does not pay for comprehensive vocational services with those with serious mental illness. CUNY is dependent upon state funding to provide comprehensive vocational support, which is critical to recovery. And I know because I'm a certified recovery support specialist, and I can see what our small team can do with the community. And if we were ever to receive more funds, and for Governor Lamont and the state of Connecticut to have faith in our nonprofit power, he would see, and the rest of Connecticut would see, that work is crucial to the mentally ill. And if they get jobs, the entire state of Connecticut would be a different place. I don't have the numbers in front of me either, but I know the looks on the faces of people. It's absolutely incredible. I see my timer's going off, but please fund nonprofits. With our business models coming up, we can be champions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words. You have a nice day.
Thank you.
All right, so is that 158? Chris Pruss.
Chris Pruss already spoke, sir. We're on to 502.
Uh-oh, 502. I don't have that. All right, 502.
Good morning, representatives. My name is Michael Moore. How's my volume?
Good, sir.
Thank you. I'm a developmental services worker at the Department of Developmental Services, and I live in Salem. I'm here to testify about how the staffing crisis is affecting DDS and to ask you to fund our desperately needed services. For 29 years, I've worked for DDS and I've seen tremendous changes, all of them resulting in higher cost and lower quality. Since 1980, we Americans have seen a huge increase in the rich looting the country and continuing to lower the quality of what we do. Instead of increasing taxes on these millionaires, billionaires, and corporations so we can fund and expand services, we continue to let them drive a race to the bottom. In 1990, the state hired very carefully because they could. They paid a competitive wage. The days of great retirements were already gone, but it was still a decent retirement, and our medical insurance was pretty good. These days, we have a massive staffing crisis in public healthcare services because we can't keep wages and benefits competitive with the private sector. We need to fill vacancies and expand services. I spent years as a respite worker, and I've seen the pain in parents' eyes and heard the stress in their voices as they talked about not getting enough help. One of these was a couple in their 80s who just couldn't bathe their son with Down syndrome anymore. They were just too old. The day they couldn't stop him from eating raw meat out of the refrigerator, they finally broke down and put his name on the placement list, but there was no placement. There were just no open beds. The waiting list for DDS services sees virtually no movement. I've seen families spend over a decade on the emergency waiting list because there's always a bigger emergency. Today, we see that many of the people we do hire quit because they're frozen in so much. A lot of our existing people are looking for other jobs. If I wasn't 54 and swamped in my children's college debt, I'd be gone myself. And nobody wants to go to work in a place where they don't know when they're going home, and nobody wants to be frozen in for 3 shifts or even 4 shifts in a row. The federal government reimburses Connecticut for 80% of the cost of our department, plus they pay most of our medical costs. In addition, estimates for the total cost of public assistance and EITC for the private sector workers ranges as high as $200 million a year. I'm begging you, stop the insanity. If you want to keep making the rich richer, at least come up with something to get us more people. Maybe hiring bonuses, a few more bucks an hour. And I can't overstate the importance of a retirement to attract the kind of people with the mindset who are good at taking care of others. In addition, I just want to state, we've got a lot of open beds. We just don't have the staff to work them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming before us. You have a good day.
You too.
All right, next will be 506. 506. Yeah. How about 509? 50, I see 506 on the screen. Andrea? Can you unmute?
Andrea Barker,
506, right?
that wasn't my number earlier, but I was at work. Is it okay?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, these folks don't know their new number. So
Okay.
Oh,
I have to call their name out.
All right, I don't have I have only numbers.
Oh,
okay.
so yes, Andrea Barker.
Okay, thank you so much. Hang on, let me put on my video. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and the esteemed members of this committee. My name is Andrea Barker. I supervise the Putnam Family Respite Center in the Northeast region of Connecticut. I'm here today to ask that you fund DDS respite services. My testimony takes into account the personal stories of families who are unable to testify at this juncture, as well as input and feedback to support its purpose. Respite services are much needed throughout the state to help provide essential services for families. Respite offers at a minimum 2 to 4 days stays a year. They usually operate Thursday, 4 p.m. to Monday, 10 a.m. for families who have loved ones at home eligible for services. They are important so caretakers are able to have necessary space and time to alleviate caregiver stress and fatigue. Respite offers their loved ones a safe and secure space full of enrichment and social integration. Expansion of respite services means opening more family respite centers that are local and placed in urban neighborhoods, perhaps on a bus route or closer proximities, considering transportation has been mentioned as an issue for most parents. More centers would allow for the increase of visits, which are practicable to life, real vacation time, hospital stays, day visits, even if they are considered on a case-by-case basis. Imagine a family needs respite, maybe to go on a vacation. It's currently not realistic and or ideal to plan a true vacation during respite days and hours. If you're granted a stay, say during a required surgical procedure, you can enjoy your recovery time and feel more comfortable leaving your family member at respite. I had a parent ask if one day can be granted so the family can go to the beach, and another who would like a day visit for a breather or maybe to attend an appointment. Currently, respite scheduling may not be able to accommodate such sensitive family such sensitive family matters that are often unpredictable. Imagine a single mother who, previous to having a stroke, was able to utilize respite services to her family's benefit. Now she's unable to drive and has unexpected challenges to deal with while parenting a child with ID. We can also expand them by establishing more centers. There are 12 or so respite centers in Connecticut, which is currently divided into 169 towns with the distinct geographical boundaries. We can develop an education program so more families can utilize them as well. A lot of families do not have any idea that such services exist and or how to initiate the process. We should expand respite services and family respite centers in urban areas on a bus line for families who don't have the means or a network to assist them.
Can you summarize, please?
Sure, not all families are intact. It's essential to expand services, and I must inform you that not all people are diagnosed have a DDS number. Expanding these services will help a lot of people, and I appreciate and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. You have a great day.
You as well. Thank you kindly.
All right. I have number 509. Susan?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. It's Lori Orand, and Lori is participating via phone.
Are you there, Lori?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. You just went on mute.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Lori Orand. I'm a supervising clinician at Southeastern Mental Health Authority. I've been working in state service at SMA for 22 years. I'm here today to testify in support of allocating more funding to the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services to expand services and implement District 1199's Grow Our Own recruitment and retention proposal. I'm going to tell you about the current staffing situation I am facing. I am not saying this to complain. I truly love my career, but I'm going to provide you with some details so that you can hear just how dire our situation has become. Recently, with short staffing and the challenges in recruiting staff and retaining staff, caseloads have ballooned. Social work staff are being involuntarily reassigned to programs if and when a program becomes unable to function without the reassignment. As a supervisor, I have had a social worker involuntarily transferred into my program to help provide clinical services. However, not 2 months later, one of my unit's permanently assigned social workers was involuntarily reassigned to our forensic program, as that program was in desperate need for social work help. The disruption to client care has been tremendous, contributing to client stress, which in turn exacerbates the mental health symptoms and triggers thoughts in clients that they're not important. It undermines their confidence in the services we provide and damages the therapeutic relationships that we've worked hard to establish. I and other supervising clinicians in SMA are now carrying caseloads because of these staffing issues. I recently had to leave a required training in order to do a suicide assessment for a client with a very complex mental health presentation and who I don't really know. This client's permanent clinician was the one who had been reassigned to the forensics program. I ended up withdrawing from the training that day in order to attend to the client. I also have a caseload of about 23 clients. It's really difficult to provide high quality care to them and to provide supervision to the social workers who are here with their own ballooning caseloads. One of these clinicians is new to the state. I haven't been able to formally and properly orient him yet because I haven't had the time. I've witnessed new staff coming in and getting burned out very quickly because recruitment doesn't keep up with the vacancies. Many staff are stretched thin and the workload is not sustainable. Licensed social workers work alongside nurses, mental health workers, and prescribers to support DEMIS clients' recovery. Yet there are functions. There are functions only social workers can provide, such as performing independent suicide and homicide risk assessments, providing certain treatment, doing intakes, and having an EC privilege, which is able to get clients into emergency rooms during a psychiatric crisis.
Please summarize.
I'm going to summarize. I will summarize. We really need $30 million invested for recruitment and retention in our state agencies, including creating the Grow Our Own pipeline to reserve slots for public school nursing graduates in state facilities. The last thing I want to ask you for is $80 million to expand our social safety net health services, including an additional $12 million to DEMIS to add clinicians, expand clinical services, expand addiction services division, and young adult services. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Lori. Have a nice day.
You too.
513, and I think I see your name next to that number, Allison.
Actually, Mr. Chair, before Allison is Ruth, 512.
Oh, I'm sorry, Allison. Ruth?
I am here.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm well, thank you.
Good.
I have to tell you, listening to some of these testimonies, very inspiring. A lot of people in the state doing some very good work. And my name is Ruth Laro, as you know. I live in Kensington, Connecticut, and I'm here as a supporter of Connecticut Against Gun Violence, right? And in particular here to support the $2.5 million on line T1449 to fund gun violence intervention in fiscal year 2024, and the $800,000 on line 274 for the DPH operational expenses. This, however, is not nearly enough funding. We need $10 million to start addressing the rampant gun violence epidemic in our state, especially in our urban communities. Connecticut will have a surplus of $3 trillion this year. And so $10 million is not a lot of money to spend on gun violence prevention, especially since the annual cost of gun violence in Connecticut is estimated to be somewhere between $60 million and $90 million, with a societal cost of $1 billion if you factor in lifelong consequences from victims of shootings, such as mental illness, chronic health problems, and criminal behavior. To reiterate, gun violence prevention programs can be seen as very cost-effective measures, since the upfront spending of $10 million could save the state anywhere from $60 million to up to $1 billion. Funding gun violence prevention is financially sound, and it's a morally just issue, which will not only save the lives of citizens, but also save the state money. I am not a victim of gun violence, nor do I live in an area where it affects the daily lives of people in my community. This issue is of great concern to me, however, because there are an alarming number of guns in this country, too many of which are having a devastating impact on every aspect of our American lives, such as shootings in work, shootings in grocery stores, shootings in nightclubs, shootings in churches, and of course, right here in Connecticut, we have the horrible tragedy of Sandy Hook, 20 children dead and 6 of their teachers. This is a public health crisis, which cannot be solved with more policing. What is needed is funding for evidence-based prevention and intervention programs that stop the gun violence before it happens. At this moment, the greatest need is in our urban centers, Hartford, Bridgeport, and New Haven, where there has been an incomprehensible amount of death, trauma, and community instability due to gun violence. This cannot be put aside for another time. We need to act now to direct resources to urban areas where they are most needed and to prevent these needless killings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for speaking today. You have a good day.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Allison, it is your turn. Thank you for being patient.
Oh, no, of course, thank you. Thank you, representatives, for your time today. My name is Allison Chonka, and I'm the Director of Fund Development and Communications for Bridges Healthcare, a certified community behavioral health clinic in Milford, serving Milford and New Haven, and the surrounding towns. I'm here today to testify on about the governor's budget and respectfully ask that you increase funding for community nonprofits to 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in fiscal year 25, and to index future increases in inflation. While I'm here today as a representative of Bridges, I'd actually like to share my personal story about the importance of addiction services. My father has struggled with addictions for most of my adult life, specifically with compulsive gambling, alcohol abuse, and opioid dependency. For the past 2 decades, our family has dealt with the stress, worry, frustration, embarrassment, fractured relationships, and financial burdens that my father's disorders have caused. No one teaches you how to navigate these situations. You feel very much alone, ashamed, and hopeless when facing these seemingly insurmountable challenges. Most recently, the alcoholism really peaked for Dad. When we sought help to find an addiction recovery place for him to go, we found very few that accept Medicare or even his Medicare supplemental insurance. For many individuals, either based on income or their type of insurance due to age, as was my father's case, nonprofit mental health agencies are their only choice. Unfortunately, they are also under-resourced, understaffed, and in great demand. This means wait lists for programs, and instead of receiving the care that is recommended for clients, clients get the care that is available. For my father, it meant being recommended for inpatient rehab, but having to accept a lower level of care in an intensive outpatient program so that he could get help sooner, but still not immediately. That being said, the program has provided a source of hope. Dad is back on the wagon and finally being seen by psychologists, clinicians, and caseworkers, helping him find a way to recovery. For my mom, they were able to offer emotional and therapeutic support to help her cope with the anxiety she deals with on a daily basis. As an employee at Bridges, I am able to see how it takes a village to help each client tackle their disorders and put into place the supports needed for them to get to their path of recovery. But I see overworked and underpaid colleagues working tirelessly for each client and that comes through the door to still provide them with thoughtful and integrated care. But they need your help. There's a severe shortage of staff to serve all the people with mental health and substance abuse needs. So please, I ask you on behalf of Bridges and agencies like ours and our clients and family members like mine to please support increasing funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal year 24, 7% in fiscal year 25 to index future increases to inflation. You can make the difference to the next person on a waiting list, and you can change their life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Allison. Appreciate you being here, and you have a great day.
You too.
And I believe number 514 is Leah. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Thank you for having me. My name is Leah Juliet. I live in Stamford. I grew up in Wolcott. I am an LGBTQ+ activist testifying in support of the $2.5 million allocated on line T1449 to fund gun violence intervention in fiscal year 2024, and the $400,000 each year in line 274 for the Department of Public Health operational expenses. In December, a month after the deadly shooting at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs, I organized a fundraiser in Waterbury that brought together members of the LGBTQ community and our allies to support Club Q following the horrific hate-motivated gun violence that took place there. Organizing a large fundraiser in 3 weeks was a tremendous task. Still, of all of the challenging decisions that came and planning that took place executing the event, our biggest hurdle was deciding whether or not to hire armed security to stand outside the theater on the night of the fundraiser. Inside the building, we had youth and adult members of our queer and trans community who have been targeted by dehumanizing hate speech online and offline, hate speech that calls into question our right to exist and our right to live safely in public. Even in a state like Connecticut, known to be one of the most progressive in passing gun violence prevention legislation, even in Connecticut, we were scared. We were scared of guns infiltrating a place where vulnerable people were celebrating and being joyful, because that is the same storyline that we've heard for years. Gunman targets prayer service, community space, gunman targets pride. Growing up as a queer kid in Wolcott, I constantly had vivid dreams of gun violence. For years, because of the dreams, I was certain that I was going to die at the hands of a firearm. I learned that I was not safe. I grew up in a town where my neighbors believed their assault weapons had more rights than my identity, my safety, and my life. This fear has ingrained itself into my brain and my memory, and I still have dreams of gun violence all the time. I am fighting for the voices of the LGBTQ community members of mine who have been lost to gun violence, and the kids like me who grew up in a culture where even in our dreams, we could not escape guns. We need to counter this crisis with more funding. If the state of Connecticut can afford more than $500 million in tax cuts this year, we can afford to spend $10 million in public health funding for prevention efforts to make sure that every teenager in Connecticut can dream of a world without gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. You have a great day.
You too.
516. Mike Doyle.
What about 515?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I skip that? I'm sorry. 515. My mistake. 515. Sorry.
No worries.
Sarah.
Thank you. Yes, that's great. Thank you. There's actually two of us that are 515.
We're going to go with you, Sarah, and then we'll go to Alex right after you.
Beautiful. Thank you. Dear distinguished members of the Health Appropriations Subcommittee, my name is Sarah Raskin. I live in West Hartford, Connecticut. I'm a professor of psychology and neuroscience at Trinity College, and I've been a member of Connecticut Against Gun Violence since 2014 and a member of the Connecticut Hospital Violence Intervention Program Research and Development Committee. My work involves research and clinical care in people who've had neurologic disorders. And so I see every day the interplay of guns and mental illness. And today I'd like to submit testimony in favor of the $2.5 million in the governor's budget on line T1449 for the Department of Public Health to fund gun violence intervention grants, and the $400,000 on line 274 for operational expenses each year. And I want to make the point that this is the bare minimum. Obviously, we believe that this funding is not enough and that we'd prefer to see something in the ballpark of 10 million. I first became involved in gun violence prevention from a healthcare perspective after working with people who had been shot or experiencing the trauma associated with living in neighborhoods that are high in gun violence. 25 years ago, when I started this research, it was just being recognized. But today we know so much about the effects of this kind of trauma on the nervous system and especially children's developing brains. And we're just beginning to understand the widespread network of complex legal, economic, historical, and social issues that must be addressed to reduce gun violence in these communities at a structural level. We've learned that nobody is in a better, more expert position than these local programs that are on the street every day, providing love and support to children and adults that live there. We know that we have in Connecticut effective evidence-based programs that have been proven to reduce gun violence in our cities. But we have failed the people in these communities despite our ample resources because we have not provided adequate funding to these programs. It's time for us to move towards racial justice and provide funding and care to high gun violence communities that are based in Connecticut. And so I ask all of you to please help save lives, protect Connecticut's children, and vote favorably to fund gun violence intervention in fiscal year 2024 and the DPH's operational expenses. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. You have a good day.
You too.
Alex?
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Well, my name is Alexander Warden. I'm a vets mentor at Urban Community Alliance, UCA. I'm running to advocate for House Bill 6659, a bill that allows the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services to fund and support initiatives that the Governor's Prevention Partnership, or GPP, creates. One such initiative is a strategic partnership with UCA's Vets Mentor Program. The Vets Mentorship Program is a department within UCA that pairs honorably discharged military veterans with high risk and at-risk youth. This bill allows our strategic partnership to combat the root causes that creates our high risk and at-risk youth and the residual consequences that extend to their families. However, our momentum is yielded when this bill is at risk. First, I want to mention the root cause that creates our high risk and at-risk youth is the lack of male mentorship and not endorsing this bill directly impacts their development. Take, for instance, three of my young men, I call them TH, JF, and TC. All three have high-risk youth designations. And one factor each youth shares that their fathers are in state custody. Juvenile probation services referred these young men to us because for TH, he was charged with gun possession and car theft, JF with car theft, and TC with breaching the peace. As a result of this lack of mentorship, immediate family members are impacted, and not endorsing this bill aggregately burdens the community. The mother of these young men take on the challenge of raising men in a dual parenting role. A year ago, TH, he was murdered in New Haven at 14 years old. He left behind a 1-year-old son, and his death has left an indelible mark on other youth in New Haven. The stability and further funding of this bill will support youth through the strategic partnership between UCA and Vets Mentorship and DPP. The acronym VET stands for Veterans Empowering Teens Through Youth. We're thriving by making substantial changes in the lives of these youth. Although TH is no longer with us, before his untimely demise, he went from failing grade to 90 GPA. We honor him with a basketball open gym on Fridays. JF is back. He's on track for college admission with a cumulative GPA of well over 90. Prior to us, he was also failing. And for TC, as a teen, we identified him as a teen that was in need of services related to mental health, and we got him involved with pro-social programs. These initiatives would not have occurred but for this bill, and we need your help to keep this the momentum going. I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration on this matter. I hope that you will choose to continue funding the Governor's Prevention Partnership and House Bill 6659, because our youth and our families are relying on your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. You have a good day. 516, Mike Doyle. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Mike Doyle, and I'm a registered voter in Gales Ferry. I'm currently the director of the Penobscot Place Recovery Day Program, the Recovery Coach Program, and the Early Screening Intervention Program at Reliance Health. Just kind of wanted to take a minute here. Have you ever dropped a pebble into a pond? Picture for a moment you're on the edge of a pond. The water's so calm that it looks like glass. You drop a tiny little pebble into that calm, serene water, and what happens? That tiny little pebble disrupts the serenity and creates a ripple effect that expands across the pond. Ripples like this happen in the lives of the over 500,000 individuals in Connecticut who receive services each year from community nonprofits when services, personnel, and/or options are changed or disrupted. Over the past 9 years, a time in which over 9,000 Connecticut residents have lost their lives to a drug overdose, funding for nonprofit agencies has largely remained flat, with only significant increases coming over the past 2 years. For this, I truly thank you. It has made a difference. Unfortunately, high inflation over the past 2 years has again made it difficult for those employed by nonprofits to keep our heads above water. Put that into perspective for you on a personal level. Since 2018, the Recovery Coach program I oversee in Norwich has worked with over 500 individuals in recovery to get help, to get support, to get harm reduction supplies, including life-saving Narcan, and help 271 individuals enter treatment. My rock star recovery coaches, and they are rock stars, have also helped nearly 300 family members and friends of those struggling find the support, education, and connection they've needed to help them deal with the ripple effect addiction causes. In fact, in my current role at Reliance Health, as I mentioned previously, I direct 3 programs that work with individuals that struggle with addiction and significant mental health concerns, and I've had to rely on a second job delivering for DoorDash to make ends meet. People close to me have asked, Mike, why not just go get a job that pays more money? The answer simply is I love what I do. As a person in long-term recovery myself, working with those who still struggle with addiction allows me to return some of the blessings I've received in 23 years of sobriety. This in turn has helped me with my own recovery by keeping it green for me and having an opportunity to make a difference in the town I grew up in. Well, that's kind of cool too. I've become aware of, over my 10 plus years in the field, of the important role we assume in the lives of those we serve. In my own experience working with those in recovery, that role can be of a coach, a mentor, a confidant, a motivator, a truth teller, or a trusted source of stability and consistency depending on the day. The relationship is definitely a two-way street, but oftentimes we never really know the impact we have on the lives of others. I was made aware of this not long ago when a person I worked with had passed, and I went to the office to retrieve the person's emergency contact information, only to find that the contact he had listed was me. I, for one, do not want to be another pebble in the pond, another ripple, another disruption that causes a chain of events for the people I work with. I'm asking you to enact for the Connecticut Nonprofit Alliance's proposal for an increase in funding for community nonprofits and the 115,000 who work for them by 9% in fiscal year 24, 7% in fiscal year 25, and indexed increases to inflation. So that we can, please. I'm at the end right now. So we can better, limit the ripples in the lives of those we serve. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to share my story with you.
Thank you, Mike. You have a great evening.
Thanks, you as well.
All right, number 517. Okay, 518. And I see 519. Jonathan?
Hello, Rep. Nolan, Chairs Austin and Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jonathan Perlow. I'm Communications Director for Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I'm testifying in support of the $2.5 million included in the governor's budget for DPH to fund gun violence intervention grants in fiscal '24 and the $400,000 for operational expenses each year. However, given the magnitude of the gun violence epidemic, the grant appropriation needs to be larger. CAGV proposes $10 million in each year of the biennial budget. I first got involved in the gun violence prevention movement after the Sandy Hook shooting. What I didn't appreciate then that I know now is that strong gun laws alone will not end gun violence in Connecticut. Especially when it comes to reducing community gun violence, we need to take a public health approach. Governor Lamont and the legislature took an important step last year when they directed DPH to establish a community gun violence reduction program and to set up a commission to advise DPH. The governor's appropriation of $2.5 million is a good start, but the legislature needs to do more. The ARPA funding covers only fiscal '24. There's no grant money in the budget beyond that, which I believe is indefensible. Community gun violence is a systemic issue that requires dedicated, ongoing funding, just as we fund other public health priorities year in and year out. Many reasons justify a higher ongoing level of grant funding, including these. The funding should be commensurate with the problem. Connecticut gun homicides last year were at their highest level in 25 years. CVI programs are evidence-based solutions with proven results. Not only will these programs save lives, they will reduce the taxpayer burden of gun violence, which overall is estimated to cost Connecticut taxpayers up to $90 million annually. The $2.5 million appropriation is less than 1% of the combined annual budget of DPH and DESP, two agencies with a mission of keeping Connecticut safe. And the state has ample resources with a projected $3 billion surplus this year and a proposed tax breaks of $440 million next year. A $10 million annual appropriation is a reasonable amount compared to similar expenditures elsewhere. Massachusetts allocated $48 million in 2022, about 2.5 to 3 times higher than our proposed $10 million on a per capita or per homicide basis. In Pennsylvania, Governor Shapiro has called for $105 million for CVI funding, also proportionately around 3 times higher than we propose. The CVI funding model created by the Coalition to Advance Public Safety recommends a CVI expenditure for just Hartford of $4.7 million, once again about 3 times higher on a per homicide basis than the $10 million proposed by CAGV. While it's difficult to make spending comparisons, these 3 data points demonstrate that $10 million grant funding is modest compared to what's being spent or proposed elsewhere. Thank you for considering my testimony on this funding needed to reduce gun violence that is disproportionately devastating lower income Black and Hispanic communities in Connecticut. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jonathan. You have a great night.
Thank you.
And 5:20, I see you there, Janet.
Good evening, Senator Olson and Representative Walker and members of the committee. My name is Janet Short, and I'm a clinical nurse coordinator for the Department of Developmental Services. I am here today to ask you to support and fund the expansion of DDS services in the state of Connecticut. The services that we provide to Connecticut citizens are critical to those who require and needs them. There are services that may not make the evening news, but nevertheless protects, improve, and save lives. Every Connecticut resident is impacted by the services that we provide. The decision to fund programs that provide services to individuals with disabilities and their families impact everyone around us, either directly or indirectly. We have many people on the DDS waiting list, and programs such as respite provide supports to Connecticut families that are going it alone, struggling to provide 24 hours of care each day, months, and years. DDS respite programs and other programs like it allow them to schedule medical procedures or meet the needs of other family members. Many of these families are at their breaking points because of caregiver strain or burned out. Providing funding to increase, improve programs such as the respite program is cost effective, as it enabled these families to continue to care for individuals with disabilities at home. All of these programs meet families' needs in unique ways, and that may not and also help them to remain at home, and it's also cost effective. Nursing is a very important part of funding programs for Connecticut or expanding program. A nurse is an intricate part of every program. Every testimony that you have heard today, there is a nurse involved in the care of all of these individuals, providing all the other parts or funding all the other parts and not funding nursing or providing adequate pay for nurses also keeps these programs from being open. As we're turning away individuals from service, we're closing programs because we don't have enough nurses to provide the services that they need. Currently, a nurse in the Department of Developmental Services is being paid at least $20,000 less than our private counterparts. And this prevents us from staffing adequately the nurses that we need as we make every effort to hire repeatedly. Each applicant will tell us they cannot work for what we're offering them. And so we have many programs that are not being staffed appropriately with nurses.
Please summarize, Janet.
Increasing the funding for these programs, including proper nursing staff, will assist more families, and the impact will be felt throughout Connecticut communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Janet. You have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
And 521. Do you have a 521? 522, Julio.
Sorry, I was on mute there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to read my testimony. It seems to be muting if I go to another screen. Give me 1 second. Can you still hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Can you still see me?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. My name is Julio Reyes. I've been working for Demas in young adult services for 15 years now. I'm here today to ask that you fund and expand the services that we provide throughout the state. I've been working with young adults for almost 15 years now. A lot of the young adults that I work with, they've sort of grown up in the system, and they ended up lacking a lot of the skills that a lot of people learn as they grow up in the household, you know, learning how to do chores and things of that nature. So they come to us, and they receive that sort of help so that they can manage, because a lot of them have no one else, you know, really to help them. And you know, they're just becoming adults. So you know, the work we do really sort of helps people to be able to become contributing members of society. You know, kids come to us and they get their license, they get jobs, they get training, they're able to go on and be independent after spending some time with us. And you know, other people, you know, will always need help, but there's certainly, again, it's sad that so many people talk about the economy of this, but it's certainly more economical, right, to help these folks, even if they continue to need the help, than it is to leave them and then have them end up in a hospital or in a prison. You know, so it makes sense in that way. Over the past few years, as we all know, the prices of rent has gone up, and young adults, you know, suffer. A lot of times they're an invisible population. They, you know, they aren't counted. They, when you look at how homelessness numbers, there's teenagers that are couch surfing, that are pretty much homeless, that are sort of, you know, in bad home situations. And, you know, our programs really help people to be able to escape that and to be able to make lives for themselves, and really saves people's lives ultimately. So we're calling, statewide for DEMIS for the committee to fund the 12 million to expand the services, to hire more clinicians, and to reopen certain addiction services units that are so critical. Is that my cue?
That's your cue, sir.
Okay, so I guess I would just like to say lastly that I wish it wasn't economics that was the most important thing here. The work that I do is about the humanity of people, and there's not a person that I've ever come across that doesn't deserve the help that they need. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for being with us tonight. Have a nice evening. 523, is that Tiana? And Julio, if you could just mute your screen there. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
Good
You hung
afternoon.
in there.
Can you hear me
hung
okay?
in there.
Okay, I hung in there. Yeah. My name's Tiana. Good morning, everyone in the Appropriations Committee. I'm a clinical social worker with the mobile response team at River Valley Services. I've worked as a clinical social worker in DEMIS for a total of 4 years now. I'm before you today to testify in favor of an additional $12 million to the DEMIS budget to fund life-saving services for our clients. As a mobile response team clinician and being a part of a mobile response team, we treat high-risk acute clients, most of whom are not currently treatment engaged or have very high risk needs. The clients most often have a chronic mental illness, are not adhering to their recommended medication regimen, or are at risk of suicide or harm to others. We also treat many who are gravely disabled secondary to their mental illness. We travel to meet clients out in the Middlesex County community after receiving crisis calls through 211 or 988 hotlines by police or concerned community members. I'll see a handful of clients in crisis per day on average, and we also provide clinical support for our River Valley Services respite clients, and for any of our own high acuity RVS outpatient clients. We support a lot of frequent callers through times of crisis as well on our crisis line. Because of the high acuity of our clients and conditions that they have, which have worsened since the pandemic began, like a large increase in clients dealing with psychosis and or suicidal ideation, we need to evaluate in our program how many clients our team is realistically able to treat without additional staffing. More funding would allow for more and adequate staffing as we see more patients with co-occurring mental illness and addiction, thus the expansion of mobile response teams around the state. The shuttering of addiction services within DEMIS has had negative effects on all of our programs. When clients need rehab services, we have to tell them to call the access line to wait in a long line for a detox bed. When someone is struggling with addiction, you need to be able to catch them in that action stage of change when they're finally admit that they're ready for the treatment and make that call. The way that we sort of force clients to wait at their most vulnerable point, asking for help, is poor practice that is contributing to more relapse and further harm. The wait, I assume, is partially due to lack of bed availability for those wanting to recover within our state. Finally, mobile response programs will benefit from more staffing as we continue working with local police departments, like we do through our new crisis intervention team at RVS. There's a clinician embedded in the Middletown Police Department, and the police are getting more complicated mental health and drug-related crisis calls that might require case management rather than just trip to the hospital or a Band-Aid solution. They are not trained to handle mental health crises like we are, so continuing to support crisis programs like ours is essential to keep our community safe for long-term treatment, not just a night in the hospital or jail. So the
Summarize,
24-hour
please.
crisis programs are basically left to also help police teams who have CIT during the day, but not at night. So we're calling for an additional 12 million to expand services within DEMIS, including 7 million for 100 additional clinicians on outpatient teams like mine, and 3 million to expand our addiction services units to meet the need. Lives are on the line and we're ready to jump into action. We know Connecticut has the resources, and are you ready to join us? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. You have a nice evening.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, did you say there was one more?
There is. We've got Mr. Canada, who has been, God bless him, who's been hanging out with us all afternoon. Terrell Canada, would you like to speak? Because I'll just allow you to talk from where you're at.
Yes, I'm fine.
If you unmute yourself. Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
How you doing? My name is Terrell Canada. I'm a direct support associate at Mosaic. I've been at Mosaic for about a year, a little over a year now. I've actually been in the field myself for 14 years. There are many factors that affect the life. There are many factors that affect my life with the lack of benefits we have as workers. I live paycheck to paycheck. I don't even see the money most of the time before it's gone. The bills, daycare, gas, food, electricity, and rent all have gone up dramatically, yet my pay has gone up pennies. I appreciate the raise that I did get compared to the price of everything we need to manage day-to-day living. This is far from sufficient enough for us to take care of our families. Most of us work 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet. This not only affects us mentally because of the stress, we also miss out on our home life with our families due to the long hours of working. Excuse me. I personally, when I worked through the pandemic, I've caught on COVID 5 times myself. It was taxing on my body. It took a toll on my health. I don't have affordable health care. I do have health care through my job as well, though. I just feel like in order for us to survive, an increase in our pay would be great. That's all.
Well, sir, thank you for hanging in there and lasting this long. We appreciate you coming before us. You have a nice evening.
Thank you.
And I see we have a phone number.
Yep. Mr. Chair, I have enabled that person to speak. If they want to unmute themselves, they're our last speaker.
Hello, who? Did we lose them?
Yep.
So that concludes our public hearing. Madam Administrator, we appreciate you so much for, getting us through this and helping us stay on task. So thank you so much. And for those that are remaining, we appreciate you remaining, and I'm going to wish you a good night. And our chairs are gone. Walker, well, she might be in another meeting, but thank you to the chairs. And Madam Administrator, do we need to be aware of anything else?
We do not, sir. So thank you for doing a yeoman's job today. And I couldn't have done this without James. So James, thank you.
I'd want to thank Sue Keen for being such a brilliant strategist at the way that you set this up today. It's absolutely brilliant. What a gift you are. Thank you.
Thank you so
James.
much, Dylan.
And thank you, James, too. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Thank you, James, for everything you guys are doing.
Thank you.
All right.
Most compliments I've gotten all year. Thanks, guys.
All right, everybody have a good evening.
Good night, everyone.
Thank
All
you.